Welcome to another Vixa Vaughn romance audiobook. We're excited to have you join us. Whether you're into second chance romance, enemies to lovers, fake marriage, or any other trope, Vixa Vaughn offers you the chance to escape into stories that will carry you away into heart-pounding romance and gripping characters. While we want to get you the full experience, some parts of this audiobook are abridged to stay abreast of YouTube's community guidelines. If you want the full experience, you can always head to Vixa Vaughn Romance and use code VIXA40 to get the unabridged version of this audiobook for 40% off. Now sit back and enjoy the show.
Chapter 1. Ayana. The glass boardroom table reflects the morning light like a blade, splitting the room into power and performance. I sit at the head of it, posture carved from steel, heels crossed at the ankle, a navy silk blouse tucked sharp into tailored white trousers. A single gold cuff wraps my wrist, deliberate and gleaming like a promise I intend to keep. Every detail, from my matte lipstick to the slight angle of my chin, has been curated for this moment, for them. And still, I can feel it. Something's off. The quarterly projections slide across the wall behind me, each new chart painting a picture of upward growth and market dominance. We're outperforming, beating competitors, executing flawlessly. But in this room, where leather chairs creak softly and smiles are currency, I can smell the hesitation. It hangs behind the floral notes of someone's expensive cologne, thick and stale. I pause at the final slide and turn, letting the numbers speak for themselves. No one claps. They never do. Applause is for entrepreneurs. I'm a CEO now. Applause would mean they still think I need it. Elliot Crane folds his hands with casual elegance, his platinum cufflinks catching the light like teeth. "Impressive, Ayana," he says, voice lacquered with just enough warmth to make the insult glide. "Another strong quarter? Your algorithms are as precise as ever." He lets the silence linger, just long enough for discomfort to settle. Then, with the practiced flourish of a man who's built his entire career on selective phrasing, he adds, "Of course, perception is everything these days, even off the balance sheet." The room doesn't shift, but I feel the undercurrent tighten. A couple of heads nod. One of the junior partners, Michael maybe, glances up from his phone just in time to fake interest. No one calls Elliot out. The implication is already out there, slinking across the mahogany table like smoke. "You're powerful, Ayana, but you're alone." I offer him a polite nod, the kind that says nothing and means even less. "I'm glad the numbers meet expectations," I reply evenly, though I'll always favor substance over perception. He smiles, thin, precise, naturally, but some investors, they prefer the full package. He says it like it's a joke, like we're playing, but make no mistake, he's testing boundaries. And I know better than to flinch when someone's trying to measure your reaction. Instead, I lean back slightly in my chair, steepling my fingers. If you're referring to Thorntech's product strategy, I believe we've delivered on all KPIs for this quarter. "Oh, I'm sure you have," he says smoothly. "But as you know, optics matter." The words land soft as a feather and cut like glass. I've fought too long, built too much, to let them shake me. But there's a particular sting to being reminded, again, that no matter how impeccable the numbers, I'll still be evaluated by the shape of my life, not just the substance. My ring finger is bare. My calendar has no partner dinners or charming Instagram photos. I'm a fortress without a drawbridge, and apparently, that makes people nervous. Across the room, Talia catches my eye, just a flick of her gaze, sharp and unreadable. She doesn't speak, but I know that look. We'll deal with it later. For now, I simply smile. "If the board has any additional thoughts or concerns," I say, "I'd be happy to address them privately. Otherwise, we can consider this meeting adjourned." I gather my notes with precise, unhurried movements. Control is its own kind of armor. Today, mine is bulletproof. They nod like bobbleheads in bespoke suits. Heads tilting at the right angles. Expressions locked in that professional limbo between polite interest and disengagement. Lattes steam in ceramic mugs embossed with the Thorntech crest, untouched but warm. Like every person in this room is waiting to be served something they didn't ask for. Elliot leans forward ever so slightly, his fingers draped over the armrest, like he's holding court. Some of our key stakeholders, he begins, careful not to name names, have expressed concern about leadership optics moving forward. He doesn't elaborate. The word optics slides across the room like oil over water, sleek, ambiguous, and quietly flammable. The message is clear. My numbers are flawless, my product is untouchable, but my image, me, Ayanna Thorne, unpartnered and unapologetic, is beginning to unsettle the old guard. I don't flinch. I don't narrow my eyes or lift a brow. That would give him too much. Instead, I reach for my tablet and scroll through the notes I've already memorized, as if his comment were nothing more than background noise. But under my skin, the heat simmers. Not anger exactly. No, anger would be indulgent. It's that sharper thing. Resentment wrapped in restraint. Because I know what Elliot sees when he looks at me. He sees a black woman who owns every inch of this empire, but refuses to soften it with a husband or a hint of domesticity. He sees efficiency with no emotional buffer, command without charm, a threat, single, female, unbothered. God forbid I also be successful. One of the junior board members, a Stanford MBA with a pedigree and the spine of a celery stalk, clears his throat like he might add something, then thinks better of it. Of course he does. They don't want a partner. They want a story, a picture that feels palatable. Ayanna Thorne as the visionary founder? Yes, but only if I can also be the charming dinner guest, the soft-spoken fiancé, the relatable headline. They want me branded like an accessory, a powerful woman, but also relatable. Smiling beside a man, I built a global tech company, and what they want is a meet cute. Across the table, Talia glances at her watch, the tiniest signal in our unspoken language. Wrap this up. We're done here. So I lift my eyes to Elliot, give him a look that could carve marble, and say, I appreciate the feedback. Nothing more. Nothing less. Let them sit in the silence with their own discomfort. I didn't get to the top by making men feel at home in their assumptions. The meeting wraps with a smattering of chair shuffles and dry well wishes. I stand slowly, nodding to each board member in practice sequence, as if their platitudes mean more than they do. Thanks again, Ayanna. Brilliant as always. We'll follow up by end of day. Really impressive leadership. Their compliments are a currency I no longer cash. I offer the same smile I've worn since I walked into this room. Effortless, gracious, exact. The kind of smile that belongs on a magazine cover or a performance review. Not in the privacy of real thought. It's a smile designed to disarm without inviting intimacy. I shake hands with two of them, exchange one more brittle look with Elliot, and stride toward the elevator like I own the building. Because I do. But today, ownership feels less like power and more like a well-furnished cage. The elevator doors glide open on command. As soon as I'm alone inside, I let the expression drop. Just a fraction. Not weakness, never that, but something closer to weariness wrapped in satin. I press the button for the executive floor, lean back against the cold wall, and let the silence press in. Slowly, I remove my glasses and rub the bridge of my nose. The steel doors reflect me back in muted grayscale. Sleek ponytail still tight, lip color still perfect. Eyes ringed in the kind of fatigue that doesn't show on quarterly reports. Poised, flawless, and tired. God, I'm tired. Tired of being assessed like a balance sheet, Tired of calibrating every facial expression for public digestion. Tired of performing femininity like it's a quarterly deliverable that requires proof of concept. I built this company from an empty basement and 5 lines of code. I sold my first algorithm before I could legally toast to it. I learned to pitch under pressure, to lead in heels, to outmaneuver investors who smiled at me like I was something delicate and disposable. And apparently, unless I have a man beside me, I'm still unfinished. The elevator dings softly as it rises. I reapply the armor, glasses on, jaw set, spine straight. There's no time to unravel. There's never time. My office greets me like an obedient understudy, quiet, polished, waiting for cues. The skyline stretches beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows, all glass and ambition. Below it, Chicago pulses, gritty and golden in the mid-morning light, alive with the illusion of progress. Talia's already there, perched on the corner of my desk like it's hers, a fresh espresso in one hand and her phone in the other. Her blazer is black, double-breasted, cinched to kill. Her nails are the color of expensive danger. Burgundy, glossy, sharp. Without looking up, she says, "You need a +1, boss." I drop my tablet on the desk with a soft thud and give her a pointed look. I need another server stack and a week without PR emergencies, not a boyfriend. She finally meets my eyes, arching one brow with practiced elegance. Investors don't want logic, they want narrative. And right now, you're a power fantasy without a heart. I raise a brow, folding my arms. You've been workshopping that line since the board meeting, haven't you? Since the last press junket. She tosses her phone on the desk and reaches into her folder like she's about to unveil classified intel. Look, we both know Elliot's been laying groundwork for a shift. He wants you unsteady. A personal evolution storyline would buy us some goodwill. Goodwill? I echo, jaw tight. She slides an envelope across the desk, crisp and heavy, like it belongs in a vault. I don't open it yet. The seal alone tells me enough. Dark embossing, minimalist font, ostentatious weight. One of those weddings. The kind with whispered equity deals between champagne toasts and NDAs hidden in the dessert menu. Talia taps the top of the envelope. Reynolds and Lee. Fusion Labs merger. Full VC set expected. Press will be there. You know the drill. Of course I do. These weddings are less about vows and more about valuation. Every photo, every +1, every laugh at the right moment. It all becomes part of your brand identity. I walk over to the window, letting the light stripe across my shoulder like armor. And if I show up alone, then Elliot gets to frame you as the ice queen who can't connect. The board wobbles, and the vultures start circling. Do I get a choice in any of this? Talia's voice softens, barely. Of course you do. You're the CEO. I turn to look at her. She doesn't blink. I realize this isn't a suggestion. It's a strategic directive from the only person who's ever had both my schedule and my soul on lock. Fine, I say, grabbing the espresso and taking a sip. It's scalding, bitter, perfect. Set up the screening. I want someone discreet, decent-looking, and emotionally bulletproof. Talia grins. I thought you'd never ask. The envelope sits between us like a threat wrapped in cardstock. I don't touch it. The second Talia handed it over, the decision was already working its way under my skin. Still, I pace. One heel clicks softly across the marble in my office, a slow staccato against the city's heartbeat, humming beyond the glass. I don't look at her. If I do, I'll see that smug little arch of her brow that says, "You know I'm right." I shouldn't have to perform emotional relatability to justify success, I say. More to the window than to her. You shouldn't, Talia agrees, crossing her legs. But you built an empire in a sandbox that was never meant to hold you. So yeah, sometimes you have to stage the illusion of warmth while you're torching the rules. I scoff. stopping just short of the credenza. You always make manipulation sound so poetic. Call it what you want. You bring a date. You rewrite the narrative. Instead of the detached CEO, you're suddenly the visionary who finally made room for love. They'll eat it up. I fold my arms, pressing a fingertip against my lips in thought. I hate this. Every inch of it. But I didn't rise from a basement startup to a billion-dollar valuation by clinging to my principles when the optics shift. I've outmaneuvered hostile takeovers and silent saboteurs. I can certainly survive a wedding, but if I'm going to do this, I'll do it my way. I'm not interested in arm candy, I say finally, turning toward her. I want someone convincing. No drama, no baggage, no risk of this becoming gossip fodder in 6 months. Talia leans forward slightly, lips twitching at the corners. So, you want someone safe, harmless, handsome enough to photograph well, smart enough to fake chemistry, and bland enough not to cause internal HR violations. I blink slowly. Was I unclear? She grins. Set up the screening. I take another sip of the espresso, now lukewarm but bracing. My voice is low, resigned. And get PR on standby. Talia stands and smooths her blazer, already 5 moves ahead. Already done. Just like that, it's in motion. The press will whisper. The board will relax. The world will see what they want. Ayanna Thorne, conqueror of code, finally paired off like a prize thoroughbred. I tuck the envelope into my bag without another glance. This is the cost of staying ahead. Let them watch. By the time I reach my penthouse, the city has already slipped into that twilight hush. Street lamps blooming like slow-burning stars. Traffic thinning to a rhythm that no longer demands urgency. I shut the door behind me with a soft click, letting the quiet take hold. The heels come off first. Manolo Blahniks, navy suede, 12 hours of unrelenting authority now lined neatly by the front door. My blouse follows, unbuttoned with precision, draped over the arm of a velvet chair, like silk surrender. I peel off the lashes, swipe away the matte stain of professionalism from my lips, and unhook the gold cuff that held my day together like armor. My hair slips down next, tumbling across my shoulders in a soft, unruly fall that never makes it into corporate headshots. In this space, walls curved with light, floors kissed by heat, jazz vinyl humming low from hidden speakers, there's nothing but breath and memory. And I'm suddenly aware of just how long it's been since I let myself feel anything that didn't require calculation. I settle into the chaise by the window, legs tucked beneath me. Chicago glittering at my feet like a city kneeling in worship. But all I feel is hollow. I replay the meeting in fragments. Elliot's voice, smug and silk slick. The way the boardroom lights buzzed faintly overhead. The tension between Talia's concern and her command. The smile I wore like scaffolding. The weight of being looked at and not seen. 77 minutes of control. And not once did anyone ask how I was doing. Not that I'd have told them. I didn't come this far. Didn't grind and build and bleed for this company. Just to be reduced to a ring finger. To be asked if I was whole without someone's last name trailing mine like punctuation. But I'm smart enough to know when perception threatens progress. I know how this world works, especially for women like me. Women who are too successful, too polished, too alone. So if they want a story, I'll give them a damn good one. Let them believe I've softened. Let them swoon over staged couple photos and fake affection. Let them write articles about love changing everything. Because beneath the performance, the strategy remains the same. I don't lose. Not in business, not in optics, and certainly not in war.
Chapter 2. Bram. The cafe smells like burnt ambition and overfrothed oat milk. So, pretty much like every other Tuesday, our playlist overhead is stuck in some acoustic loop from the early 2010s, All moody guitars and regret, which feels fitting considering the way my morning started. Mismatched socks, empty coffee tin at home, and a string of dream fragments about lines of code that won't stop rearranging themselves. By 8:47 a.m., I've already misspelled someone's name on a to-go cup, dodged an entire tray of shatter-prone ceramic, and silently judged a man who tried to order a frappuccino at an indie shop with exposed brick and chalkboard menus. Joey threw a cinnamon stick at me when I almost served someone a macchiato in a soup mug. I'm 2 espresso pulls and 1 sarcastic apology behind when the door swings open again, the overhead bell chiming with its usual indecision. I glance up automatically, fingers still mid-tamp, the grinder humming under my palm, and then I see her. Again. Ayanna Thorne steps into the cafe like she's checking on an investment she doesn't remember making. Her coat is the color of wet ink, draped over one shoulder, and her hair is pulled back in a sleek tail that doesn't dare move. She's on the phone, obviously irritated, but keeping it quiet, just enough for the tension to ripple down her spine like a string pulled taut. She moves like her time is both expensive and previously scheduled. For a second, everything else, the steam, the music, the chatter, dims. She doesn't see me. She never really does. I'm just the barista with good memory and decent timing. But I see her. Every time. I've seen her maybe 4, 5 times over the past few months. Always in the late morning lull, alone and radiating that strange mix of control and absence. Like her body's in the room, but her mind is scanning 5 rooms ahead. She orders with precision and leaves with barely a pause. And yet something about her lingers. Like the trace of espresso oils that clings to the air long after the shot's been pulled. Joey nudges my side with a fresh linen towel, muttering, "Eyes up, Romeo. I'm just clocking an order." I lie, tamping the grounds a little too forcefully. "You're clocking her chest," he whispers. "Should I start writing vows on the sleeves or shut up and steam the milk?" He grins and saunters off toward the pastry case, leaving me to face the woman I've spent the better part of a year avoiding in theory, but cataloging in detail. Ayanna Thorne. The one who patented the very code I once dreamed would change everything. The one who made it. The one who, whether she knows it or not, left ashes in my inbox and dollars in someone else's pocket. And still, my pulse picks up when she steps forward and finally meets my eyes. Just a coffee order, Bram. Just another Tuesday. But my gut already knows this isn't going to be just anything. She moves like someone who's been told since childhood that the world should make room for he. The world, being smarter than most people, agreed. Ayanna Thorne doesn't just enter the cafe. She claims it in 5 strides flat, her heels tapping across the reclaimed wood like punctuation in a speech only she's qualified to give. One hand holds her phone to her ear. The other adjusts the fall of her coat, which isn't a coat so much as a declaration in fabric form. She wears it like armor with lapels. She's speaking low, controlled, clipped, and clearly annoyed. Whoever's on the other end of that call is either a publicist or someone about to be fired. Her tone doesn't rise, but it slices. It's all edge and intent with just enough restraint to keep it elegant. Her eyes flick to the menu, then narrow like it personally betrayed her. Same as always. She stares at the chalkboard like it should have anticipated her order and apologized for being unprepared. I know exactly what she'll ask for. Double shot, light almond foam, no sweetener, no pastry, no chit-chat. She treats coffee the same way she treats everything else. Necessary, efficient, and not to be romanticized. But today, something shifts. Because this time, I see her. Not just the repeat customer with commanding posture and curated silence. Not the striking woman who looks like she could make CEOs weep in SCC hearings. This time, I clock her for what she actually is. Ayanna Thorne, the CEO of Thorntech. That CEO. And with that realization comes the gut punch. Because it hits me. In a way I can't unfeel. I've been serving lattes to the woman who unknowingly, maybe, built an entire branch of her empire on my stolen idea. My pulse kicks. I almost fumble the portafilter. I look again, sharper this time, trying to find some trace of guilt or memory. But her face is unreadable, sculpted in that high-level executive neutrality that makes people sign things they don't understand. She doesn't know, or if she does, she doesn't care. She never stays long. Never looks around. She probably picked this place because it's quiet, and the almond milk doesn't taste like chalk. She's never even noticed me. But I've noticed her. And now, I know exactly who I'm looking at. She steps up to the counter without looking at me, fingers still wrapped around her phone, though the call has ended. It's not rudeness. It's detachment. She scans the room like it's a chessboard, and she's already 3 moves ahead of everyone. I doubt she even registers faces at this point. Just variables, inputs, delays, people as friction. When she finally speaks, her voice is the same as it's been every visit. She doesn't pause to check the menu, doesn't preface the order with a greeting. Double shot, no sweetener, light almond foam. Not a question, a command. I'm already halfway through prepping it. Coming right up, I say, flicking the portafilter into place. She watches with vague interest, the kind reserved for mechanical processes that might one day be automated. I steal a glance at her. Just a quick one. Her coat's open now, revealing a clean-line navy dress and a slim gold chain at her collarbone. Everything about her is polished to the point of intimidation, and yet there's a weariness beneath it. Just the faintest sag in her eyes. A crack in the concrete. "You remember my order?" she says, a little surprised. Her tone isn't exactly warm, but it's the closest she's come to acknowledging me as something other than a caffeine delivery system. I look up just long enough to catch the ghost of curiosity in her expression. Hard to forget someone who says light foam like it's a warning. That gets a reaction. Not a full smile, but something shifts at the corner of her lips. A flicker of amusement quickly locked down. She doesn't offer a comeback, doesn't lean into the moment. But her eyes hold mine for half a second longer than necessary. And that's new. There's a hum in the space between us now, quiet, charged, inconclusive. I hand her the drink, fingers brushing the cardboard sleeve just as she reaches for it. Her nails are painted the color of smoked glass. Precise, impeccable. She takes the cup with a soft, "Thank you," then turns without fanfare. No further conversation or second glance. But that look lingers. I feel it in my bones. The door shuts behind her with a soft hiss of compressed air and the flutter of her coat catching the wind. It takes 3 full seconds before Joey appears at my side, like he's been summoned by the scent of mutual humiliation. "She tip you in steely glances again?" he asks, peeling off a latex glove like a dramatic surgeon and tossing it in the bin. "Because I'm pretty sure you've got a full-blown nerd crush on Ice Queen there." I roll my eyes and grab the milk jug, rinsing it more aggressively than necessary. "Can we not do this?" "Oh no, we're absolutely going there. She comes in twice a month, orders like a federal agent, and you treat her like she's the peak of your slow-burn enemies-to-lovers fanfic." "Do you ever shut up, or is this a sleep deprivation condition?" I mutter, but I'm smiling despite myself. Joey's been my best friend since undergrad, and he never lets me wallow. Not in bitterness or bruised pride, and certainly not in this, whatever this ridiculous fascination is. Still, something lingers. Not the brush of her fingers against mine when she took the cup. Although, yeah, that happened. Barely. Maybe it wasn't even intentional. But it felt like static, like friction. Like the briefest moment of contact between 2 objects that usually exist in entirely separate timelines. She thanked me. Not like it was routine. She said it with that voice, smooth, calibrated, expensive. But there was a shift in it. A softness I hadn't heard in the other visits. Or maybe I just imagined it. Maybe I wanted to. Doesn't matter. I've been trying to forget what Thorntech did for months now. The app, the pitch, the silence that followed, the patent that showed up in their product line 6 weeks later with a cleaner interface and none of the credit. It was a surgical theft, elegant, impersonal, and effective. And here she is, ordering coffee like it doesn't taste like betrayal. I lean on the counter and stare at the still swinging cafe door, half hoping she'll walk back in, half hoping she never does. There's something about her that messes with the air in this place, makes the temperature fluctuate, makes everything feel off balance and too sharp. She didn't even see me, I murmur, mostly to myself. Joey leans on the counter next to me and shrugs. Maybe not yet, but that didn't stop you from making her foam perfect. She likes it that way, I say, and instantly regret it. He laughs. You're gone, absolutely gone. I shake my head, pull a towel from the hook, and go back to wiping down the espresso bar. But the scent of almond and steam clings to my hands, and the hum in my chest won't fade. It's probably nothing, but it doesn't feel like nothing. She's halfway to the door when her phone buzzes again, an aggressive vibration against the polished leather in her hand. She answers without missing a step, voice low, the words sharp enough to slice through whatever apology she's delivering. Whoever's on the other end is already losing the argument. Her tone isn't angry. It's final. The kind of tone that clears boardrooms and closes deals. She doesn't look back. She just walks, long strides, coat swinging behind her like a cape, heels clicking out a tempo that dares anyone to interrupt her flow. She's all momentum and purpose, framed against the hazy morning light bleeding through the glass storefront. And then, just as she crosses the threshold between this quiet little cafe and whatever corporate inferno waits for her outside, she glances over her shoulder. It's barely a second, a flick of movement, a sliver of hesitation in a woman who never hesitates. But it lands. Her eyes meet mine through the rising steam from the espresso machine and the faint reflection of herself in the door's glass. And in that suspended breath of a moment, the whole room seems to still. I don't smile, neither does she. But something passes between us, something not quite readable, not quite ignorable, not recognition, but close. My stomach clenches. Not just from the jolt of attraction, though. Yeah, that's definitely a factor. It's the history, the buried weight of what I know and what she doesn't. The thing that lives in the space between us, shapeless, but growing. She's gone. The door whispers shut. The sound of it makes me blink. Joey throws a dish towel at my head. You still with us? Or should I start forwarding your mail to her LinkedIn? I mutter something incoherent and turn back to the grinder, trying to anchor myself in something practical. But it's too late. The moment is stamped behind my eyes, permanent and out of place, like code that doesn't belong in the current version, but somehow still runs. After she's gone, the cafe settles into its usual rhythm, clinking cups, quiet indie guitar, the soft hiss of the steamer. But it all sounds muffled, like I've ducked my head underwater and nothing quite reaches the surface. Joey drifts back behind the counter with a tray of fresh croissants and a smirk that probably comes standard with every friendship over a decade long. I ignore him and pull my phone from my back pocket, thumbing open a folder buried 3 taps deep and locked behind a password that changes every month. It's labeled Mockups Archive BC, which Joey once jokingly called Before Capitalism. I never corrected him. The folder opens. Inside, a grid of screenshots, diagrams, time-stamped prototypes, pages of early UX sketches and back-end frameworks I submitted during a startup incubator program 2 years ago. Clean, efficient code I obsessed over for 6 months. I used to think it was my ticket out, my real beginning. Instead, it vanished into a black hole of non-responses and legal dead ends. And 3 quarters later, Thorntech unveiled a revolutionary AI-assisted sync tool that looked almost pixel for pixel like what I'd pitched. I swipe through until I find the one that still makes my stomach twist. A code snippet, highlighted, annotated, marked with a comment thread from the review panel. I zoom in, focusing on a single line. A calculation string I created while high on too much espresso and a hunch. Unique, messy, mine. And there it is, repackaged, market-ready, trademarked. Thorntech didn't just build something similar, they built it exactly. Joey glances over from the pastry case, drying his hands on a rag. He's still watching me, casual but careful. "She doesn't know," he says, voice low, more observation than question. I don't look up, just tap the screen once, watching the highlight flicker under my thumb. "No," I say quietly. "Not yet." And that's the part that really gets me. Because for the first time, I'm not sure what I want more. An apology. Or another reason to see her again.
Chapter 3. Ayanna. The executive lounge at Thorntech was designed to soothe billion-dollar nerves. Everything is neutral-toned and deeply intentional. Velvet seating in shades of grayish. Geometric art on the walls. A scent machine programmed to release subtle bursts of sandalwood and strategy every 20 minutes. It's the kind of space that whispers, "You're in control," while handing you a panic attack and cashmere gloves. I sit in the corner armchair with my legs crossed and a teacup balanced delicately in my palm. The oolong inside has gone cold. I haven't taken a single sip. Across from me, Sonia, the publicist, scrolls through her tablet with the kind of panicked serenity unique to PR professionals and hostage negotiators. Her brow lifts slightly with every headline she reads. She doesn't need to read them out loud. I've seen the coverage. I live it. Investor perception is trending downward, she finally says, voice syrupy smooth but tight around the edges. Not because of fiscal performance, obviously, but because the overall brand presence feels distant, cold, a little clinical. My eyes flick toward Talia, who sits beside her with one ankle crossed neatly over the other, and a look that says, "Buckle up." Her blazer is forest green, double-breasted, and fitted like she might rip it off to engage in hand-to-hand combat at any moment. Sonia continues, swiping left. There's a growing narrative among external stakeholders that you've become disconnected. Not just from the public, but from the people behind the product. The messaging is too polished. It lacks emotional access points. I blink slowly. Emotional access points. Relatability, Talia translates dryly. They want to believe the Iron Goddess has a gooey center. I see, I say, setting the teacup down with surgical precision. And investor confidence hinges not on the company's performance or its global partnerships, but on whether or not I can simulate empathy in a quarterly statement. Sonia has the decency to look mildly uncomfortable. It's not that extreme. It's exactly that extreme. Talia cuts in. We've been dancing around this for 6 months. Your leadership profile is being weaponized as a liability because no one can picture you smiling without a prompt. That's because I don't smile without a reason, I say. Talia gives me a look, just quietly exhausted. The kind of look that only a woman who's been climbing alongside me for a decade could deliver without getting burned. This isn't about who you are, she says. It's about what they see. And right now, they're not seeing someone they believe in. They're seeing a figurehead with no story. You're flawless, Ayanna. And flawless doesn't trend. The silence that unfolds is velvet-draped and cavernous. I glance down at the tea, still untouched, and briefly consider throwing the saucer across the room just to see if it would finally register as a relatable outburst. Instead, I lean back in the chair and lace my fingers together in my lap. The light from the overhead pendant cuts across the room like a spotlight, hitting the edge of my shoe. All right, I say. Let's hear the plan. Because if they want warmth, I'll give them fire. But they'll never see me melt. Talia doesn't waste time with transitions. The moment Sonia pauses to breathe, she takes over like a second-wave assault team. Here's the reality, she says, shifting forward in her seat with hands folded neatly over her knee. Efficiency doesn't trend. Story does. I narrow my eyes. Are you giving me a TED Talk? Not unless you want slides. She taps the tablet Sonia passed off earlier and flips it around to show me a curated grid of social media posts and press snippets. Women in tech, all mid-pivot, founders with startup backgrounds and curated love lives, headlines screaming about engagement announcements, secret weddings, slow dancing in gala ballrooms under philanthropic chandeliers. People don't invest in companies anymore, Talia says, tone clinical. They invest in people they think they know. And right now, you're being framed as the success story that forgot how to feel. I study the feed, woman after woman, looking relatable in relaxed blazers and cuffed jeans, laughing with their partners like no one's watching, even though everyone very much is. I'm half a glass of wine away from breaking out in hives. Is this what we're doing now? I ask. Marketing my personal life like it's a product launch? Sonia fidgets with her stylus. Think of it as narrative reinforcement. You're a visionary, Ayana, but a lonely one reads like a cautionary tale. A balanced visionary? That gets clicks. That attracts capital. Talia doesn't soften her delivery. She never does. That's why she's lasted in my orbit this long. There's a wedding next weekend, she says, scrolling to a calendar node and turning the screen back toward herself. Reynolds and Lee, high profile, press access, full investor slate. It's not just a wedding. It's a walking, champagne-soaked networking opportunity. I'm not going to someone else's wedding to play romance for the cameras. You're going because Elliot will be there, Talia counters, smooth and cold. Because he's already floating your emotional rigidity as a reason to push you out of the expansion vote next quarter. And because every day you refuse to play along, he gains ground. I exhale sharply and reach for the tea I no longer want. The handle is cool between my fingers. So what? You want me to show up with a Labrador and slacks? Someone photogenic who can nod and laugh on cue while I make small talk about enterprise-level APIs and pretend I'm emotionally available? Talia doesn't flinch. If the Labrador happens to look good in a tux and can be trusted not to crash your stock value, yes. Sonia, ever the peacemaker, chimes in softly. We just need someone charming, harmless, humanizing. Think of it as temporary. I lean back and stare at the ceiling for a long second. The light fixture above me is a custom Italian design. Minimalist, exquisite, absurdly expensive. I remember picking it out 3 years ago like it mattered. Like the light in the conference room was going to keep the wolves at bay. Narrative is the new currency. And apparently, I'm broke on relatability. Sonia, sensing just enough of a crack in my resolve to make her move, slides a slim black folder across the table. The kind of folder used for pitch decks and prenups. It's glossy, heavy, and stamped with the Thorntech emblem in the bottom corner, like we're branding cattle now. These are vetted, she says quickly. Tech adjacent mostly. Some startup guys with clean reputations, media training, and strong public image metrics. One of them did a TEDx on empathy and software design. That's not a thing, I mutter, opening the folder anyway. Inside, it's worse than I imagined. Each profile is a neatly formatted sheet. Name, credentials, high-res headshots in various lighting scenarios, recent quotes pulled from tech panels or puff pieces. There's even a projected relatability score at the bottom of each page, color-coded for maximum offense. Page 1. Too polished. Feels like he smells faintly of printer ink and startup sweat. Page 2. Smirks in every photo like he's trying to seduce a room of investors. Page 3. Describes himself as a digital nomad with a growth mindset. I snap the folder shut. I've seen better chemistry for my iOS terms and conditions. Talia doesn't even blink. She just takes the folder back and sets it aside like a burned souffle. We're not aiming for chemistry, she says. We're aiming for optics, narrative, someone who fits the visual arc without overshadowing it. I arch a brow. A narrative vehicle, really? She shrugs. You're the brand. He's the packaging. Sonia jumps back in, her tone smooth, practiced, slightly apologetic. Think of this as performance strategy. You control the scope, the appearance, the timeline. This isn't about romantic entanglement. It's about brand insulation. I glance between the two of them, my consigliere and my spin doctor, both sitting there like they're pitching product enhancements instead of people. This is dystopia with better lighting, I mutter. Talia smirks, eyes glittering with that particular shade of mischief that usually ends in an NDA or a boardroom mic drop. We don't need romance, just a convincing narrative vehicle. Remind me why I ever let you read McKinsey white papers. Because I read faster than you do, and I'm less inclined to throw them out the window when they're right. She's not wrong. And that's the part that makes me want to scream into my perfectly curated throw pillows. Instead, I sit back, exhale through my nose, and let the absurdity settle like dust in the corners of the room. This is where we are now, vetting men like third-party vendors, matching emotional currency to press viability, mining intimacy for optics. And people wonder why I don't date. I stare down at the sleek folder again, still closed, still radiating the faint insult of its contents. Each page inside represents something I've spent my life outrunning, a distraction, a threat dressed in charm. And yet, I know what's at stake. I can see the chessboard clearly now. Elliot baiting the board into doubt, public perception shifting like wet cement beneath my heels, the slow erosion of narrative control. This isn't about romance. It's about preservation. Fine, I say, the word hitting the air with the weight of a contract being signed. Explore candidates. Sonia straightens slightly, lips parting like she's about to thank me for choosing enlightenment. I cut her off before she can weaponize gratitude. But I want complete oversight. I continue, voice sharp enough to slice clean through her optimism. I pick, I approve. I control the messaging, the duration, and every appearance. Of course, she says quickly, already tapping something into her tablet. We'll filter accordingly. Public appeal, media readiness, clean background checks. No recycled influencers, I interrupt. No aspiring actors. No interns with jawlines and podcasts about vulnerability. I want someone neutral, anonymous, preferably boring. Talia snorts softly. So, someone who doesn't exist. I glance at her. Find him anyway. She nods, her expression smoothing back into efficiency. I'll reach out through closed channels, quietly. You'll have a short list by Friday. Thursday. Another nod. Of course. And just like that, it's emotion. I sit perfectly still while they pack up. The scent machine exhales another breath of curated calm. It's all too smooth, too controlled, a machine built to run even while you unravel inside it. I don't speak again until they're gone. Even then, I don't say it out loud, but something tightens in my stomach. A thread pulling across a line I hadn't intended to cross. Not ever. Not again. I used to think I could keep the personal out of the professional. That success meant never needing to blur the two. That if I built something strong enough, I'd never need to perform relatability for the sake of relevance. But the moment I agreed to this arrangement, curated companionship in service of investor confidence, I crossed the invisible fault line between power and theater. And I'm not sure there's a way back. The skyline stretches beyond my living room window, a glittering map of ambition etched in glass and steel. Chicago after dark is a different kind of beast. Quieter, yes, but no less electric. It pulses low and wide beneath me, a city still running even when it sleeps. I pour a glass of mineral water, From the carafe, I keep chilled, watching the bubbles rise like something trying to breathe beneath the surface. The silk robe I've slipped into is pale ivory, smooth as thought. Everything around me is quiet, and still, none of it feels like rest. The call lights up my phone before I even sit down. Aunt Nadine. The name alone pulls something in my chest a little looser. She's one of the few people I answer without hesitation, no matter the hour. I sink into the corner of the sectional and swipe to connect. Hey. She hums, her voice instantly warm. I know that hey, that's the don't start with me, I've had a day. Hey. I smile just a little. Maybe. You eat? I tried. Mostly stared at a charcuterie board until I hated all dairy. She chuckles softly, and the sound is like stepping back into a room that always smells like vanilla and pressed linen. That's how I know you're stressed. You used to eat cheese like it was your birthright. Still do. Just selectively. There's a pause, not long, but weighted. I saw the Bloomberg piece, she says finally. In that photo. The one where they said you looked regal, if emotionally remote. I close my eyes and exhale through my nose. You really called to dissect that headline? No, baby. I called to ask why you look so tired in it. I don't answer right away. The silence stretches, not uncomfortable, just real. She fills it as she always does with something soft but surgical. I know the game, Ayana. And I know you're playing it better than most. But don't let the title make you forget who you are. Her voice lowers, but the words hit like a prayer. There's more to legacy than what you leave in the stock report. I blink once, twice. The glass of water is still in my hand, sweating gently against my palm. People keep trying to tell me what my legacy should look like, I say, quieter than I mean to. They want softness, a relationship, a narrative that doesn't make them uncomfortable. They want a mirror that flatters them, not a window into you. She doesn't raise her voice. Nadine's strength is the kind that makes people straighten their spines without realizing it. I don't want you building empires that make you lonely, she adds, or shrinking into stories that don't fit you just because they sell. I'm not shrinking, I say, a little too quickly. I know, she says. I'm just making sure you remember that too. The call ends not long after. No dramatic goodbyes, just a quiet love you, and a reminder to get some rest. I sit for a while in the silence that follows, the glass still half full in my hand, the city blinking slowly outside the window, like it's thinking of me too. I don't feel like the only person in the room who sees me. After the call with Aunt Nadine, I open my laptop like muscle memory, fingers finding the keys before my mind catches up. My inbox loads with the usual blend of updates, vendor alerts, and calendar confirmations. I scroll without absorbing anything. Headlines blur, names fade, sentences start and end without landing. There's no urgency here. After a few minutes, I close the screen gently, the lid clicking shut like a soft apology. I lean back against the cushions and let my head rest against the spine of the sofa, eyes unfocused, the weight of the evening pressing in around the edges. The apartment is still, too still. My penthouse is staged in tones of elegance and control, brushed steel, sculptural lighting, silence that costs extra. But tonight, it hums with the kind of quiet that reminds you you're the only person here who breathes. I glance down at the glass still in my hand. The condensation trails along my skin, a slick half ring marking time. I haven't taken a sip in 10 minutes, maybe more. What does it mean to perform connection? To rent out pieces of yourself for consumption in the name of relatability? To appear just open enough to feel human, but never vulnerable enough to be unprotected? I think about the kind of partnership the board wants to see. The kind of glossy, red carpet-ready romance that rounds out a company's brand and makes shareholders lean in. They want a man who softens me without challenging me, who supports the narrative without threatening the hierarchy. Someone photogenic in press photos and quiet in private. The kind the press will celebrate. The kind that sells. I don't believe in it. Not anymore. Not after watching love fracture beneath ambition. Not after seeing too many smart women bend themselves into PR fantasies and call it compatibility. Not after years of watching success mean solitude, and silence being mistaken for strength. But belief is a luxury. I have shareholders, a board, a company whose pulse is tethered to how well I navigate the fault lines between genius and likability. So if the world needs a story, I'll give them one they'll never forget.
Chapter 4. Bram. The lock sticks again because of course it does. I jab the key in and smack it with the heel of my palm until the latch finally gives, that reluctant click echoing louder than it should. I flip the closed sign with more flair than I feel, then step back into the glow of the cafe's front windows. Wicker Park blinks slow and golden outside. The last of the late-night foot traffic stumbles by under flickering streetlights like ghosts who miss their trains. I yank off my apron with one hand and sling it over my shoulder as I drop into the corner booth. Joey's already there, legs stretched out like he owns the place, which after a 9-hour shift of dodging oatmeal catastrophes and caffeinated tech bros, maybe he does. The whole place smells like burnt caramel and espresso. The playlist rolled over into its lo-fi graveyard shift. Jazz that sounds like it gave up trying and started chain-smoking under the table. I slump into the vinyl booth and my spine cracks in protest. I rub my neck like I can physically scrub the day off me. Tell me again why I didn't go into accounting. Joey, still rocking a flour-dusted sweatshirt, tosses me a stale biscotti like it's communion. Because you hate khakis and authority, and sitting still for more than 4 minutes. Well played. We sit in silence for a minute, just soaking in the stillness. Outside, a CTA bus sighs past. Inside, one of the overhead bulbs blinks like it's considering quitting for good. I stare into my coffee, its lukewarm regret in a paper cup, the kind of bitter I drink more out of habit than hope. Think she remembered me? I ask, not looking up. Joey blinks. Who? Ayanna Thorne, I say it quiet, like the name might still be dangerous. Joey's face morphs into mock horror. The Ice Queen? Yeah. He chokes on a laugh. Dude, you gotta stop calling her that in public. Someone's gonna live stream it, and she'll personally repossess your spleen. She already owns my soul and half my professional life, I mutter. Might as well complete the set. Joey snorts and stretches like a cat in a sunbeam. You ever gonna say something to her? Other than, light almond foam, no sweetener like it's her funeral order? I don't answer. Just keep staring at the window where the city blurs behind the glass like a half-finished thought. My reflection looks like a man trying too hard not to care. Because I did say something once. Not to her, but close enough that it still haunts me. The biscotti cracks like drywall in my mouth. I chew without tasting it. My brain's already somewhere else. Back in that code, that pitch deck, and the part of me that still believed in myself. I lean forward, elbows on the table, and say it like it's been sitting in my ribs all year. It was mine. Joey puts his phone down without even asking what I mean. He already knows. Not the whole app, I say. But the bones of it, the framework, my rec loop algorithm, the smart tagging. It wasn't flashy, but it worked. I submitted it to that accelerator, remember? Walkthrough video, GitHub link, the whole damn thing. I tap my fingers on the tabletop fast. Like maybe if I do it long enough, the truth won't feel like sandpaper in my throat. A couple weeks later, I get a canned rejection. No notes. No thank you. Just a shrug in digital form. Then, 6 months later, Pulse Map drops. Patent pending. Hailed as industry-redefining AI navigation. Built by Thorntech. I laugh, bitter, dry, the kind of laugh that tastes like blood. It's my code, Joe. They just polished it up and stuck a better font on top. Joey frowns, not because he's shocked, but because he doesn't know what to say. "You ever think about suing?" he asks finally. "Against them?" I scoff. "They've got lawyers who send cease and desists before breakfast. I've got a bike chain that squeaks when it rains." I rub my hands down my face. It's been over a year. I should be over it. Joey just shrugs. "Yeah, but you still sound like it happened yesterday." Maybe it did. At least the part of me that still cares. Because the bitterness on my tongue isn't from the espresso. It's from memory. And it's getting harder to swallow. I don't mean to spiral. But once the floodgate opens, it doesn't politely trickle. It breaks. All of it. The timelines, the late nights, the stupid hope. I was 24, I say, voice low but clipped. Fresh out of grad school, high off caffeine and code, thinking innovation actually mattered more than market share. Joey doesn't interrupt. He knows the tempo of this particular symphony. The incubator made it sound so noble. Build something meaningful. Contribute to the ecosystem. Nonsense wrapped in bootstrap language. They encouraged open submission. No NDAs, no provisional filings. Just trust. I lean forward, pressing my knuckles into the table hard enough that my skin creaks. I trusted this system, Joey. That was my sin. I believed merit still had weight somewhere. Meanwhile, Thorntech had half a dozen scouts trawling those programs, looking for the next stealable blueprint. And mine? Mine was practically gift-wrapped. I even labeled the prototype modules for accessibility. Joey whistles through his teeth, low sympathy worn thin with second-hand anger. They didn't even change the damn structure, I mutter. They knew. They knew it wouldn't hold up in court because I hadn't filed a damn thing, and they moved fast. Got it to legal. Got it to press. And suddenly I'm the idiot barista with a ghost of a patent and a learning experience. I grab my coffee, realize it's gone cold, and put it down like it personally betrayed me. I didn't even want equity, I add, quieter now. Not at first. I just wanted acknowledgement. One line, one note in a press release. Something that said, yeah, he helped. Joey finally speaks. And now? I lean back, eyes flicking toward the ceiling like maybe the answer's up there in the ductwork with all the other things I've swallowed. Now, I say, and my mouth curves into something that isn't quite a smile. Now, I want to burn their servers to the ground. Joey's the kind of friend who throws gasoline on your dumpster fire and then roasts marshmallows over the flames. So I'm not surprised when he grins like he just wrote my villain origin story. Maybe it's fate, he says, propping his chin on his fist like a rom-com critic. You've got a fake dating grudge narrative unfolding in real time. Pretend to date the CEO, sabotage her empire from within. Netflix would eat that up. I bark a laugh, sharp and involuntary. Yeah, and maybe next I'll develop a dating app for people with vendettas. Joey doesn't miss a beat. That's actually not a bad idea. X marks the spot, patent pending. We both lose it for a second, wheezing, snorting, high on caffeine and gallows humor. It feels good to laugh. Better than it should. But then the silence settles, and something in it moves, enough for me to notice the draft leaking through the cracks in my sarcasm. Because for a second, just a blink, I imagine it. What if I did? What if I leaned in, played along, got close enough to feel her breathing patterns, mapped the pressure points of her power? What if I saw her not just across a counter, but across a chessboard? The thought sours fast, curling at the edges. I shake it off. God, listen to me, I mutter. I sound like some Reddit villain arc. Joey shrugs. Sure, but you'd look hot doing it. I roll my eyes, but I'm still smiling. Barely. There's a knot forming low in my gut, the kind I've learned not to pull at too much. It's not anger exactly. Not bitterness either. It's temptation. And I don't like the shape it's starting to take. I'm halfway through stacking the chairs when my phone buzzes against the tabletop like it's got something to say. I swipe it up without looking, assuming it's another passive-aggressive notification from my budgeting app, gently reminding me I'm still broke. But it's not that. It's a DM. Anonymous sender. Encrypted. No profile picture, no handle I recognize. Just a single line of text and a timestamp. Interested in a short-term engagement. Must be discreet, presentable, and quick on your feet. Coffee chemistry not required, but encouraged. A reply of curious. Trademark. I freeze, thumb hovering over the reply button like it's a detonator. My first thought is spam. Some weird AI-generated scam built to prey on the chronically over-caffeinated. But the wording is intentional, wry, specific, and it knows about the coffee thing. Everything okay? Joey calls from the kitchen, where he's rummaging through the industrial fridge like a raccoon with rent due. I don't answer, I'm too busy rereading the message. Once, twice, a third time, slower. Short-term engagement, discreet. Coffee chemistry not required, but encouraged. My stomach knots, a tight coil of recognition and dread. Whoever this is, they know exactly who I am, and they're not advertising to just anyone. My thumb hovers, then taps. Curious. Joey leans in over my shoulder, craning to read the screen. TM? I don't answer at first. My thumb scrolls instinctively, eyes scanning the end of the message again. There's no contact info, no branding, just a dropped pin for some rooftop lounge in the West Loop, and a timestamp. Tomorrow, noon. That's it. But it's enough. The pieces click together in my brain like they've been waiting. Talia Monroe, I murmur. Joey furrows his brow. Who? Her COO. He whistles low. Damn, that's bold. I nod, but my thoughts are already miles ahead, spinning in tight, calculated loops. Talia Monroe doesn't send messages like this to strangers. She doesn't drop pins without purpose. If she's reaching out, it's because they've already vetted me and decided I might be useful. To Ayanna, to Thorntech, or to whatever performance they're about to stage for the press. Joey's still talking, probably offering jokes or caution. I can't really hear him. My pulse has gone too loud, rushing through my ears with a beat that feels like a countdown. They want something, and against every rational bone in my body, I want in.
Chapter 5. Ayanna. I arrive early, always do. The room is a masterclass in curated dominance, floor-to-ceiling glass on two sides, skyline winking behind linen-sheathed shadows, a lacquered black table stretching like a runway between us and whatever truth dares to enter. The scent is clean leather and bergamot. Strategic. Like everything else, I didn't choose this lounge for the drinks. I chose it for the silence it demands, the intimidation it wraps in brushed brass and acoustically engineered stillness. I set my folder precisely at center. My phone is face down. My expression is the kind they paint on marble busts. Stoic, severe, impervious to charm. This isn't a date. This is a vetting, and he's already on my clock. He arrives 2 minutes late. Not enough to offend, but just enough to agitate. The door hisses open, and there he is. Shoulders relaxed, curls still damp from a rushed shower, smelling like espresso, cedar, and the kind of poor decision I only make in dreams I refuse to unpack. He doesn't flinch when I don't greet him, doesn't stall at the doorway like most men do, waiting for permission to enter my space. No Bram Calder walks in like he's done this before. Like this room doesn't bend spines and test wills. I don't offer a seat. He takes one anyway. Black jeans, rolled sleeves. A smirk he only half commits to, which is somehow worse than the full thing. He leans back like this isn't high stakes, like the silence I let stretch between us isn't laced with minefields. So, he says finally, voice low and amused, "Is this the part where you ask me to describe my greatest weakness?" I tilt my head. "You're already showing it." He laughs, quiet, unfazed, and I can't quite tell if he's bluffing or already playing the long game. "I assume you've been briefed?" I ask, tone cool enough to fog glass. He leans an elbow on the table, fingers threading together with deliberate ease. Brief is one word for it. Vague is another. I don't blink. Instead, I slide the folder across the table with the precision of a blackjack dealer holding a royal flush. The dark navy cover opens to a dossier thick with curated receipts, his digital footprints, financial hygiene, dating app behavior metrics, and facial heat maps from controlled audience tests. Yes, I commissioned them. I don't make mistakes. I make informed decisions. He flips through it like it's light reading, eyebrows arching higher with each turn of the page. Then comes the low whistle. That's either flattering or terrifying. Both, I say, folding my hands atop the table, depending on how you perform. He doesn't flinch. In fact, he grins. A slow, deliberate curve of the mouth that suggests he's not just amused. He's entertained. Like I'm the challenge. Like he's already playing chess, and I haven't moved my pawn. Well, he says, snapping the folder shut. Glad to know I make the grade on paper. Want me to juggle next? I didn't bring oranges, but I can improvise. I narrow my eyes, but the corner of my mouth betrays me. Twitches just slightly before I rein it in. I hate that it almost works. Worse, I hate that he knows it. We get down to the bones of the thing. I lay out the expectations with the precision of a litigator prepping a hostile witness. No public displays of affection unless pre-cleared through me or PR. No unapproved interviews. No spontaneous hero moments. No freelancing the narrative. I meet his gaze like a scalpel meeting skin. This is choreography, not improv. He nods, still watching me like he's cataloging reactions in real time. And the emotional terms? I lean forward, folding my hands again. No feelings. His lips twitch. What about pretending to have feelings? Convincing but hollow, I say without pause. Like most modern relationships. He exhales a short laugh, low and amused, like I'm both hilarious and vaguely tragic. Remind me to quote you on Valentine's Day. I don't smile, I won't, but my pulse betrays me, ticking just a little faster, a little louder in my ears than it should. Not because of him, not exactly. It's the certainty, the control slipping, molecule by molecule, like heat off glass. The worst part? He notices. He's smarter than I expected. Not in the way men usually perform intelligence. Over-explaining things I built or quoting articles I published. No, his mind is agile. Sharp without showing off. He doesn't peacock. He prowls. We volley through the basics. Background, expectations, contingencies. Then he pivots, casually referencing an emerging machine learning model, as if he read the same white paper I reviewed at 6 a.m. That's a bold assumption, I say, raising a brow. He shrugs. Bold is how we got pulse-responsive data integration, isn't it? My eyes narrow a millimeter. That's not on my public roadmap. Then, just to throw me, he quotes Neuromancer, deadpan but deliberate. The line lands perfectly, echoing in the space between us a code fragment searching for a match. I counter with a quote from Bell Hooks, something about love, performance, and the politics of perception. His reaction is almost imperceptible, almost. A half-beat delay in his breath, a flicker of recognition. He doesn't flinch. His confidence isn't fake. It's not the polish of someone trained to navigate rooms like this. It's lived in, earned. And that makes him dangerous. Because I don't know what else he sees when he looks at me. And worse, I'm not sure I want to stop him from seeing it. There's a pause, barely enough to register, but it lands like the breath between lightning and thunder. I've just said the word partnership. Clinical, strategic, clean, and his gaze dips, a flicker of focus, a stillness that sharpens the air between us. It lingers too long on my mouth. He catches himself, quick, polished with a joke that doesn't quite land, but still earns a smirk from himself. Guess that makes us co-founders of the great romantic hoax, he mutters, half under his breath. I don't reward it with a smile, but I feel it. Tight and low in my chest, like the first snap of static before a storm. He leans back like nothing happened, like the air didn't just change. I cross my legs, deliberately slow. I make a note in the margin of my folder, something irrelevant, just to anchor my hands. To remind myself of gravity, it's not attraction. Not exactly. It's recognition. Something older than chemistry and smarter than coincidence. Like we've been circling the same orbit for years, unaware of the gravitational pull until now. Until this room, this deal. I stand first, a calculated move. It signals control, signals closure. The meeting is done, terms negotiated, roles assigned. But the air hasn't cooled, not even close. He rises a breath behind me, casual in that way men are when they don't feel the need to prove they belong. It's infuriating and effective. I extend my hand. It's ceremonial mostly. Something for the cameras that aren't here. A gesture of professionalism. He takes it. His grip is warm. Steady, grounded, unnervingly balanced. Not the handshake of someone bluffing his way through this. It's the handshake of someone who knows exactly what he's just agreed to, and might already be 3 moves ahead. His thumb presses lightly, deliberately against my palm before he releases. Not flirtatious, just intentional. Dangerously so. He meets my gaze head on. No smirk this time. Just that frustrating, infuriating awareness. Like he's already mapped the exact pressure points it would take to unravel me. Congratulations, I say coolly, retrieving my hand like it wasn't just studied. You're officially my fake boyfriend. His mouth curves, slow and shameless. Can't wait to disappoint you. And the worst part? I believe him. Not because he'll mess up, but because I'm no longer sure who the threat in this arrangement really is.
Chapter 6. Bram. The elevator opens like a breath held too long, and I step out into a space that smells like money and engineered restraint. This isn't a lounge, it's a calculated flex. Floor-to-ceiling windows slice open the skyline on 2 sides, while shadows curl along the edges like they're afraid to get too close to the brushed brass. Every element, table, glint of glass, feels like it was chosen to remind people they're replaceable, especially the ones sitting on the wrong side of the deal. I show up 2 minutes late. Not disrespectful, just enough to press against the edges of whatever script she's got in her head. Ayanna Thorne is already seated at the far end of a black lacquered table that stretches between us like a chessboard nobody's pretending is friendly. She doesn't look up right away. Doesn't smile. Doesn't gesture. Her posture is perfect. Back straight, shoulders set, one ankle crossed over the other like she's been sculpted to intimidate. The lighting glances off her cheekbone like it's afraid to touch her twice. I don't wait to be acknowledged. I slide into the chair across from her with the kind of practiced ease that says I'm not new to this game. Even if my suit is 3 years out of date, and my last real paycheck came with a tip line. The air between us is thin, engineered, full of quiet tension. Not the kind that comes before a fight, but the kind you get when both people know the fight's already happening. They're just deciding which weapon to use. Truth is, I feel it. All of it. The pressure, the scrutiny, the way she's sizing me up like a human risk assessment file. But I don't fold. I sit back, drape an arm across the chair beside me, and offer a smile that doesn't quite reach my eyes. Not because I'm trying to be cool. Because it's the only shield I've got left that doesn't cost me anything. She finally looks up. Her expression is unreadable, etched in marble, polished and perfect. And still there's something behind her eyes. Not curiosity. Not amusement. Calculation. Whatever this is, I'm already being measured against outcomes I can't see yet. And honestly, I'm kind of into it. So she doesn't waste time with small talk. Just slides a folder across the table like it's a contract for my soul. Thick stock, no logo, no greeting, Just me, flattened, filtered, and weaponized. I open it slowly, mostly for effect, but partly because I need a second to brace. First page, financials, student loans, bank balance, that one ill-advised crypto detour I never told Joey about. Next, employment history, social handles, screen names I thought were buried under enough dead code to be untraceable. But it's not the basics that catch me. It's what comes after. Heat map data, not metrics, faces, reactions. Some analyst, probably bored out of her mind and triple-degreed from MIT, charted where people's eyes lingered when they saw photos of me. Smiles, blinks, dilated pupils logged like emotional diagnostics. This woman didn't just look me up. She ran a damn focus group. I grin. It's automatic, a reflex. Not because I'm charmed, because it's the only shield I've got when someone sees this much. She hasn't cracked a smile since I walked in, and yet there's something in her tone that tells me this isn't the first time she's dissected a man and filed him under asset or error. And still, I want to know what she looks like when I surprise her. I want to see her reaction if I pass whatever impossible test she's silently running between every breath. And I really want to know if she's scared of how much she already knows, or scared I might know something back. The air shifts when we get to the terms. No fanfare, no breath to soften the blow. Just clause after clause, each one delivered in that clean, surgical tone of hers, cutting with precision. Never mess. No public displays of affection unless pre-cleared through me or PR. No unapproved interviews. No spontaneous hero moments. No freelancing the narrative. I meet his gaze like a scalpel meeting skin. This is choreography, not improv. Spontaneous displays of affection? I ask, mostly to watch her reaction. Absolutely not, she replies. We don't freelance the narrative. Every word lands with the chill of policy language, but it's her eyes that hold me still, calm, assessing, sharp enough to shave off any charm I think about hiding behind. Then she says it. No feelings. The phrase isn't tossed off casually. It's measured, intentionally clipped, like she's naming something buried, like she's drawing a hard line around something that's already burned her once. What about pretending to have feelings? Convincing but hollow, she says without pause, like most modern relationships. I laugh, quick, involuntary. It punches out of me before I can catch it. Remind me to quote you on Valentine's Day. She doesn't laugh, not with her mouth anyway, but her fingers, resting in that perfect triangle of control atop the table, tighten slightly. A twitch, barely perceptible. But I see it. That's the first crack. It's not a tell. Not quite, but it's enough. Enough to know I touched something real, however small. And I should probably leave it alone. But I won't. Because now I want to see what else she's hiding behind that fortress of perfectly pressed silk and steel-plated poise. Not for strategy, just for the hell of it. Somewhere between her outlining our media expectations and me trying not to picture her in anything but command. I forget I'm not supposed to like her mind. She drops a quote from bell hooks like it's nothing, like it's casual conversation and not a velvet hammer to my spine. Not a challenge dressed in theory and grace. I stare for half a second too long. Not because I'm surprised she read hooks. Of course she has. It's the precision that rattles me. The way she wields it like a scalpel, clean, unflinching, intentional. So I volley. Not out of ego, not to posture, out of instinct. I quote Neuromancer, the line about the future being already here, just unevenly distributed. It's a gamble, sure, but also a warning. Her eyes narrow with recalibration. She tracks every syllable like she's parsing code, mapping origin, intent, pattern, reading the syntax beneath the sentence. It's not flirtation, it's architecture, and we're both checking the load-bearing walls. I don't know if she's trying to impress me, outwit me, or dismantle me, but I know this. She didn't expect me to keep up. And now? Now she's wondering what else I'm not supposed to know. I let the quiet moment stretch. Let her feel it settle in. A new variable. A new version of me that doesn't fit the printout in her folder. And for the first time since I walked into this polished, brass-knuckled mausoleum of a room, I have the advantage. She says the word partnership, and I shouldn't be looking at her mouth, but I am. Just for a second. Just long enough to notice the way the word lands, the way her lips tighten on the second syllable like she's trying not to give it too much weight. It's not conscious, which makes it worse. I cover with a joke, some nonsense about co-founding a romantic hoax. Cheap, easy, the kind of line that usually resets the vibe. But it doesn't reset anything. It mutates. The air doesn't lighten. It thickens. This isn't candlelight and tension. It's electricity braided through fiber optics, humming under the floorboards of something neither of us has named. There's a shift I can't quite place. Like the algorithm between us has recognized a recursive loop. Like some part of me already knew her voice, even before we met. Like I've heard it encoded between headlines and hex values, trying to rewrite the rules without admitting that I'm the one breaking them. She crosses her legs, slow and precise. Her eyes don't leave mine, and for once, neither of us has anything clever to say. It's not silence. It's compression. Something dense waiting to decompress at the wrong moment. And that's when it strikes me. It's not attraction. Not entirely. It's recognition, like we've passed each other before. Maybe not in real life, but in proximity to the same disappointment, ambition, and need to build something that can't be stolen this time. Like we've both been debugging the same line of human code for years, only to realize the variable might be each other. And now, in this curated skyline trap of brushed brass and sharp edges, we're finally compiling. She stands first. Classic power play. Controlled timing, crisp posture, not a single ounce of hesitation in the movement. Like she's declaring the end of the meeting by standing where others would ask permission. I follow. Slower, more fluid, not lazy, intentional. If this is a game of dominance, I won't win by mirroring her. I'll win by refusing to flinch. She extends her hand, formal, perfunctory, like she's offering me a contract written in skin and unspoken rules. But I take it with both gravity and interest, letting our palms align like a handshake and a challenge rolled into one. Her skin is warm. Her grip is dry even. No softness, no posturing. Just pressure, the kind that says she's not here to test me. She's here to see what I do. I meet her eyes with clarity, not because I figured her out, not even close, but because I want to. Because at last I'm standing across from someone who doesn't underestimate me, and that makes her dangerous. And maybe worth the risk. Congratulations, she says, voice smooth but razor-lined. You're officially my fake boyfriend. I smile, slow and sharp. Not performative, not flirty, just teeth. Promise, intention. Can't wait to disappoint you. She doesn't laugh, doesn't twitch, but I catch it, right there in her eyes. Not fear, curiosity. And the thing is, I mean what I said. Not the line about disappointing her. The part I didn't say out loud, because I'm already planning not to.
Chapter 7. Ayana. Talia's already camped out at the conference table in my office when I walk in, tablet balanced on one manicured knee, and a black coffee that smells like scorched ambition within arm's reach. She doesn't bother looking up, just flicks a finger across the screen and says, "We have a problem with table 7. I don't ask what the problem is. Talia doesn't do small talk, and if she's flagging something this early, it's already metastasized into a headline waiting to happen. I set my own coffee down, lighter roast, almond milk, no sugar, and slide into the chair across from her, adjusting my blazer sleeve like I'm straightening a chess piece before the opening move. Let me guess, I say. Legacy trust fund with a legacy drinking problem? Talia tilts her head. Worse. Tech billionaire who thinks he invented crypto and refuses to sit next to anyone who's been in a Forbes list he wasn't on. She hands me the updated seating chart without breaking stride. I moved him next to someone as ostentatious as he is. Seemed appropriate. I let out a soft, not quite laugh and glance at the chart. The wedding is in 3 days, and it already feels less like a celebration and more like a soft launch for fiscal power consolidation. Every name on this list represents a donation, a favor, a board seat, or an uncashed social chit, and I hardly know bride and groom, which makes me the de facto ambassador to them all. Talia swipes again. I've mapped out photo angles for the ceremony and brunch. We'll place you and Bram front left near the garden arch. Low sun, good lighting, no back shadows. It's the best spot for editorial pickup if Getty shows. I nod. You're assuming Bram shows. She pauses just long enough to make the silence pointed. He will. He signed. The words feel too final, too mechanical, like a business acquisition I haven't fully merged with. I sip my coffee slowly and try not to wince at the bitterness. Somewhere along the way, strategy stopped tasting like success and started tasting like burnt beans and mild resentment. Talia continues listing contingency plans for if someone drinks too much at the welcome dinner, if the boat ride ends in a scandalous Snapchat story, if Bram's jawline outshines my heels. She's already thought of everything. I'm just the vessel it all gets poured into. I glance out the window at the skyline beyond, then back at my tablet. 3 unread emails, 1 new headline about my company's Series D, and a curated playlist titled Soft Power. I'm wearing lipstick labeled C-Suite Chorale, hair slicked into a chignon that took 2 assistants and a flat iron to perfect. There's no room here for improvisation, only execution. And I wonder, not for the first time, what it would feel like to walk into a room and be just me, with no brand to protect, no legacy to extend, no IPO to outperform. But Talia taps the screen again and we move on to the next bullet. And with a snap of her fingers, the thought is gone. Remember, Talia says, swiping through her pitch deck like she's delivering scripture. You're the image now, not the intention. She doesn't look up as she says it, doesn't need to. The words hit their mark with the efficiency of a sniper and the emotional warmth of an NDA. I lean back against the chair, letting the weight of her voice settle into my spine. She's talking about Bram, obviously, about how he's being received, how his slightly too wild hair and unfiltered charm might land in the press, about the chemistry we haven't quite acknowledged but are now expected to package, monetize, and deliver with a bow. Talia taps again. Slide change. This is how you'll look on the yacht. A mock-up of our silhouettes on a sun-drenched deck flashes across the screen, his hand on my lower back, my smile subtle and expensive. Don't lean in too far, she adds. You'll look needy. Tilt your chin. Relax your mouth. Give them warmth without surrender. I nod once, a fractional move I've perfected over years of boardrooms and gala stages. The next slide shows a breakdown of public sentiment, analysis from our last photo op outside the cafe. Apparently, people respond best when his body is turned slightly toward me, when my hand rests just above his wrist, not below. Suggests mutuality, Talia says, but not dependence. She rattles off a list of preemptive headlines. Power couple or PR stunt, from beans to billionaire. The rise of Bram Calder, Ayanna Thorne. Finally softens. I sip my bitter black coffee and file each one away like bullets in a magazine. This isn't new. This is the job. But what is new? What I haven't admitted even to myself is the way my body reacts when his name is mentioned before he enters the room. The way my pulse stutters not from nerves, but from some unnameable expectation. Talia keeps talking, and I keep listening. I play the part. Every nod is deliberate, every blink designed. If I'm going to be someone's fantasy, I'll be the kind that wears her power like a patent and her secrets like a second skin. The kind who signs deals in diamonds, ends empires with a gaze, and deletes attachments with surgical precision. The kind who never breaks character, even when the role starts to feel uncomfortably close to real. After Talia leaves, the silence rushes back in like a tide, cool, sterile, and just a touch condescending. I close my laptop with a snap that's more satisfying than it should be, then walk to the full-length mirror near the window, heels whispering against polished concrete like they're in on something I'm not. The light here is kind, not flattering exactly, just honest. It spills across my reflection in soft ribbons, highlighting the exact precision of my lipstick, the armor of my posture, the tension wired tight beneath my collarbones. I study myself the way I'd study a rival, clinically without sentiment. I tilt my head slightly, shift my weight, soften the line of my mouth. Not to feel anything, just to see what it looks like when I do. I try on my titles like coats I no longer remember buying. CEO, the velvet one. Clean lines, expensive silence. Designed for rooms where emotion is a liability. Friend of the bride. Pastel and polite. Smells like compromise and citrus mimosas. I can already feel it itching at my throat. Girlfriend, the newest edition, still has the tags. Fake. I adjust my stance, angle my chin, run a fingertip along the edge of my jaw like a scalpel tracing possibilities. Somewhere beneath the layers, there's still a woman in here. Still Ayana. But she's buried under brand strategy, quarterly projections, and enough curated optics to fuel an empire. She only shows up in the quiet moments, when the doors are closed, the lights are low, and no one's watching but the moon. I squint, searching for the me that looks the most in control. Instead, I see a woman fluent in every language but rest. And somewhere deep in my chest, beneath the cashmere and code, I feel a question I don't have time to ask. My phone lights up against the marble desk, screen aglow with a notification that lands harder than it should. Reminder: send candid couple photo for feature teaser. The word candid scrapes something raw inside me. Manufactured spontaneity, an oxymoron dressed in good lighting. I unlock the screen with a swipe, thumb hovering for a moment, like maybe it'll change its mind. It doesn't. So I scroll. Past filtered shots from boardrooms and bland plated lunches at places that mistake minimalism for taste. There's one of me alone at some rooftop tasting menu. Tartare I barely touched, wine I pretended to like. My smile's precise, my posture lethal. Market ready. No Bram, not yet. Just me, polished into oblivion. I should feel triumphant, powerful. This is what I built after all, an empire of elegance and distance. But the silence in the room has started to shift. It doesn't feel like calm anymore. It feels like suspicion, like the walls are asking questions I don't want to answer. I stare at the screen a moment longer, thumb poised to fake a moment that never happened. And I wonder, when did alone stop meaning free and start meaning forgotten? I reapply my lipstick before the next Zoom call. Same shade, every time. Power red, shade 514. The kind of color that doesn't beg for attention. It commands it. It's matte, transfer-proof, and merciless. It doesn't smudge. It doesn't crack. It doesn't hesitate. I should take the hint. I swipe it across my mouth like war paint and watch myself in the vanity mirror. Steady hand, sharpened mouth. No tremble. This isn't vanity. It's choreography. Because I know exactly how much of me shows on camera and exactly what they expect to see. Not softness or vulnerability, presence, precision, the illusion of ease painted over steel. And no, it's not for them. Not for the men who think being heard is their birthright. Not for the press who love a woman with a headline but fear one with a spine. It's for me. Because control isn't an illusion. It's a habit, a ritual. A blade I've learned to wield so elegantly, most people forget it can cut. And if I've rehearsed it so well it no longer feels like a performance, good. That means it's working. I shut the office door with the kind of care usually reserved for crystal and secrets. My heels come off next, 4-inch weapons disguised as designer staples, kick gently beneath the desk like sins I'll reclaim tomorrow. I curl my legs beneath me, sinking into the chair not like a CEO, but like a girl who used to think titles were destinations instead of disguises. Chicago stretches beyond the window, lit like it's trying too hard, humming like it never doubts itself. It doesn't care if I'm barefoot or battle ready, it just keeps moving. I close my eyes. No meetings, no headlines, no curated personas waiting to be inhabited. Just breathe, just gravity, just me. I used to think Ayanna Thorne was who I am. Now I wonder if she's just the armor, tailored, polished, market-tested. A persona built by pitch decks and trauma responses. A brand with quarterly goals and signature scents. But under the serum and strategy, there's still someone breathing. Someone who remembers late nights on borrowed couches, startup plans scribbled on napkins, love songs played too loud on Bluetooth speakers. Someone I used to know. I don't have a roadmap back to her. But right now, in the hush of my office with the lights dimmed and my feet bare and no performance demanded, I let her surface, just long enough to remember she's still in here, somewhere.
Chapter 8. Bram. My apartment smells like leftover takeout and old dreams, soy sauce packets breeding in corners, a pile of laundry that's graduated from ignored to intentional. The radiator hisses like it's got something to say, but Leo's the only voice cutting through the static. He's sunk deep into the couch cushions, controller in hand, eyes locked on the screen with battlefield intensity. "You sure fake dating a billionaire isn't how most horror movies start?" he asks without looking up, thumb triggering a digital grenade. I grunt, rifling through my closet like there's a secret compartment labeled dignity. The hangers rattle. Everything I own is some version of trying too hard or not trying at all. One blazer still smells faintly like job interviews I didn't get. The other has a frayed cuff I meant to fix 2 apartments ago. "I'm not fake dating her," I mutter, yanking a suit off the rack that hasn't seen sunlight since my last near miss with respectability. "It's strategic alignment." Leo snorts, pausing the game just long enough to stretch and sling a knowing look in my direction. Right. And I'm a crypto millionaire who gives TED Talks on emotional maturity. I flip him off with one hand while trying to flatten a stubborn wrinkle with the other. "She needs a story. I need access. We both pretend for a weekend, and then we go back to our respective corners of hell. And you just happen to get chosen because fate, karma, sexy LinkedIn profile photo." I glare at him, but my mouth twitches. She liked my vibe. Uh-huh. Leo kicks his feet up on the coffee table, which wobbles under the weight of a 3-day-old pizza box, one of my more existentially challenged houseplants. "Just make sure you don't catch feelings. Rich people can smell desperation. It's like blood in the water." Thanks for the confidence boost. He shrugs, grabbing his controller again. "Just saying, you walk into her world looking like a clearance rack manifesto, and she'll either fix you or finish you." That one hits a little too close to something I'm not ready to name. I button the shirt I settled on, clean but barely, and smooth the fabric like that'll somehow make it belong on me. Leo glances over, expression softening a shade. "Hey, seriously, you good?" I nod, too quickly. "It's just a weekend." He doesn't argue, doesn't call me out, just returns to the game with a low, "All right then, go forth and infiltrate." I check the clock, then check it again. Train leaves in 40. Somehow, the pixel gunfire, the half-wilted basil plant, the brother who's been more parent than peer since the day everything fell apart. This is the only thing that feels real. Everything else? Smoke and mirrors, and one very well-dressed illusion waiting on a platform in Lake Forest. Leo pauses the game right as his character levels up, which is its own kind of miracle. He sets the controller down, arms draping over his knees as he watches me rummage through the top drawer for a travel-sized lint roller that may or may not have died in 2017. "This is real, huh?" he says, voice low and laced with the kind of curiosity that's really a dare. "You're actually going full Pretty Woman for corporate revenge." I hold up a wrinkled Oxford like I'm summoning patience and give it a half-hearted shake. First of all, she's not Richard Gere. Second, I'm not sleeping with her. Leo arches an eyebrow, slow and smug. Yet. I throw the shirt at him. It lands on his shoulder, limp and accusing. He doesn't even flinch, just peels it off and tosses it onto the couch like he's helping. "Just saying," he continues, like he hasn't spent a decade making bad decisions and watching me patch them. "This kind of setup, hot girl, fancy world, clear terms, it feels simple, right up until it's not." I cross the room and double-check that my charger, toothbrush, and very necessary backup deodorant are in my duffel. "Leo, it's a weekend." I show up, look mildly presentable, hold her hand for some photos, and keep my mouth shut. He watches me zip the bag with more finality than it deserves. You ever notice how the guys who say just a weekend are usually the ones spiraling by Monday? I pause, fingers tightening around the handle. He shrugs and leans back into the cushions. "Look, man, I'm not judging. I'm just saying, don't forget why you started this. You wanted in, not under." I cover my real response with a laugh. "Thanks, Confucius. That all, or do you want a monologue about the meaning of love while you're at it?" Leo grins, reclaiming his controller like this entire conversation never happened. "Nah, I'll save it for your wedding toast." The zipper hisses closed on the other garment bag like it knows more than I do. I sling it over my shoulder and take a final pass through the apartment, because leaving always feels like a risk, even when it's temporary. The cracked mirror by the door catches me mid-stride, splitting my reflection across a jagged seam like a warning. The shelf near the window still leans left, propped up by an old programming textbook. The potted plant on top is doing its best to die quietly. I respect the effort. Nothing here screams luxury. It doesn't even whisper comfort. But it's mine. A place where I've code-switched through contracts and ramen dinners, where I've rewritten apps at 3 a.m. just to cover rent and pretend I'm not chasing something bigger. Leo stands by the door, twisting the cap off a tiny bottle of cologne with the flair of someone who's never bought his own. He tosses it to me underhand, easy and instinctive. I catch it without thinking. "For the optics," he says, deadpan. "Smell like you belong with the rich folks." I tuck it into the side pocket of my duffel. "Thanks, thief." He grins, but the humor fades a little at the edges. "Don't forget who you are, yeah? Even if you're faking everything else." My hand freezes on the doorknob. There's a beat of silence, long enough to make it feel like a pause between scenes. I nod once, short and tight, like that'll be enough to hold me together. But the truth is heavier than the bag on my shoulder. Because the moment I step onto that train, I'm not just leaving behind a crooked bookshelf and a dying plant. I'm stepping into someone else's world. I don't know if I'm walking in as myself or walking out of him for good. The train to Lake Forest hums beneath us, polished metal, low murmurs, and that sterile, over-conditioned scent that rich people mistake for clean. It's not my usual jam. No graffiti on the walls, no guy beatboxing in the corner for tips. Just white noise and wealth wrapped in brushed steel and climate control. Ayana's already there when I board, tucked into a window seat like she was carved out of posture and precision. Trench coat immaculate, sunglasses reflective enough to deflect interest. Her earbuds are in, but the screen's dark. No music, no distraction. She may be trying to ignore me. I hover a second longer than I should before taking the seat across from her. She doesn't look up, just flicks her eyes toward the empty spot beside her. Barely a gesture, more command written in subtext. I move without speaking. Up close, she smells like vetiver and velvet threats. Her fingers move fast across her phone, then pause. Type. Delete. Type again. She never sends. I scroll on mine like I've got something urgent to check. I don't. I just need to keep my hands busy so I don't reach for whatever she's not saying. Her foot taps once, rhythmically, nervously, and stills like she caught herself doing something too human. We don't talk, not because we can't, because we know this space is temporary, a liminal blur between who we were before this train and who we're pretending to be at the other end of the line. And yet, there's something in the silence. A rhythm I can't place but recognize anyway. It's not comfort. Not quite. It's permission. To not perform. To just be. For now, that's enough. It starts gradually, like all soft collapses. Her shoulder shifts, just a fraction, as she angles toward the window, head tilted like she's testing gravity's loyalty. At first, I think she's just adjusting, recalculating space, reasserting boundaries. But then it happens. Her temple finds my shoulder, lightly, without warning. The kind of unintentional touch that would be nothing from anyone else. But it's her. Ayanna Thorne, the woman who turns posture into punctuation, who weaponizes silence and dresses like authority, got lonely and needed a muse. She's asleep. On me. My muscles go still, instinctively bracing like she might snap awake and accuse me of orchestrating this, of catching her in a moment she didn't authorize. But she doesn't move, not even a twitch. Her breath evens out in quiet waves, soft, steady, real. Her lashes flutter once, like the last trace of vigilance trying to hang on, and then go still against her cheek. And that's when I feel it. The weight isn't physical. It's not just her head, not just the slight lean of her frame. It's everything she's been carrying. All the hours, headlines, and silent rehearsals. The constant performance of power. The armor that looks like lipstick and legacy. But underneath, exhaustion. Curated. She didn't mean to trust me with this, but now that she has, I feel the gravity of it settle between us. I don't move. Not because I'm flattered. Because I get it. Sometimes rest isn't about the body. It's about the moment when no one expects you to hold the ceiling up anymore. When you can let go, even if only for the duration of a train ride through someone else's world. So I let her sleep. I owe her that much. Lake Forest unfurls outside the train window like it was designed to make people like me feel poor in new and creative ways. The trees are too symmetrical, the hedges trimmed with military precision. Even the squirrels look like they have trust funds. Ayanna stirs just as the conductor announces our stop. Her breath catches like a system rebooting. She lifts her head from my shoulder without a word, and for a second I wonder if she even realizes she fell asleep. But then she straightens her coat, smooths her lapels, and touches a finger to her lips. Subtle, surgical, like she's putting herself back together one invisible piece at a time. She doesn't apologize. Doesn't thank me. She just glances my way. One sharp look that cuts through the hum of the train like a scalpel. "Smile like you belong," she says. I smirk, letting it curl slow and deliberate. You want charming or cocky? Her head tilts just slightly, no amusement in her expression, only calculus. Try not to look like you're casing the estate. I tuck my hands in my pockets. Fair enough. The train slows, brakes hissing like a sigh, too exhausted to argue. I step aside and let her exit first. Because it's her battlefield. I'm just here in borrowed armor. We hit the platform like a match set, her heels clicking with authority, my boots softer but steady. A black town car waits near the curb, all sleek lines and intimidation. The driver holds the door without eye contact. Of course he does. I slide in beside her, and just like that, we're in the lion's den, or at least the driveway leading to it. Gates open on a delay, like they're deciding whether or not we're worth the effort. Beyond them, a mansion sprawls across manicured acres, like it's allergic to modesty. Columns, balconies, the kind of windows designed for judgment, not sunlight. Ayanna's jaw tightens the closer we get, but she doesn't blink. Me? I breathe shallow eyes sweeping the terrain, cataloging exit points I'll never use and dollar signs I'll never earn. Still, I match her pace. Because whether or not I was born for this doesn't matter. I'm here now, and I've got a role to play. Game on.
Chapter 9. Ayana. The rehearsal dinner is held in a private country club, so aggressively refined, it practically sneers at outsiders. Every surface gleams like it's been wiped with generational wealth and antidepressants. The air is chilled, just enough to keep the nerves sharp and the pores invisible. Even the chandeliers seem judgmental. I tug Bram aside before we enter the main ballroom, positioning us in front of a marble bust of someone's grandfather who invented leverage buyouts. His tie is crooked, just slightly, but the imperfection is louder than it should be. I reach for it, fingers brushing against his collarbone, and smooth it with the kind of precision that says, I rearrange entire lives for a living. Don't test me. 3-second rule for eye contact, I say under my breath. No politics, no unsolicited opinions on wine regions, and if someone mentions crypto, just nod like it's a love language. Bram watches me, amused, the corners of his mouth ticking upward like he's fighting the urge to turn the moment into sport. Got it. Smile, sip, seduce. I lift one brow. That's not the order. He leans in, just enough that I catch the scent of something warm and clean beneath the borrowed cologne. But it is more fun. The laugh that escapes my throat feels like treason. I clamp it down fast, like it might give too much away. I've worn armor every day of my life, and this man, this ridiculous, wrong-footed, stupidly charming man, keeps finding the chinks without even trying. Ready? He asks, offering an arm like a scene partner before curtain call. I take it, spine straight, expression cool, always. And together, we walk into the lion's den, with grace rehearsed and intentions unspoken. Inside, the ballroom glows in warm white and strategic excess. Champagne flutes glitter like promises, and the string quartet in the corner plays the kind of music that costs extra because no one notices it. The crowd parts as we enter, not because of who we are, but because of what we look like together, curated for maximum visual yield. The bride, draped in silk and soft power, turns just enough to flash a smile. She's luminous in the way women are when everything around them is borrowed but perfectly lit. The groom hovers beside her, all teeth and trust fund, his handshake radius already full of hedge fund babies and political legacies in cufflinks. Someone near the seafood tower tilts their head. Is that Thorne? They murmur, low but not low enough. God, she looks happy. I don't flinch. I've heard that word weaponized too many times to believe it's always a compliment. But beside me, Bram plays the part like he was born for it. Hand resting lightly on my hip, his touch barely there. Just for show. That's what I tell myself. Nothing more. But the heat lingers, right where he touched me, and it shouldn't. Not this much. Not like this. My heels click against the parquet floor as we move toward the inner circle of power brokers. I feel his presence like static, warm, uninvited, impossible to ignore. He says nothing, doesn't need to. He knows exactly what he's doing. I don't hate it. Because for a single breath between the stairs and the scripts, I believe it too. The bar glows low and amber, backlit like an altar to excess. Bottles line the shelves in gradient rows, brown to gold, heritage to hype. I'm halfway through a flute of Veuve when I spot him. Elliot, lurking like a bad algorithm you thought you deleted, but somehow still syncs. He's flanked by 2 venture capitalists I recognize from quarterly summits. Sharp suits, sharper smiles. The kind of men who speak in projections and ask for favors disguised as compliments. Elliot stands with arms crossed, like posture is his only currency. He clocks Bram, then me, and narrows his eyes with the kind of smirk that says he still thinks I belong to him, even if I never did. "Mr. Calder," Elliot says, his voice dipped in condescension, "I trust you're enjoying your temporary upgrade." Bram doesn't even blink. His smile is all implication and zero warmth. "I'd say I'm lucky," he drawls, but that feels like an insult to Ayana's taste. I don't look at either of them. I just sip my drink as if the words bouncing around this circle mean nothing. Ice melt calm. One of the VCs, an older man with laugh lines like creases in cashmere, chuckles behind his tumbler. "You two look good together, a real power couple." "We're not a look," I reply smoothly. "We're a strategy." That should have been the last line, the button. But Bram chooses that exact moment to thread his fingers through mine like it's instinct. Like we've done it 1,000 times. It's simple contact, and my body completely betrays me. My pulse skips. Traitorous and telling. My knees don't buckle, not visibly, but I feel the shift, the give, the ground moving under me in soft seismic waves. I tighten my grip, not to play along, to anchor myself. Dinner courses come and go in elegant procession, something with truffle, something else with foam. I barely taste any of it. My palate is busy parsing the mood, polished, watchful, dripping with curated charm and sugar-coated agendas. Bram, for his part, plays the role like he was born into bespoke suits and insider grins. He pulls out my chair, laughs at all the right moments, even says something charming about the florals that makes the groom's mother beam. But it's over dessert, a champagne poached pear with creme anglaise, that he leans in, voice a whisper spun from smoke and sin. "You really hate that I clean up well, don't you?" I don't turn to him right away. I'm still cataloging the heat in my cheeks, the curl of a smile threatening to betray me. When I do finally glance over, my voice is measured, flat. "I hate that you know it." He chuckles, low, indulgent, velvet dark, the kind of laugh designed to crawl under your skin and pitch a tent. "You know," he murmurs. "For someone pretending to be in love, you're doing a bang-up job of looking genuinely offended by how much you enjoy this." I swat him lightly with the event program, more reflex than retaliation. It's supposed to be playful, a gentle reminder of the boundaries we established, but he catches my wrist and holds it. Just a beat too long, not hard. Just enough pressure to still the air between us. My breath catches, traitorous and involuntary, and when I pull my hand back, I do it slow. Controlled, because if I don't, I'll give myself away. And if there's one thing I've never been, it's someone who gets caught without a counterplay. Later, as the string quartet coasts through some elegant rendition of a pop song, stripped of its original bite, I drift toward the edge of the room, needing space. Not distance, exactly. Just a break from the choreography. That's when I catch it. Elliot, standing by a mirrored column near the bourbon tasting display, arms folded in that studied way of his. Observing. He's always been good at inventory. Spotting the crack in the foundation, the moment someone flinches, the word that doesn't quite match the smile. It used to impress me how quickly he could parse a person into parts, until I realized he never stopped to understand the whole. Bram notices him too. Doesn't say a word. Just shifts. Subtly, like he's positioning himself between me and the weight of that gaze. He's present in a way that says, "If this is war, I'll be your shield." And somehow, Elliot registers the message. His jaw ticks once. His glass tilts, untouched. He doesn't leave, but he looks away. I don't know what he sees when he looks at Bram and me now, but it's not leverage, not weakness. And I know it's not submission either. The photographer calls for one more candid. "Just lean in a little," she says, her voice bright and harmless, like she has no idea she's asking me to lie with my whole body. Bram doesn't wait for a cue. He loops his arm around my waist, the movement fluid, but not rehearsed. His hand settles like it's been there before, like it belongs. I don't flinch. That's the part that rattles me. I tilt my head just enough, angle my smile like I've got nothing to hide, and even less to prove. The flash goes off, followed by a second. Laughter somewhere near the dessert table, a clink of glassware, a compliment I barely hear. But something inside me shifts, quiet, seismic. It's not the slow burn pull of someone becoming more than they should. It's heavier than that, older. It's grief. Grief for something I never let myself want. For a softness I abandoned somewhere between boardrooms and bloodlines. For the me who could have believed in an arm around her waist meaning something other than leverage. Because in that flash of shudder and silence, it doesn't seem like a con. It feels like a life. A life I might have chosen if I hadn't already chosen something else first.
Chapter 10. Bram. The noise bleeds through the walls like static, polite laughter, clinking glass, the hollow echo of generational wealth congratulating itself on another merger, another marriage. I slip out through a side archway no one's watching, past a vase of flowers so overdone it could pass for an apology. The air on the other side is cooler, dimmer. Still, the library isn't just a room, it's a shrine. The scent hits me first, cedar and old paper, with a whiff of polish that smells expensive on purpose. Shelves climb toward coffered ceilings like they're reaching for approval. First editions, gilded spines. Knowledge not meant for access, just display. I walk slow, fingers grazing the leather-bound rows, half expecting some security drone to buzz and tell me I'm breathing too close to history. Most of these books haven't been opened in decades, maybe longer, but the room hums like it knows secrets anyway. A low lacquered table squats beneath a brass reading lamp, its surface scattered with back issues of tech magazines, and something that looks suspiciously like a spilled whiskey ring. I nearly walk past, until a familiar blue banner catches my eye. Tech Futures Quarterly. Issue date, 5 years ago. A time capsule. A trap. I pick it up, the pages curled from neglect but still sharp at the corners. The cover story headline blares in clean, authoritative font. Revolutionizing renewable storage. The energy sink leap. Below it, a photo of Ayana, sleek bun, crisp blazer. The kind of gaze that could close a deal or cut your funding, depending on how you held it. I already know I shouldn't open it, but I do. Because some things are louder than instinct. And this headline just hit like a gut punch I never saw coming. I flip past the glossy intro, something about next-gen storage, scalability, and equitable tech access. It's PR seduction dressed in sustainability. I don't care about the pull quotes or the wide-angle glamour shot of Ayana framed like a savior in heels. What stops me cold is the sidebar. Right there, printed in clean courier font under the heading Core Compression Functions Prototype Phase, is code. Not abstracted or paraphrased. Just printed. Like a trophy. I blink once, then again. But it doesn't change. Nested functions. Loop protocols. Memory footprint management broken down into time-stamped increments that only one person ever figured out how to optimize on a shoestring budget with an overheating laptop and too many Red Bulls. Mine. I skim the flow, heart thudding like it's trying to outprocess the algorithm. I know every indent, every variable. I even recognize the typo in one of the early logic comments. The one I never bothered to fix in my original pitch deck because I didn't think anyone would ever see it, except someone did. Someone took it. My stomach coils. This isn't homage. It's heist. I glance at the byline. In development under Ayana Thorne's oversight, the letters are black ink on a cream background, but they hit like blood on snow. She didn't just lift it. She curated it, repackaged it, pitched it under her own name like a legacy she was born to inherit. Ayana Thorne. Visionary CEO, elegant, impeccable, impossibly prepared, and now apparently a thief. But the worst part, The part that crawls up my spine and settles behind my teeth. She doesn't even know. Not yet. I hear it before I see her. Ella Fitzgerald, maybe. Or one of those slow-burn electro jazz remixes meant to sound like nostalgia dipped in champagne. The kind of song that smooths out sharp edges and makes everything feel more deliberate. The music seeps in as I step out of the library's hush and back into the ballroom glow. I hang near the doorway, half tucked into the shadow of a marble column, the air thick with sugared wine and curated laughter. My pulse is still uneven, like my heart's trying to code its own exit strategy. And then I see her. Ayanna. She's mid-laugh, chin tilted slightly, one hand curved over the back of her chair like it belongs there more than she ever has anywhere else. She's flanked by legacy and leverage, some board member's wife in pearls, a social impact fund director with the smile of someone who eats IPOs for breakfast. Ayanna fits, flawlessly, hair sleek, dress sharp, presence total, the kind of woman headlines are afraid to misquote. But I can't unsee it now. My code, stitched like quiet thread through the seams of her success. She doesn't know. At least I don't think she does. And that makes it worse, somehow. My fingers curl against the inside of my pocket. How do you tell someone they built their future with the bones of your past? How do you stay standing when the foundation beneath you was stolen? They don't even realize they were the thief. She glances up for just a second. Our eyes catch, brief, electric. I don't look away, but I don't step forward either, not yet. She finds me near the back hallway, right where the warm lighting starts to dim, and the real money slips off their heels and switches into private grins. "Don't vanish," she says, voice velvet over steel. We're still playing the part. She's too close. Perfume like white tea and ambition. Her posture's immaculate, but her eyes flicker, fast, like she's checking for static in the connection between us. "Right," I say, and my voice comes out rougher than it should. I swallow hard. The magazine image is still burned behind my eyes, a watermark I can't shake. But I nod and follow her anyway. Because if there's a line between truth and performance, I can't see it anymore. And maybe neither can she. Back in the ballroom, the vibe has shifted. The DJ's traded crisp instrumentals for something slower, older, Sade maybe. Or some remix meant to feel timeless. A soft beat pulses under dimmed chandeliers, and the room has taken on that lazy kind of warmth only found at the end of expensive nights. Someone, maybe the groom's best man, maybe a bored millionaire, calls out, "One last dance before curfew." People begin to pair off instinctively. Ayanna doesn't move right away. She stands with her chin lifted, calculating something behind her lashes. Then, in a single breath, she turns to me and holds out her hand. Like a transaction wrapped in temptation, an invitation shaped like a challenge. My palm slides into hers, and for 1 second, it's not a charade. It feels like gravity. The floor is in a real dance floor. Just a corner of the ballroom with enough space cleared to imply elegance. The kind of space where nothing is said out loud, but everything speaks. She steps into my arms like we've been here before, like her body already knows the count. My hand finds the slope of her waist. Her palm rests light against my chest. And for a second, we're just movement, just geometry and breath. She doesn't speak, I don't either. The first few measures unspool in silence, our feet gliding slow over the polished floor. I keep my touch light, controlled. I don't press or pull, but I don't let go either. Her eyes track something across the room, like she's checking for witnesses, or maybe exit routes. "You're quiet," she says finally, voice a low ribbon against the music. "Thinking," I reply, my tone even, my expression unreadable. She hums, just under her breath. Dangerous habit. I've been known to start revolutions with it. There's a flicker of a smile on her beautiful face. She's about to volley back, another witty retort, another line to keep us safely on script. But I cut in, soft and surgical. or empires. She doesn't flinch or fumble the next step, but she doesn't catch the weight of it either. Not yet. I keep my hand where it is, thumb tracing the curve of her waist like it's no big deal. Like I'm not one misstep away from burning the whole illusion down. Because now I know what she built, and I know what it cost me. The song slows, stretching each note like it's reluctant to end. The room blurs around the edges, just low lights and distant laughter. A world pretending it's not watching us. Her gaze lifts, meets mine, then it drops barely to my mouth. Just for a second. My grip tightens, almost imperceptibly, fingers flexing against silk and heat. I don't pull her closer. Don't dare. But my body leans in on instinct, closing that last fraction of space where breath starts to mean something else. She doesn't stop me. The air between us feels suspended, waiting for one syllable, one name, one curse, one yes, to send it tipping over the edge. I could kiss her. God, I want to. But not like this. Not when I'm still figuring out what part of her stole from me, and what part of her might save me anyway. I pull back just enough to find her eyes again, still locked on mine like a dare she doesn't know she issued. You should probably thank your date for not embarrassing you on the dance floor, I murmur, voice low and unsteady in all the wrong places. She exhales, slow and measured, but it costs her something. I'll consider it, she says, and her tone is smooth, but not untouched. The music fades. Couples separate. Lights shift, but neither of us lets go. Not right away. Her hand lingers on my chest like a question. Mine stays at her waist like punctuation. And in that sliver of stillness, I know this moment's going to haunt me. Because it almost became something real. Almost.
Chapter 11. Ayana. I wake to the hush of unfamiliar quiet of my estate room. No city horns, no morning Slack pings, just the whisper of silk sheets shifting as I breathe too hard through a memory I haven't yet named. The fabric is cool against my skin, but it buzzes with something electric, like it's still holding on to last night's heat. I blink up at the coffered ceiling, disoriented by how alert I feel. My muscles aren't sore, but they're tense, coiled, like they're bracing for an impact that hasn't landed yet. I sit up slowly, spine straightening on instinct. The room is painted in soft light, all creamy linens and genteel furniture. The kind of temporary luxury that's supposed to make you feel rested and renewed. I feel neither. There's a phantom weight on my shoulder. My skin prickles like his breath is still warming the space behind my ear. My phone lies face down on the nightstand. I flip it over, scan the screen. Nothing urgent. No fires to put out. But there's a hum beneath my ribs, the kind that doesn't come from caffeine withdrawal or missed deadlines. Something else is off. A glitch in the operating system. My system. I wrap my robe around me, tie it tight, and pad across the plush rug to the ensuite mirror. The woman staring back is flawless, of course. Eyes clear, jaw set, lips bare but unsmiling. This version of me could chair a board meeting or kill a rumor with the raise of a brow, but under the polish, there's static. I touch the side of my neck, right where Bram's breath hovered before he didn't kiss me. My fingers don't tremble, but they don't lie either. I didn't dream it. And worse, I didn't want it to be a dream, which is why I have to get up. Why I have to re-enter the narrative with my armor back on. Why I can't let him be anything more than a detail in the backdrop of my strategy. As I move toward the closet, one thought pulses low and insistent through my whole body. He didn't kiss me, and I'm still not sure if I'm relieved or disappointed. The breakfast atrium smells like jasmine and money. Morning light slants through French doors in perfect angles, touching everything with a soft focus glow that screams effortless wealth. The crystal teacups clink just loudly enough to remind everyone they're better than mugs. Waitstaff glide in linen silence. Somewhere a heart plays. Of course it does. I spot him before he spots me. Bram is angled toward the mother of the bride, 83, fiercely traditional, allergic to innovation unless it's on her face. He's halfway out of his chair, one hand gesturing in a tight arc as he explains the science of milk foam with the reverence of a man discussing vintage wine. Microfoam gives you texture, he says, his tone dipped in honey. Frothed milk? That's just bubbles playing dress up. She giggles. Like she's 16 and he's the scandal in her finishing school diary. Her manicured hand brushes his forearm as he leans back, and Bram chuckles softly, like he's letting her believe she earned it. His shirt sleeves are rolled to the elbow, casual rebellion disguised as charm. There's a watch on his wrist I've never seen before. Not expensive, but purposeful. Clean lines. Like him. I linger in the doorway for too long. His laughter isn't loud. It's not the belly-deep kind that begs attention. It's lower, smoother, the kind that's designed to draw you in, made for proximity, intimacy. And for anyone else, I'd call it manufactured. But with Bram, it never feels fake, which is the problem. He's not trying. He's being. And I don't know when that started feeling like a threat. He glances up mid-sentence, and our eyes lock. Just a look, anchored and sure. Like I'm not the one watching him. Like he's been watching me. I nod, composed as ever, and cross the atrium like it's a runway built for power, not applause. Chin lifted, steps measured. My heels don't click, they pronounce. Every eye I pass registers my presence, recalibrates. Curious glances bounce off me like rubber bullets. I don't stop, don't falter. This space was made for people like me, or so I've convinced it. A little voice I usually ignore suddenly speaks up. What if he fits here better than I do? His head tilts just slightly, like he's adjusting a camera lens for better light. That smile curves slow and sure across his mouth. Warm, familiar, knowing. Good morning, Miss Thorne, Bram drawls, stretching the syllables with just enough flirtation to leave room for interpretation. Coffee's weak, gossip's excellent. Apparently I've been invited to join the family's Sunday croquet league. The mother of the bride, Beatrix, I think her name is, lets out a delighted squeal and pats his hand with the fervor of someone who's already picturing him in Argyle. We do need new blood, she announces, practically preening. I smirk, sliding into the seat beside him with all the ease of a boardroom queen at war. Don't make promises you're not willing to keep, Calder. It comes out too sharp. His smile doesn't slip, but I catch the flicker in his eyes. He's reading me again, measuring distance, cataloging tone. Damn him for being good at it. He lifts his teacup like a toast. I never promise anything I'm not ready to deliver. I reach for the cream, calm as sunrise, but my pulse spikes like it's heard a challenge, because maybe that's exactly what it was. I butter a piece of toast with mechanical precision, knowing full well I won't take a bite. It gives my hands something to do, while my brain spins its usual choreography. Prioritize, deflect, assess. Beside me, Bram launches another perfectly timed anecdote, this time about a cappuccino machine that tried to start a fire in a WeWork. Beatrix nearly chokes on her grapefruit laughing. Her laughter rings louder than the antique silver clinking around us. A young waiter drifts by and pauses just long enough to murmur, "You two have such great energy." I give him the tight, polished smile I say for things that confuse me. Thank him like he handed me a compliment and not a loaded observation. I've spent years perfecting my energy, shaping it into armor, a brand, a barricade. But today it feels porous, like something got in, like something is leaking out, like last night's almost kiss cracked a seam I didn't know I'd sealed. I glance up and find Bram watching me over the rim of his glass. Subtle, unobtrusive, but direct. No smirk, no pretense. Just that maddening, insistent stillness he uses instead of pressure. He's not looking at Ayanna Thorne, the nameplate, or the headline. He's looking at me. I shift in my seat and reach for a napkin I don't need. My mouth says nothing, but something beneath my ribs thrums like a plucked string. I don't know if I like it. I don't know if I don't. I rise with a murmured excuse about checking on the bride. Neutral, believable, perfectly timed. I don't glance at Bram. Don't risk confirming the pull I already feel, tugging between my shoulder blades like a thread he's holding. The heels of my stilettos mark the marble hallway in tight, even clicks. Each step is a declaration. I'm still in control. I'm still me. The moment I'm out of sight, I duck into an empty drawing room that smells like lemon polish and boardroom secrets. I press the door closed behind me and let my breath catch halfway between restraint and release. My pulse isn't wild, but it's not steady either. It stutters under my fingers when I touch the base of my throat. A measured alarm. Last night was a performance. Beautifully staged, brilliantly acted, absolutely meaningless. So why does my skin still hum like it remembers the shape of his hand at my waist? Why does my shoulder ache with the ghost weight of his palm? I press my back against the wall and close my eyes, willing the tension into submission, into silence. It doesn't work. I'm not sure what part of me is performing and what part just wants him to touch me again. I find a mirror in the corner, tall, antique, framed in gilt-rimmed gold, like a confession dressed as decor. It tilts slightly forward, as if bowing to the weight of the truth it reflects. I step into its line of sight and study what's there. Flawless, that's the word. It's what they expect, what I've cultivated. My hair is sculpted into place, not a single curl out of line. My lips are lacquered in a shade called authority. My spine is straight. My expression, a mask carved from glass. But my eyes give me away. They shimmer with something raw, like they've seen something they weren't supposed to want. Something reckless, warm, something that complicates everything I've worked for with the brush of a hand and the ghost of a nearly stolen kiss. I stare at myself. The woman who didn't flinch under his gaze, who didn't pull away when his fingers slipped through hers. And I feel it, deep in the hollow between breath and certainty. This is how it starts, not with a mistake, but with a mirror.
Chapter 12. Bram. The wedding tent looks like a fever dream designed by a luxury event planner with no regard for budget or subtlety. Cascading ivory drapes billow in the breeze like something out of a perfume ad. Pale roses bloom from crystal vases on every aisle chair. Even the air smells like money. Floral, clean, expensive. I can't tell if I'm at a ceremony or a high-stakes brand launch. Ayanna glides to my side in that champagne silk dress, her arm brushing mine as she adjusts the drape of her wrap. The fabric catches the sunlight like liquid gold, and for a minute, I forget to breathe. Her perfume doesn't overpower, it hums beneath the noise, all soft sandalwood and control, and I'm losing mine. I should be thinking about the magazine, about the algorithm, about the slow, quiet theft of something I once bled for. But then she leans in, her voice velvet and dry as she murmurs, "Those shoes look like they're about to propose before the groom does." My laugh escapes before I can edit it, and not the charming, practiced kind I've learned to give at fundraisers. It's real, quick, warm, reflexive. She tilts her head toward me slightly, and I swear there's a ghost of a smile tugging at her mouth. Not for the crowd, for me. And just like that, I lose my grip on the script. The officiant's voice drones somewhere in the background, polished and predictable, like it was lifted from a wedding manual handed out at prep schools. Guests murmur their appreciation with tasteful sniffles. A toddler in the second row drops a toy with a thud and is swiftly whisked away like scandal. But I don't hear any of it. Somewhere between the readings and the ring exchange, Ayanna's fingers find mine. No sweeping glance to make sure someone's watching. Just the soft, deliberate press of her hand into mine, like it's always belonged there. Her palm is warm, steady, too steady for how much it unravels me. I glance down once, just to be sure. She's not even looking at me. Her gaze fixed straight ahead, expression neutral. But her thumb rests over mine like punctuation, like a signature. And maybe it means nothing. A tether in the middle of curated chaos. But it doesn't feel like nothing. It feels like a moment I'm going to remember, even if everything else burns. A practiced kiss from the bride and groom. Then we're whisked effortlessly into the reception hall, where the ballroom has been transformed into a cathedral of curated excess. Crystal chandeliers dimmed to golden hour, cascading florals in hues so deliberate they might have been Pantone matched to the bride's aura. Everyone's laughing too loudly, drinking too neatly, dancing just offbeat enough to feel expensive. There's a drink menu shaped like a bone. 2 signature cocktails, the Barcarita and Whiskey Wolf. I order the latter on principle. It's terrible. Ayana floats through the reception like a rumor, elegant, unbothered, and a little too good at pretending none of this is beneath her. My hand rests at her lower back as we move through clusters of billionaires' daughters and middle-aged tech execs who think charisma is a watch brand. She doesn't shrug me off, doesn't correct the illusion. She's letting them believe something real is happening between us. And maybe in some twisted way, she's letting me believe it too. When we finally steal a moment by the bar, she kicks off her heels just slightly under the tablecloth and downs half her drink before leaning in. I'd bet a prenup clause that she's already pregnant, she murmurs, eyes glinting. I laugh, startled and delighted by the crack in her armor. Triplets, 100%. She arches a brow. Bold assumption. Bold dress, I counter. The look she gives me then is half challenge, half confession. It finally feels less like we're pretending, and more like we're choosing. The music swells again. Something Sinatra adjacent, smooth and sentimental. And someone tugs us toward the dance floor before either of us can protest. Ayana rolls her eyes like it's beneath her, but her fingers don't leave mine. I guide her hand to my shoulder with practiced ease, my other hand settling against the dip of her back like we've done this 100 times. She doesn't flinch, doesn't stiffen either. Her body curves toward mine like it remembers something we both refused to name last night. The room fades, not all at once, but enough that the soft clink of champagne flutes and the whir of polite conversation turn into background noise. Our eyes lock somewhere between beats, between breaths. She leans in slightly, not enough to close distance, but enough to occupy it. If I had $1 for every man who said I was intimidating, she says, voice featherlight against the base of my throat. I tilt my head, mouth twitching. You could buy out my app and run it into the ground just to watch it burn. Her laugh is low and electric, static across skin. And it does something to me. Not because it's rare, but because it feels like I earned it. She presses closer on the next turn, her breath brushing my collar. I match her step for step, but the tension is real, and the weight behind my smile is getting harder to hide. Because somewhere between the music and the performance, I forgot who I was supposed to be pretending to be. She's standing near the dessert table, half listening to someone drone on about market trends while twirling her champagne flute like it holds the answer to something. Her profile is sharp, camera ready. The pearls at her throat catch the light every time she laughs, measured and polite, like a reflex built for boardrooms. I'm watching her from a few feet away when I catch sight of him again. The board member from last night, the one who casually mentioned her name to a senator over creme brulee, like he was offering up a golden asset. His expression doesn't say much, but his posture does. Calculating AMD confident. Already 3 moves into a play she hasn't been told about. Something's brewing. A contract, a pivot, maybe a full rebrand of the empire she built on the bones of something that used to be mine. And I'm just here. The +1 with perfect timing and unfinished code sitting like a stone in my pocket. I should be making an exit plan. I should be planning a takedown. But every time I start to step back, she does something impossible. This time, it's just the brush of her fingers against mine as we drift through the crowd. Innocent. Accidental, maybe. But it short-circuits something in me anyway. She doesn't know. She has no idea it was her. That's the part that kills me. She has no idea her legacy is tangled up in the blueprint of my own failure. And yet, I don't move, because standing beside her feels like a future I almost had. One that still hums, warm and possible, under the surface of everything I should be running from. The reception winds down in a blur of flickering candles, smeared lipstick, and champagne sweat on linen napkins. People start saying their goodbyes with the slow gravity of those who don't want to lose their seat at someone else's fairy tale. Ayana walks a step ahead of me across the lawn, posture perfect, head high. But when her heel catches in the soft grass and her ankle wobbles, I move without thinking. My hand finds her elbow before she even stumbles. Reflexive, natural, like I've been anchoring her for years instead of days. She doesn't pull away. She leans in not to keep her balance, just trust. It hits me harder than it should, because it's not the first time she's undone me. The first time was 5 years ago, in a demo pitch that no one applauded, in code that disappeared into the void, only to re-emerge in her empire. That theft cut deep. But this might be worse. This is Ayana Thorne handing me a piece of herself, unspoken and raw, and not even realizing it. She could break me again. And this time, it wouldn't be about money. It would be about this. The way her body remembers mine in motion. The way my heart stumbles every time she lets the mask drop. And I know, as sure as I know my own damn name, that part of me is already hers. Maybe the most dangerous part. And maybe I'm done pretending I want it back.
Chapter 13. Ayana. My office is a study in intentional elegance, a sanctuary for me. Clean lines, cool tones, a panoramic view of the skyline so crisp it looks pre-rendered. Light refracts off the steel sculpture in the corner. One of those limited edition commissions the board insisted I accept and turns the walls gold. On my desk, the morning's media recap fans out like a deck of cards. All aces. Front and center is the photo that went viral before the last mimosa was poured. Me and Bram, caught mid-laugh in some sun-drenched candid that looks impossibly effortless. My eyes crinkle in a way I didn't think they still could. His hand hovers just behind me, too close to be professional, too light to be claimed. The angle is perfect, framed by dahlias and low afternoon light, intimate but plausible, warm but not self-indulgent. The headline makes my lips twitch. Thorne softens. CEO seen smiling Swain and humanizing her empire. I tap the screen. The article loads in full, cluttered with breathless commentary from tech columnists who couldn't get past my assistant last quarter. Now they're gushing about relatability, leadership in heels, and how romantic balance is the new edge for female executives. I scroll past the fluff, past the backhanded praise, the thumbnails of me dancing with Bram, the one where I'm toasting the couple with a smile that's sharper than the champagne. None of it's new. None of it's accidental. Still, something about the phrasing needles under my skin. Humanizing. As if I've been a cyborg until now. As if my blood had to be proven warm. I push the article aside and pick up my latte. Lukewarm now, the foam collapsed into a dull crescent. But I sip it anyway. A controlled breath follows. Not because I'm shaken, but because I'm not. This is what I wanted. Orchestrated press, targeted messaging, a recalibration of my image, just intimate enough to keep the wolves off my back. So why does it seem like a goddamn performance? The conference room smells like glass cleaner. I stride in late on purpose, heels clicking across the slate like punctuation, like promise. Every head lifts. Every assistant straightens a stack of papers that doesn't need straightening. Let's be clear, I say before anyone starts. We lean into the narrative. The digital display flashes behind me, rotating through screenshots from social media and weekend coverage. Our numbers spike with every swipe. Engagement up. Investor confidence climbing. Market buzz hot enough to make the board salivate. Steady presence. Emotional maturity. Personal stability. I recite, pacing slowly. My tone is even, crisp, designed to land like glass pressed into velvet. We're not just building products. We're building perception. I'm no longer intimidating. I'm inspiring. Someone at the far end, Brent or Brad, one of the branding guys with a startup past and a podcast, chimes in with a smirk. Honestly, Bram's more effective than a full-scale rebrand. We should hire him full-time. The room laughs a little too easily. I let the corner of my mouth twitch, acknowledging the joke without inviting more. I'll let him know he's earned a LinkedIn endorsement. That earns another chuckle. But the comment lingers, because it's not entirely wrong. I've spent years fine-tuning every pixel of my presence. Hair, headlines, keynote cadence calibrated for impact, for power that didn't need to be softened. And now, one dance, a handful of photos, and a man with good cheekbones and tragic backstory is what makes me palatable. I take my seat, smooth my skirt, and pretend the idea doesn't burrow, even though it already has. The board chair's voice filters through my Bluetooth earpiece, crisp and coastal, like she's sipping something citrusy while I'm choking on Chicago humidity. I pace slowly along the windowed edge of the room, watching the skyline flex beneath the weight of late summer light. Ayanna, she says warmly, like we didn't just spend 2 years debating whether I was too ambitious to be marketable. The feedback's impressive. I've had 2 fund managers ask about your +1. One wants to know where he gets his suits. Another thinks he's charming. And I quote, charm with teeth. I smile, teeth bared. He's good for optics. The gala circuit loves a well-fitted distraction. She chuckles, low and amused. Even the senator's niece mentioned him. Something about his skincare routine and those brooding, smoky eyes. Maybe a touch of domesticity suits you, Ayanna. I cross to the edge of the table, flicking my thumbnail against the rim of my espresso cup. I'm just showing range. The line crackles with laughter, but her tone shifts when she speaks again. Keep him close. This next quarter's crucial. There's chatter about legacy appointments, big opportunities. But you know how these things go. Optics, narrative, cohesion. Cohesion. Code for likability, palatability. To be brilliant but make it brunch-friendly. The call ends with perfunctory goodbyes, and I set the phone down like it's something breakable. Outside, the city roars on, unapologetic. Inside, my throat tightens in a way I didn't plan for. Because this isn't just about quarterly projections or acquisition angles anymore. I can feel it. An edge I don't control. A variable I didn't build. A heart that's being evaluated and might not be entirely mine. Bram's name starts showing up in places I don't remember planning it. In Monday's product sprint, I mentioned his take on user onboarding. Call it consultant instinct, like he's a seasoned strategist instead of a glorified barista, with killer pattern recognition. By Wednesday, his story about navigating mixed demographics at the wedding becomes a segue during our DEI initiative pitch. Relatability, I say smoothly. It starts with proximity. No one questions it. Why would they? He's practically engineered for audience calibration. Friday, I drop a photo into the internal newsletter. Just a thumbnail at the bottom, under community engagement. We're both laughing, windswept outside the vineyard tent. His hands on my back, and mine is mid-gesture, alive with motion. The caption just reads, CEO Ayanna Thorne and advisor Bram Calder, representing Thorntech at an industry-adjacent celebration. Advisor, not boyfriend, not fake fiancé either. Still, it lands. Too well. There's a ping of applause emojis. A flurry of heart reacts on the employee Slack thread. Comments about how warm I look, how human. I sit back in my chair, fingers still hovering over the trackpad, and exhale like that photo didn't cost me anything. But it did. With every mention, every curated impression, I'm pulling him deeper into the company's bloodstream, into mine. And whether I mean to or not, I'm starting to make space for him I never intended to. The skyline at dusk is surgical. Steel spines and glass teeth glinting in the amber wash of a sun that doesn't care who built what. I stand at the window, hands tucked in the pockets of my tailored slacks, forehead tilted toward the glass like it might give me answers. Below, traffic hums like a bloodstream, constant, unbothered. I know this view like I know my public face. Every angle calculated, every light engineered for maximum polish. But tonight, something feels off-register, a note just slightly out of tune. The city looks the same. I don't. There's a bruise forming beneath the armor. Nothing visible, just a pressure point behind the ribs, the kind that hums when the adrenaline wears off. I tell myself it's momentum. Strategy, the culmination of well-placed media, months of boardroom conditioning, and a partner who photographs like a Forbes cover fantasy. But my fingers twitch. Toward my phone. Toward him. Just to text. To ask something inane. Did he ever get that oat milk he was ranting about? Or maybe something quieter. Something real. Like, are you still thinking about it too? I don't. I take one step back from the glass. Smooth the lapel of my blazer. Bury the ache in action. Because this view isn't just beautiful. It's borrowed. And I'm not ready to pay interest yet. I hover over the Messages app longer than I'd admit to anyone who signs my checks. The draft sits open on my screen, pulsing like an open wound. Hey, you were right about the coffee. Want to ruin another reception together? Simple, playful, disarming. The kind of line that says, I'm not thinking about you even when it's the only thing I've done for the past hour. I stare at it until the cursor starts to blink. Once, twice, I delete it. Because this isn't a relationship. It's a strategy, a well-lit illusion cast in good lighting and better press, a mutual performance, meticulously choreographed to make the audience believe. I tell myself that again like a mantra, like a spell I keep reciting until it sounds like truth, but when the screen goes dark, my reflection lingers. And for a moment, I wish it weren't working, because if it wasn't, maybe I'd be allowed to want it.
Chapter 14. Bram. The cafe smells like scorched milk and day-old almond croissants, that specific brand of urban fatigue clinging to every tile and espresso nozzle. I've just untied my apron, half sweat, half oat milk, and slung it over the hook in the back hallway when my phone buzzes. Leo. I don't even get a hello. Someone's sniffing around, he says. No preamble. Just adrenaline laced in vowels. A scout. Licensing department. High level. Quiet, but intentional. They know what the app can do. I straighten, spine locking into place like my body knows something my brain hasn't caught up to yet. That's fast, I say, wiping my hand on the hem of my shirt before pressing the phone tighter to my ear. That's real, he counters, low and urgent. They want to see something live by next quarter, preferably sooner. I didn't promise anything, but, Bram, this is serious. They're not window shopping. I glance toward the espresso bar where someone's complaining about foam density like it's a war crime. My whole life smells like caffeine and low margins. But this call, is the future knocking. Or maybe it's karma kicking in the door. All right, I say. Let me circle back tonight. I'll send the latest build. Leo exhales like he's been holding his breath. Yeah? Okay. Just don't overthink it. I won't, I lie, and hang up before the word finishes ringing in my chest. I lean against the stainless steel counter, suddenly freezing despite the residual heat of the steam wand still hissing like it's mad at me. My hand trembles. I flex it open, palm to metal. My heartbeat doesn't slow, not even a little. Because I know the truth hiding in Leo's optimism, the one I haven't said out loud yet. The code they want might already be out there, and not in a beta or in a test group, not even under my name. It might already live inside Thorntech's golden child, energy sink. And Ayana, she's the one wearing the crown. The code was mine. Nested logic, adaptive compression, a spiral of elegant madness that hummed when you ran it. Like a symphony scored in syntax. I built it the way composers build symphonies and madmen build cathedrals, bit by bit, loop by loop until the damn thing sang. I still see it in my dreams sometimes. The way the variables folded into themselves, seamless, recursive, and private. I never posted it. Never even mentioned it outside one NDA-locked pitch deck to one firm. Just one. And now that same firm, her firm, holds the patent for energy sync. I scroll through the archive article again on my cracked phone screen, thumb hovering over the code snippet, like maybe this time it'll disappear. But it doesn't. It stares back at me like an old scar, daring me to pretend it's not mine. I try to believe it was a fluke. Maybe someone hacked the file. Maybe a junior dev got lazy and copy-pasted. Maybe the universe is just that cruel. I've bent myself into mental origami trying to find an explanation that doesn't end in betrayal. But code doesn't write itself, and Ayana Thorne doesn't build anything she doesn't understand, which leaves me right in the eye of the storm, hurting, hoping, and halfway convinced she's not the villain in this story. The way she looked at me during that wedding, the way her fingers laced through mine like instinct, not strategy. It didn't feel like someone cashing in on stolen tech. It felt like something real. And that is what's messing me up the most. Because if she really doesn't know, then I've spent the last 5 years sharpening a blade for the wrong enemy. I rake my hand through my hair and press the heel of my palm to my forehead, trying to force the pressure out before it explodes. God help me, I want to punch a wall and kiss her in the same breath. The place is all dim lighting and curated ambience, like someone whispered romance into a mood board and gave it a Michelin star. Candles flicker in crystal sconces. The walls are warm brick and wine racks, the kind of setting meant to make a person forget they ever had enemies, or secrets. Ayana slides into the booth like she owns it, which she probably does in some indirect, limited partnership kind of way. She's wearing a cream silk blouse that catches the low light and short-circuits something in my brain. That fabric doesn't just fall over her, it chooses her, like even textiles respect her gravitational pull. She doesn't say hi, doesn't ask how my day went either. Just crosses one leg over the other and murmurs, "Thanks for squeezing me in," like I'm the one with the press schedule and global investors breathing down my neck. I flash a smile. "Always happy to be your favorite accessory." She rolls her eyes, but the corners of her mouth tilt just enough to tell me she doesn't hate the line. The waiter appears, all black vest and polished restraint. Ayana orders like she's hosting a summit, decisive, unbothered, efficient. Handmade gnocchi, a side of broccolini, sparkling water with lime. I go for something safer, penne arrabbiata, hold the metaphor. Because this dinner, it's not about the food. It's about watching her sip her drink like a negotiation and knowing the thing I built might already be hers. It's about decoding the curve of her wrist as she reaches for the breadbasket and trying not to lose my grip on the version of reality I walked in with. And more than anything, it's about keeping my voice steady while the most dangerous what if I've ever faced stares me down from across a linen-draped table. Somewhere between the bruschetta and the second glass of wine, she laughs. Not the rehearsed laugh she keeps holstered for panels and pitches, the one that lands like punctuation. This one is sideways and sudden, slipping out between words like it didn't ask permission. It curls under my skin before I can brace for it. She's telling some story about a failed brand partnership, the kind with NFTs, yacht parties, and tech bros who drink ketone smoothies like they're cocktails. And then she snorts. Actually snorts. It's barely audible, but I catch it. So does she. "Don't you dare," she warns, eyes narrowing playfully as she grabs for the bread. My hand gets there first. We both freeze. Touch grazing touch, fingers half folded into surrender. The air between us tightens, then eases. For one fragile breath, it's just easy. The kind of moment normal couples probably live inside without realizing it. Two people, one table. Shared heat and humor and something fragile enough to break if we name it. But I don't live in normal. Not with her. The moment passes like mist through a sieve. Her hand pulls back. Her posture shifts almost imperceptibly, but I see it. Shoulders rearming. Gaze sharpening. And me? I stare down at my plate, suddenly not hungry, because no matter how soft she looks under candlelight, no matter how close she comes to reaching me, there's something she's standing on that neither of us is acknowledging. A crack in the earth. Thin, dangerous, waiting. A fault line shaped like stolen code, and almost maybe truths. And my name is written somewhere deep beneath the surface, in the bedrock she built her empire on. The check lands with a soft click between us, tucked in a leather folio like a secret waiting to be signed. She reaches for it without looking up, like it's already decided. I catch her wrist, not hard, just enough to halt the motion. "Don't ruin the fantasy," I say, light, teasing. Her eyes flick to mine, one brow arching in elegant defiance. I thought this was strictly business. I smile, but it doesn't reach all the way. I'm complex. It's meant to land somewhere near sarcasm, but it brushes too close to real, like a wire left exposed under the surface. Neither of us laughs. Outside, the city exhales. Street lamps bleed soft light onto the pavement, and a breeze cuts sharp through the corridor between buildings. She wraps her arms around herself just slightly, like she's not used to needing warmth. Her coat is beautiful, useless, all fashion, no insulation. Without thinking, I shrug out of mine and hold it out. She hesitates not because she's proud, but because she's calculating the intimacy of accepting. Then she slips her arms through the sleeves, adjusts the lapel, doesn't meet my eyes. "Thank you," she murmurs. I could ask her now. About the code, the pitch, the stolen parts of me that might live inside her legacy. But she's wearing my jacket, and I'm standing beside her, not across from her. Not yet. So I swallow the questions and file them behind my ribs where they throb like a second pulse. Because tonight isn't the night I confront her. It's the night I remember what almost feels like, and that, somehow, is worse. Back at my apartment, I sit cross-legged on the hardwood floor, knees knocking against the coffee table like I'm too restless to deserve a chair. The city hums through the windows, sirens, wind, someone arguing with a cab driver in the distance. My laptop glows in front of me, casting its pale blue light across the room like an interrogation lamp. I'm not prepping for the licensing meeting. I'm staring at the patent, line by line, function by function. It's like looking in a mirror. One where your reflection is dressed in someone else's clothes and smiling like it belongs there. The compression logic is mine. The hybrid runtime protocol, also mine. Even the error handling framework has my fingerprints all over it. Nobody writes code like that by accident. And yet, there it is, filed under Thorntech's banner, buried beneath her name in neat serif font like it was always meant to be hers. Maybe it was a theft of circumstance, a boardroom oversight, missed footnote in a 1,000-person firm. Or maybe I handed it over the day I gave up trying to fight alone. I lean back until my spine presses into the wall, the cheap drywall cold through my shirt. My head tips back and I close my eyes. Not to sleep. Just to stop looking. Because the truth is, I don't know who I'm angrier at. Ayana for building something that was never hers to claim, or myself for letting her look so damn good because of it. The fan whirs softly overhead. My laptop goes dim, and I stay right where I am, stuck between the past I built and the woman I'm dangerously close to building a future with. Whatever this is, it's going to break. I just don't know who's going to bleed first.
Chapter 15. Ayana. The private dining room still smells like truffle risotto and old money. Laughter hangs in the air like perfume, expensive and engineered. I'm halfway to the elevator when Elliot blocks my exit, one hand on the walnut-paneled door, the other tucked inside his Brioni jacket, like he owns the air we're breathing, which, to be fair, he probably does. "Walk with me," he says, not quite smiling. It's the kind of command that pretends to be optional. I offer a nod as smooth as satin and fall into step beside him, matching pace without effort. My heels strike the marble with a muted rhythm, each click a warning shot muffled by poise. Elliot doesn't waste time. "The DC contract is nearly buttoned up," he begins, voice low and genteel. "It's a big opportunity. Global stage, government partnerships, eyes on us from all directions." I glance ahead, jaw loose, expression polished. The hallway is long, lined with oil paintings of men who would have hated me on sight and called it economics. "You've done well, Ayana." "Very well." His compliment is an elbow disguised as a handshake. But this next phase, it requires a certain image. Stable. He says stable, like it's a virtue I forgot to claim. Investors want to see emotional maturity, work-life balance, personal reliability. He says reliability like it's a dog breed. I school my face into something serene, nod once. "You're suggesting I keep Bram in the frame." "I'm suggesting you give them a reason to believe you're not going to outgrow their comfort zone." His voice is smooth enough to pass for kind. He plays well, and they like couples, especially ones who stay. I want to laugh. Or remind him I've been playing this game since I had braces and a prepaid phone. But instead I say, "Message received. This is what power looks like when it's dressed in tradition." A man whispering packaging notes to a woman who built her empire from code and combat. And me, walking beside him like I'm grateful for the advice, even while mentally burning it to ash. Elliot taps his Rolex once, like a judge, ready to pronounce sentence. The hallway is empty, but feels full of expectations, of verdicts already written. "Keep Calder around," he says, tone dry and deliberate. "He humanizes you." The words are dressed up nice and pretty, but I hear the blade under the bow. Humanizes? As if brilliance alone isn't marketable. As if warmth has a higher ROI than vision. I tilt my head slowly, just enough to imply I'm considering the suggestion, not swallowing bile. My smile stretches, poised, practiced, presidential. "We'll give them the picture they want," I say, letting each syllable land with the weight of intent. He nods approvingly, like a puppet master satisfied with the puppet's pose. Then he peels off toward the boardroom, like we haven't just rewritten my personal life for public consumption. I stand alone for a moment, letting the echo of his footsteps die beneath the cathedral-high ceilings. My jaw clenches once, then I breathe out slowly, smoothing my expression until it gleams. I know how to play this part. I've sold more dangerous fantasies than this. Marketed harder illusions. Built entire companies on the promise that control can look like comfort. So I walk back toward the elevator like I've just won something. But beneath the glow, my stomach knots like a pulled thread. Because no matter how brightly you smile, it's still a leash when someone else holds the camera. The car pulls up in front of a tech loft gallery, nestled between a Michelin-starred sushi bar and an architectural firm that only takes clients with private jets. River North at night is a symphony of curated excess, clean lines, cold champagne, and art that costs more than some startup budgets. I step out first. Black silk clings like command. My heels strike the pavement with surgical precision. Behind me, Bram emerges in tailored gray. No tie, collar open just enough to suggest a calculated shrug toward the establishment. He looks like he belongs, like he might own the place, or at least the patent behind half its installations. The press line is waiting. Flashbulbs twitch to life. I rest one manicured hand on his arm, light as breath, and the murmurs start. There she is. With him again? Is that the guy from the photos? I smile, slow, camera ready, diamond hard. We move together like a power equation come to life. He doesn't flinch when I guide us past the velvet rope, doesn't blink when I slow our pace at the first photo op. If he's nervous, he doesn't show it. If he's angry, he tucks it beneath his smirk. Inside, the gallery gleams with touchscreen prototypes and scent-coded AI experiences. Investors hover like sharks around digital chum. Someone tries to introduce me to a blockchain consultant with a yacht problem, but I wave them off. Instead, I step forward, every movement deliberate, and pull Bram beside me. This is Bram Calder, I say, tilting my chin just enough for the light to catch my earrings. The phrase slips out smoother than it should. My partner. The room reacts in hushed approval. Bram doesn't correct me. He just meets my gaze with that maddening half smile and says, "Pleasure." And in that moment, I can't tell if we're winning the game or becoming the pieces. We circulate like seasoned diplomats, champagne flutes tilted just so, smiles calibrated for charm, conversation engineered to sparkle without ever catching flame. I glide from tech mogul to city council liaison, offering the same curated nods and dry, deliberate humor that built my name into something worth betting on. Beside me, Bram moves like smoke through a vent, smooth, unexpected, and utterly disarming. Every joke lands. Every smile opens a door. He doesn't just play the part, he perfects it. By the third pass of handshakes and industry in-jokes, no one's talking about market data or our new biometrics partnership. They're asking about us. How long we've been official, what makes it work, if it's true. A perfect balance, an angel investor remarks, swirling his drink like a compass needle. She's steel, he's smoke, keeps the brand grounded. I laugh, on cue, lilting, just a thread above velvet. But the sound barely clears my throat before I feel it. Bram's hand at the small of my back. Not possessive or performative. Just there. Like a whisper I didn't realize I was waiting for. I've worn 100 versions of this outfit. Silk armor, designer lies. I've spent years perfecting the glance, the pivot, the polite brush-off disguised as flirtation. But tonight, something cracks beneath the gloss because I didn't plan this part. Didn't script the warmth of his palm through silk or the way my spine yields. Not out of surprise, but recognition. Like my body remembers something my mind refuses to admit. We pause for another photo, the flash blooming like applause. He leans in, just enough for the frame to feel intimate. I don't lean away. This was supposed to be strategy, so why does it feel so much like exposure? I sip the champagne, cold and dry against my tongue, and glance toward one of the mirrored columns framing the edge of the room. The woman reflected back at me looks composed, triumphant, unshakable. But I know better, because under the surface, something live coils in my chest. Truth, electric and dangerous, threatening to burn straight through the veneer if I'm not careful. And tonight, I don't feel careful. We step away from the noise, carving out a moment in a corner framed by floor-to-ceiling windows. The city glimmers behind us, silver, fractured, unreal. Our reflection stares back from the glass like a mirage. A woman in black silk and a man with tired eyes and secrets I haven't earned the right to ask about. I pretend to scroll my phone. He pretends not to notice. They love you, I say, keeping my tone light, detached, like I'm talking about appetizers or weather. Of course they do, he replies deadpan. I'm adorable under pressure. I huff a laugh before I can stop it. Short, unguarded, too real for a night built on pretense. He turns slightly, not enough to face me, but enough that I feel the weight of his attention settle over my skin like a second dress. One I didn't choose. Thank you for tonight, I say, quieter this time. The words land somewhere between sincerity and surrender. I know what I'm asking. He doesn't fill the silence right away, just watches me for a long, unreadable beat. His gaze isn't sharp or questioning. It's soft, disarming in a way I don't have armor for. Do you? He asks. And I want to answer. God, I want to tell him I do. That every move I've made tonight was calculated. That I'm in control. But the truth lodges somewhere in the back of my throat, sticky and inconvenient. Because I'm not in control, not anymore. And that realization, sharp and sudden, scares the hell out of me. So I hold his gaze and say nothing. We leave just before midnight, the city bleeding past the windows in streaks of gold and glass. The town car is too quiet, just the faint hum of the engine and the occasional sigh of tires against pavement. My hand rests between us on the leather seat, not touching him, but close. I watch the lights flicker across his face in passing, the sharp edge of his jaw, the faint shadow beneath his cheekbone. He hasn't said a word since we left. Neither have I, but the silence isn't empty. It's pulsing, thick with everything we haven't dared to name. I could blame the darkness for what I say next, or the champagne, or the burn of Kessler's voice still coiled somewhere beneath my ribs. But that wouldn't be the truth. The truth is this man, this inconvenient, infuriating, unignorable man, keeps showing up. Like a lighthouse I didn't ask for and don't know how to leave behind. The distance between facade and feeling shortens by an inch, and I feel every goddamn millimeter.
Chapter 16. Bram. The night clings to me like expensive cologne, too rich, too deliberate, and impossible to wash off. It's in the folds of my jacket, in the back of my throat, where words I didn't say sit like smoke. I'm riding in the back seat of a town car, and for once, it's not a metaphor. She insisted on driving me home. Didn't offer. Just told the driver where to go and slid in beside me like we do this all the time. We don't. But it feels like we might. The jazz humming low from the front speakers is something brushed and bluesy. Miles Davis, maybe. Something smooth enough to let the silence feel intentional. Outside, Chicago rolls by in slow flickers of neon and amber. Each block a stitched seam in a city too sharp to soften. Inside, it's just the two of us and all the things we're not saying. Ayanna sits like a queen in exile, back straight, hands folded in her lap, expression unreadable in the shadows. But under the wash of passing headlights, her edges glow. I glance over, thinking she might say something. Some dry remark about the night, the people, the theater of it all. But she just breathes slow and steady, composed. Almost too composed, which is how I know she's thinking too. I want to break the silence, ask her how she's holding up, ask her if it meant anything when she said, partner, like it belonged to me. But instead, I shift slightly in my seat and let the weight of the evening settle into my spine. My knee brushes hers. Neither of us moves. I should be used to this by now. The performances, the spotlight, the blur between real and strategic. But I'm not. Not with her. Not when she looks like that, raw and radiant in the half-dark. Every blink and breath somehow more intimate than the hand she let me hold an hour ago. This should feel like an ending. The night, the lie, the carefully cultivated illusion we paraded around like a product demo. Instead, it feels like something else, something beginning. Something I'm not ready for, and can't seem to stop. I should tell her. The sentence forms clearly in my mind, simple as breath. Ayana, the code is mine. But then it collapses, folds in on itself like paper dipped in water. Too fragile. I've rehearsed the words a dozen times, running my fingers over the truth until it's creased and worn. An origami confession tucked beneath my ribs. I've drafted it like code, line by line, logic leading to outcome. But logic doesn't account for the way she looks right now, silhouetted by city lights, beautiful and unreachable all at once. Her head's turned toward the window, one hand resting lightly on her thigh, the other curled against her coat like she's anchoring herself to the fabric. The way she's sitting so composed, it makes me think she's balancing something just as precarious as I am. Her lips part slightly, as if she's about to speak, but the moment flickers and goes out. Maybe she changed her mind. Maybe she's waiting for me to speak first. I inhale, hold it, then exhale like that might burn off the hesitation. But the words don't come. They hover, half-formed, stuck in the narrow space between clarity and consequence. Because once I say it, everything changes. The truth doesn't just live in a vacuum. It echoes. What if she really didn't know? What if she did? The silence feels alive now, crackling at the edges like the seconds before a power surge. I glance at her again. She's right there, within reach. But the distance feels impossible, like there's a canyon between the version of me she knows and the one that's still holding a grudge with a heartbeat. This should be the moment. The clean break, the hard truth. The line in the sand where I stop pretending and start telling her everything. But it isn't, because when her breath hitches, soft and barely there, the kind of sound you'd miss if you weren't listening with your whole body, I feel it in my spine. The shift, the ache, the plea. Something's here, I know that. And I know what it would cost to tell her. I know what's at stake. What's buried in the code, in the silence, in the space between what she believes and what I've lived. But I can't risk it. Not tonight. Because the truth wouldn't set us free. It would detonate everything. The trust, the warmth, the way her fingers curl into mine like we're something real. So I swallow the truth, hold it like something sacred, and let the lie live for one more night. The car slows in front of my building, tires whispering against the curb. Neither of us moves. The jazz has faded to nothing, just a low hum beneath the weight of everything we didn't say. I should thank her. Say goodnight, open the door, walk away, and be done with it. But I don't. I shift toward her, slow and deliberate, like I'm not about to make a terrible decision. My hand stays in my lap, my voice catches in my throat. And then before I let myself talk myself out of it, I lean in and press my lips to the curve of her neck, just beneath her jaw, right where her pulse gives her away. It's not a kiss meant to seduce. It's not even meant to linger. It's reverent. Stupid. Barely a breath. She exhales, a soft sound, somewhere between surprise and surrender. She doesn't pull away, and that makes it worse. Because if she had, I could have chalked this up to impulse, to a line crossed and corrected. But instead, she turns to me, face unreadable, eyes wide with a question she's not brave enough to voice. I don't wait for her to ask it. Good night, I say, low and hollow, and reach for the handle. I don't look back as I shut the door, because if I did, I wouldn't leave. The ceiling fan creaks in slow, uneven circles above me, carving shadows across the ceiling like a metronome set to regret. My sheets are kicked halfway off the bed, twisted around my legs like I fought sleep and lost. I probably did. I should feel relief. I don't. Her perfume still clings to my skin, faint but insistent. Vanilla and vetiver, expensive resolve bottled in glass. It shouldn't affect me. But it does. The memory of her laugh, her fingers threading through mine, her skin under my lips. It replays like a scene with no off switch. The kiss was a mistake. The code is a time bomb. And the lie I'm feeding both of us, It's silk wrapped in wire, delicate until it cuts. I close my eyes, but it doesn't help. Because she's there too. Not just her voice or her face, but the feel of her. Her breath against my shoulder. Her silence pressed up against the spaces where truth should live. I don't know what scares me more. That she's already in too deep. Or that I am. Outside, the city drones on. But inside this room, it's quiet. Hauntingly so. And I know the storm is coming. And when it does, I won't be able to outrun it.
Chapter 17. Ayana. We start at a place with French tile floors and menus printed on recycled parchment, where the orange juice is pressed, not poured, and the servers wear suspenders like they invented them. It's the kind of spot where conversation is planned, designed for deals in disguise. I chose it because of the natural light and the patio's social visibility, and because I knew the couple 2 tables over would recognize me before the bread arrived. I wear cream linen and oversized sunglasses, the kind that say I have places to be, but decided to grace this one instead. Bram sits across from me in chambray, in casual detachment, sleeves rolled, hair messy in a way that feels like intent. He's absurdly good at looking like he doesn't care, while stealing the attention of every woman under 40 in a 30-foot radius. It would be annoying if it wasn't also, annoyingly, useful. We order matching avocado toasts because it's the low-calorie, high-optic choice. He gets his with chili flakes. I pretend to enjoy the radish garnish. Neither of us finishes. This isn't about food. It never is. Somewhere behind a ficus, a phone lifts. Just high enough to catch a frame of us, mid-smile, mid-fork, mid-narrative. Bram catches it too. He tilts his head slightly toward mine, murmuring low enough for only me to hear. I hope I remembered to wear my good concealer. I laugh, soft and shaped like intimacy. You can't actually wear that. He grins, slow and crooked. It lands low in my stomach, where I pretend not to feel anything. I sip my coffee and angle toward the light like I was born in it. Like this entire morning isn't a carefully orchestrated duet in brand choreography, but the rhythm is off today. Not in a bad way. Not exactly. Just softer. Like someone turned down the volume without warning me. There's a stillness beneath Bram's charm that wasn't there before. A question in his eyes he hasn't asked yet. And I realize, with the kind of clarity that only arrives halfway through a lukewarm cappuccino, that this might be the first brunch I've had in years, where the performance isn't the hardest part. We cut through Lincoln Park just after brunch, when the sidewalks are in that rare state of peace. Noon sun cutting gold through the leaves, the joggers thinned out. The stroller parade not yet in full swing. My heels weren't made for this terrain, and every few steps I sink into the grass like the city is trying to reclaim me. I don't complain. It feels earned somehow. A little discomfort to balance the overrated gloss of everything else. Bram walks beside me with his hands in his pockets, head slightly tilted toward the trees. He's not baiting me with his usual sarcasm, just present. It's unnerving, how natural it feels. We pass a family tossing a frisbee and an older couple curled together on a bench like time forgot them. Then, out of nowhere, he asks, "What was your first real win? The one you still think about?" It catches me off guard. Not the question itself, but the way he asks it. No agenda. Just curiosity, clean and unfiltered. I laugh, a little too loud, a little too sharp. Define win. He doesn't answer or try to reframe it. Just waits, gaze steady, giving me space instead of pressure. So I tell him. Not the polished story I hand out at panels or press junkets. Just the truth. A busted circuit board, a 6th grade science fair, a girl with pressed hair and scraped knees who refused to accept second place. I tell him about the night I stayed up rewiring the whole thing with a borrowed soldering kit and a stubborn sense of justice. about the moment I lit the filament, watched it spark to life, and knew this is what it means to win. He doesn't interrupt, doesn't congratulate me or try to turn it into a metaphor. He just nods once. Like he sees me. The one with the burned fingertips and borrowed tools is still here, walking beside him. We keep moving, the silence uncoiling soft between us. Not empty, just full of things we're finally starting to say. By the time we reached the lake, the winds picked up, just enough to make everything feel cinematic. It whips my coat open at the hem and tangles my hair across my cheek in a way I'd usually smooth back immediately. Today, I let it stay. There's no press here, no handlers. Just water and sky and that strange quiet that only happens near the shoreline. Like the city steps back for a breath, we pause near a weathered bench, the kind that's seen too many first kisses and final goodbyes. I'm staring at the line where blue meets gray, thinking about everything I've built and everything I've buried, when Bram pulls out his phone. "Let me get one," he says, angling slightly. For optics, of course. His smile is easy, teasing, but there's something behind it. Something that settles too close to sincerity. I almost protest, almost laugh it off. But instead, I stay still. He doesn't ask me to pose, doesn't tell me to smile either. He just snaps the photo while I'm turned toward the water, one hand stuffed in my coat pocket, the other gripping the bench like it might steady me. He doesn't show me the picture. I already know what it looks like. It's not polished, not sharp-edged or shielded. It's just me, caught in a rare moment of stillness, the kind I didn't mean to offer, the kind I have no idea how to take back. And somehow, that image, the one with no caption, no spin, feels more dangerous than every pitch deck and NDA I've ever signed. Because it's not the board I'm afraid of. It's what I see when I stop pretending I don't want to be seen. He buys me a lakeside gelato costs more than a cocktail. It's the kind of indulgence that's supposed to feel elegant, not irritating. I take slow bites anyway, watching the crowd drift by on Clark Street while Bram leans back on the bench like he belongs here. Legs stretched out, cup balanced on his knee, whole body angled toward mine like gravity chose a side. He doesn't speak for a while, just lets the moment breathe. Then casually, it doesn't even ripple the air, he asks, "Did you ever want kids?" I glance at him, surprised. Not offended, just startled. He says it like someone asking about favorite books or travel regrets. I almost give him the polished answer, the one I've deployed in interviews with a tilt of the head and a laugh that sounds evolved. I'm married to my work. My legacy is already in motion. But my spoon hovers over pistachio, and something loosens in my chest before I can lock it down. I'm not sure I'd know how to be soft long enough to raise something so innocent. It slips out more honest than I intend, more personal than anyone outside my therapist has ever earned. I brace for the reflexive response, the reassurance, the well-meaning contradiction. But Bram just watches me. Like that sentence is a fragile artifact, and he's careful not to touch it with anything heavy. He doesn't tell me I'm wrong, or dress it in comfort, or tell me I'd figure it out. He just lets the words sit between us. Like truth doesn't need permission to exist. The skyline glows like it's been holding its breath all day and finally exhaled. We're on my rooftop, legs dangling off the low ledge, half wrapped in a throw blanket that still smells like dry cleaning and lavender. There's no champagne, no playlist, just the soft hum of the city and the clink of melting ice in our glasses. I was 13, I say, staring out over the lights. First group project. First time I noticed how easy it was for boys to be mediocre and still get credit. Bram doesn't interrupt. Just leans back on his palms, head tilted, watching me like I'm reading out loud from a story he doesn't want to end. I learned real quick that if you want a seat at the table, you have to bring your own damn chair and brace for someone to pull it out from under you anyway. The words come flat. not bitter, just worn from being carried too long. I expect him to nod, to say that sucks, or I get it, or you've come so far. But he doesn't. He just listens, eyes steady, hands loose, not trying to package my truth into something palatable. And that, God help me, that might be the most seductive thing about him. Because I'm used to being heard by people who are already planning their rebuttals. But Bram hears me like it's the only thing on his agenda tonight. And somehow, it's enough. We walk down from the roof and to my door like it's instinct. We don't speak. The hallway hums with the hush of late-night calm. Just soft lighting, distant elevator chimes, and the sound of my pulse somewhere behind my ribs. When he kisses me, it's not the kind that tries to prove anything. It's slow and certain. Like punctuation at the end of a sentence neither of us knows how to write, but keep reading anyway. His lips press to mine like a promise made under breath. When he pulls back, he doesn't linger, doesn't graze my jaw or brush hair from my face. He just steps back, steady, quiet, completely present. And then he looks at me, really looks. Not like a man charmed by the CEO, not like a partner reading the playbook, but like someone who sees the scaffolding and the story, like someone who's made peace with the contradiction of me, both the polished perimeter and the trembling girl I keep barricaded inside it, and still doesn't flinch. I open the door, but I don't go in right away. My fingers rest against the frame, and for a moment I just stand there, half in the light, half in shadow, watching him walk away. I close it slowly. Not because I'm uncertain, but because somehow, impossibly, I already missed the fact that only he knows how to make me feel safe.
Chapter 18 of Bram. The gallery is a kaleidoscope of soft jazz, sharp tailoring, and art that dares you to pretend you understand it. Industrial beams overhead, ambient lighting curated for mood, not clarity, and enough champagne to convince anyone they're interesting. I trail Ayana through the crowd like I have a purpose, beyond staring at the small of her back. Every time she pauses to greet someone, I hover just close enough to look deliberate. Like I belong here, beside her. She's wearing midnight that's sleek, satiny, merciless. The dress hugs her frame like it was custom-stitched to her confidence. But it's her laugh that turns heads, not the neckline. A sound too rare to be rehearsed. And when her eyes flick to mine, past hedge fund brokers, magazine editors, and the pop-up sculptures made of steel and sarcasm, it feels like she's handing me a secret no one else is invited to keep. We make the rounds smiling in sync, drinks in hand like props in a play we stopped auditioning for halfway through. I toss out the occasional quip, dry enough to amuse, harmless enough to deflect. She catches them like serve and volley, no hesitation. There's a rhythm forming between us, the kind that makes people look twice and whisper in half sentences. One woman from Techline Weekly leans over to Ayana and stage whispers, "You two should headline the next launch yourselves." Ayana doesn't flinch, just sips her drink and replies, "We prefer subtle domination." I nearly choke on my champagne. She winks. By the time we reach the back wall, where a surrealist piece dares me to interpret it without sounding like a fraud, I've had 2 glasses too many and not nearly enough. The buzz isn't just in my bloodstream, it's in my bones. In the way she drapes a hand across my forearm as she explains our joint strategy to a venture capitalist who hasn't realized he's being managed, in the way our shoulders brush and neither of us moves. It's reckless, the amount of closeness I'm letting myself feel. But tonight it doesn't feel like trespassing. It feels like we carved this space out of marble and flame and dared anyone to try and shatter it. And the worst part, I don't want it to end. The car glides through the city like it's been bribed to be quiet. Traffic is a lullaby of red brake lights and glossy reflections, the kind of cinematic calm that makes anything feel possible or dangerous. Ayana slips into the back seat beside me, still radiant from the gallery, but softer now. Less steel, more smoke. She kicks off her heels without ceremony and tucks one leg beneath her, dress hitching just enough to make my brain forget basic math. "You okay?" she asks, and it's not a throwaway line. Her voice has this tired curl to it, wrapped in flirtation but worn around the edges. I nod. Once. It's all I can manage. Because if I open my mouth, I don't know what might come out. An answer. A confession, her name said too gently. She shifts slightly and her knee grazes mine. Just a touch. Just skin against fabric. But it sets off a chemical reaction that doesn't care we're not alone. My jaw tightens. I force myself to stare out the window like the skyline has suddenly become fascinating. Like I haven't memorized the way her scent clings to leather seats and late-night silences. I've spent weeks building a firewall between my logic and whatever the hell this is. And now she's right here, barefoot, flushed from champagne, looking at me like she's not sure whether she wants to ruin me or rescue me. I should pull away, but I don't, because the truth is, I've been pretending since the moment I met her, pretending I'm not still angry, as if I'm not obsessed, like I didn't start this whole game with revenge in mind, and somehow ended up wanting everything else instead. Outside, the city slides past in streaks of gold and blue. Inside, I burn in silence. We step inside her apartment like we've done it before, coats shrugged off without ceremony, shoes toe-kicked into the corner. But something about tonight feels heavier. Not in a way that drags, in a way that pulls. Like gravity, but personal. The door clicks shut behind me, and for a second, neither of us moves. Her apartment glows in soft amber tones, city light leaking in through the windows, casting long shadows that flicker like thoughts I shouldn't be having. She doesn't say much. Just walks toward the kitchen with the same quiet confidence she wears in boardrooms. "Coffee?" she asks, pausing by the island. It's not casual. It's not innocent. It's her version of a line drawn in steam and porcelain. She doesn't have to clarify that the question isn't really about caffeine. I follow. She leans back against the marble, one hip cocked, one hand bracing against the counter like she's posing for something that doesn't exist. Her lipstick's slightly smudged, hair loose from the wind, and her gaze dares me to get honest. Not with her. With myself. I close the distance, step by step, until the scent of her wine-laced breath mixes with bergamot and ambition. She just watches me, like she's waiting to see what I'll do with the space I asked for, but never really wanted. My fingers twitch at my sides, aching for something. Her jawline, her waist, something that anchors me to this moment and ruins every plan I've been pretending to care about. I tell myself I'm here to protect my work, to protect myself. But none of that feels true anymore. She tilts her head just a little, enough to tip the scales, and suddenly, I'm not sure if this is a collision or a surrender. She tilts her chin, barely. Just enough to signal what we both already know is coming. No words. Just a slow, deliberate dare written in the angle of her jaw and the stillness of her breath. And I lose the fight. The moment my mouth touches hers, it's like striking flint. Heat, fast and greedy, devours the space we kept so carefully curated. There's no slow build, no tentative pull, just hunger, unspooled and unraveling in the press of our mouths and the scrape of my palm against her spine. If you want to know where this naughty scene is headed, you'll have to get it from VixAvaughnRomance.com. This platform has rules and guidelines that we have to follow in order to keep these free stories coming. Find any Vixa audiobook on her website and use code VIXA40 for a 40% discount to make up for these interruptions. Let's return to the story.
Danger, desire, secrets that could kill.
Ooh, baby, you already know I'm staying for this ride.
8 full-length audiobooks. Stories tangled with mystery, betrayal, and the kind of passion you can't outrun.
Oh, these heroes? They'll pin you to the wall 1 second and save your life the next. Talk about multitasking.
Assassins, billionaires, men with dangerous pasts, and women strong enough to match them, secret for secret.
Right now, you're snatching this up at a wild 70% off.
8 stories, endless passion, a love worth dying for.
Click the link and buckle up, honey. 'Cause this ain't just romance.
The romantic suspense audiobook bundle. Love has never been this dangerous.
Vixa Vaughn Romance. Chapter 19. Ayana. The scent of dark roast reaches me before I even open my eyes. Sharp, nutty, grounding. There's also the sound of something soft, brushing against ceramic. A drawer slides open. The faintest hum of someone who doesn't care if they're off key. For a disoriented second, I think I've dreamed it. That he's still a fantasy I conjured in the middle of a gallery-induced high. But when I roll over and peek past the edge of the duvet, there he is. Bram. In my kitchen. Barefoot and sleep-creased, wearing one of those smug half-smiles, like he's just now realizing I keep my butter in a ceramic dish, labeled emotionally spreadable. His hair is a mess. His t-shirt clings to the line of his back in ways I shouldn't be noticing, but can't seem to stop cataloging. He's plating croissants like this is Sunday morning in some coastal town where people have time to fall in love on purpose. I sit up, pushing the blanket down with one hand and my hair back with the other. You're very confident for someone invading a woman's mug shelf without explicit consent, I say, voice scratchy from sleep but steadier than I feel. He holds up a mug with a faded painting of Frida Kahlo on it. She spoke to me, said she liked a man with artistic tendencies and moral ambiguity. A reluctant laugh tumbles out before I can edit it. Frida has taste. He glances over, and for a moment it's everything. That look, low, unguarded, laced with something almost tender. But then it's gone, tucked away behind a sip of coffee and a too careful shrug. I wrap the robe around me and pad into the kitchen, every step feeling louder than it should. He pours a second cup without asking, slides it toward me like it's familiar, like we're doing this. I take the cup, but don't drink, watching him over the rim. You always this chipper after defiling someone's meticulously curated sleep schedule? Only when there are croissants involved. His smile lands, but it doesn't stay. There's a quiet hanging between us. Not cold, not even awkward. Just muted. Like someone turned the dimmer down on whatever we were last night, and neither of us is sure whether to flick it back up or let it fade. I stir my coffee absently, not because it needs it, but because I need something to do with my hands. He leans against the counter, eyes dropping to his phone for a second too long. I don't ask what he's looking at, or why he hasn't kissed me. The kitchen is warm with morning light and soft shadows. It feels like a life I recognize but don't remember choosing. A snapshot from someone else's piece, and I'm suddenly terrified that if I speak, if I name what last night meant, it'll shatter. So I say nothing. Just sip my coffee and pretend like this is just another morning in a city full of them. Even if my pulse is pounding out the truth in Morse code behind my ribs, we eat at the island like civilized people, like last night didn't upend something fragile and unspoken between us. The croissants are buttery, flaking onto the plate with every distracted bite. I'm chewing, but I couldn't tell him what it tastes like. The quiet stretches, not sharp, just intentional, like we're both dancing around the thing still echoing in the air between us. I want to ask what that was. I want to say it meant something. But every version of that thought withers before it makes it to my throat. There's something too sacred about naming it out loud. Like if I try to define it, I'll make it smaller than it actually is. So instead, I default. Investor sync is at 10, I murmur, pushing a piece of croissant with the edge of my fork. We're previewing the campaign assets next week, so I need to finalize visual specs today. I also think we need to reapproach the influencer arm of the rollout. Maybe shift some attention toward VR integration. Bram nods. Eyes steady, mouth full. He swallows, wipes his hand on a napkin, and replies, "That makes sense. Especially the VR angle. It's scalable, and it plays well for press." He says it like he means it, and maybe he does. But the words are scaffolding, something to keep us upright while everything else settles. He doesn't bring up last night, doesn't touch my hand again, or make some offhand joke to ease the awkward. He listens, but he doesn't reach. He's careful now. And that care, while gentle, feels like distance. Like he's already halfway to the exit in his head, tying a bow around whatever last night was and putting it on the shelf of beautiful mistakes. I glance at him, trying to read what's behind the neutral expression and clean lines of his jaw. But Bram Calder is nothing if not good at staying composed. That's part of the problem. I want to ask him if it was real, but I talk about engagement metrics instead, because I'm not sure which answer would hurt more, the truth or the performance of it. And either way, I'm not ready to watch it fall apart just yet. I open my laptop with the intention of spinning headlines, not unraveling them. The tab loads slowly, sluggish with caffeine and residual sleep, and I steel myself for the usual Monday barrage. Post-launch chatter, branded hashtags, a few glib sound bites from tastemakers who pretend not to care, while subtly begging for a sponsorship. Instead, I find it, tucked between a project budget update and a calendar reminder for next week's advisory board call, an email thread I was never CC'd on. Subject line, Integration Protocols, Phase 1. Sender, Merit, Laurel, Internal, my team. I stare at it for longer than intend to. Click. There's a shared doc, 3 reply all chains, and a few names I know by heart. One I don't. Calder. My stomach knots before I consciously understand why. Paragraph 3 references next-gen compatibility architecture between Thorntech UX and Calder Labs source code. There's a bullet point about testing, a speculative valuation bracket, and then the phrase that freezes everything. Pending internal review with Ayana. Pending, like I've already approved it. Like I'm just the final signature on a deal someone else wrote in ink I never saw. I reread it once, then again. By the third pass, the only thing I feel is heat crawling up the skin on the back of my neck. He's sitting not 10 feet away, rinsing his mug like this is Sunday morning and not the start of a corporate betrayal. My fingers dance over the trackpad. I don't click, don't breathe, because suddenly I can't decide what's worse. That I wasn't looped in, or that maybe Bram was. And if he was, I don't know what I'll do with that. Yet. But I know this. I can't ask until I'm ready to handle the answer. And right now, I'm not. I glance up from the screen like I'm just stretching my neck, but really I'm watching him. Bram is perched on one of my bar stools, barefoot, sipping from the glitter-painted mug Talia gave me as a joke. Boss energy, it says in loopy cursive, like it was made for someone who has everything under control. He doesn't even flinch at the irony, just tips the cup back like this is what mornings look like now. But now I'm seeing it all differently. Oh my God, does he already know that his work was a part of all this? Every silence from earlier replays like a redacted memo. And then there's the way he's not asking questions about work, about my schedule, about anything that might force him to lie. My hand tightens around the edge of the counter. I tell myself I'm overreacting. Trigger happy with mistrust because that's what this world has trained me to be. But still, my mind loops the phrasing from that email. Pending internal review with Ayana. Not from, not led by. With like I'm a rubber stamp someone forgot to prime. Want more coffee? He asks, already half risen from the stool, voice low and even. I look at him, really look. The man who touched me like I was scripture last night, who moved like he meant every breath between us. And now he's standing in my kitchen, mug in hand, offering me a refill like nothing's cracking beneath the surface. Yes, I say, managing a smile that even I almost believe. Because I can't say I don't trust you without making a mess I can't sweep back under the rug. Not yet. So I sip and nod and watch him pour, and I lie, right through my teeth. We move around each other like we've done this before. No choreography or commands, just a rhythm. My plate slides into the dishwasher right as he hands me the mug I forgot by the sink. His arm brushes mine, warm and bare, and the contact lingers longer than it should. Not on skin, on memory. There's music playing faintly from the speaker I forgot to turn off last night. Something acoustic and dreamy, like the soundtrack to a life that doesn't belong to me. One where brunch is routine and love is assumed. One where men like Bram don't come with invisible strings. He steals one of my croissants while I'm rinsing the egg pan, just picks it up with a grin like he's entitled to it, like he belongs here, in this kitchen, in this moment. You weren't going to finish this anyway, he says, voice light, teasing. I smirk, but it's tight, fraying at the edges. He leans in, presses a kiss to my temple, soft and familiar, like this is a sequel to a life I didn't know we were writing, like he's kissed me there before, like he'll do it again. I don't stop him, but I don't lean in either. When he steps toward the door, keys jangling in his pocket, I stay planted by the counter, watching him like I'm trying to memorize something I shouldn't have to let go of so soon. He looks back once, says, "See you later," like it's a promise. But it feels more like a question. And when the door clicks shut behind him, the quiet isn't peace anymore. It's proof. The first crack, enough to let the cold in. The lock clicks into place, and the silence is deafening. I set my laptop on the counter like it might anchor me, but my pulse is already racing. The invite is still open on the screen, taunting me with its smug little subject line. Integration Protocols, Phase 1. My name nowhere in sight. My company took credit for his creation after someone stole his presentation. I don't flinch, not externally. Internally? I'm recalculating everything. Fingers hover over the keys for a second. Then I start typing. Notes, timelines, questions, contingencies. This isn't panic. It's preparation. It's muscle memory and motion. I've survived worse, but I've never let it come this close before. This isn't about strategy anymore, or even survival. This is about war. If Bram's playing me, if this whole thing has been some slow drip con dressed up in candlelight and kisses, I'll find out. And when I do, I won't cry. I won't plead. I'll burn the whole damn boardroom down before I let anyone mistake my silence for surrender. I pull my second monitor closer, open a fresh spreadsheet. My coffee's gone cold beside me, untouched. So be it. Love was a luxury. This question mark. This is what I do best.
Chapter 20. Bram. The L train rattles beneath me like it's trying to shake something loose, and maybe it is. I'm jammed in the corner seat near the back of the car, knees angled away from the guy beside me who smells like cigarettes and peppered beef, jerky, headphones in, but silent. I'm not listening to anything. I haven't since I boarded. The wire's just a placeholder. Something to keep the world out while my brain runs every loop it can't shut down. Tunnel lights pulse past the windows in rhythmic flashes, carving shadows into my face, cutting me into pieces I don't have the energy to reassemble. The hum of the train mixes with the low murmur of two teens, arguing over which BTS member has the best solo album. And the sound makes me want to disappear into the noise. It's easier than facing what's waiting in the silence. I tilt my head back against the wall and close my eyes, But that's a mistake. All it does is make the memory sharper. Ayana, barefoot, wrapped in that cream robe she didn't bother to tie properly, collarbone catching the light like it's trying to unmake me. Her hand curled around the Frida mug, steam curling toward her face. That almost smile laced with a warmth that looked real but felt careful. Like she was trying not to tip something over. That's what messes me up most. The restraint. The version of her I got last night, open, unrushed, falling asleep, tangled up in me, wasn't the same woman I saw this morning. There was a shift, subtle but undeniable, like she woke up with a secret and didn't trust herself not to spill it if she looked me in the eye too long. I tell myself it could be nothing. Stress, fatigue, the inevitable awkwardness of waking up next to someone after you've broken your own rules with them. But that's not the kind of man I am. She's not the kind of woman who fumbles easy. Ayana plays her emotions like a symphony, measured, intentional, always aware of the impression she's leaving behind. Which is why the absence of any mention of my work, of that document, isn't just an oversight. It's a choice. The train lurches, jerking me forward slightly, and I rub my hands over my thighs, grounding myself in something physical, something tactile. Denim, heat, skin, not pixels or projections or late-night theories about who knew what and when. I need to stay rooted in now. But my mind keeps spinning toward the edge of maybe. Maybe she didn't know. Maybe her team moved behind her back. Maybe this is all some internal power play, and she's as blindsided as I was. That's the narrative I've been feeding myself for the past 48 hours, even as evidence to the contrary stacks like poker chips in my chest. But the truth is that story's running out of air, fast, because Ayana doesn't miss things. She doesn't get looped out of high-level integrations or forget to check internal memos. She's the one people circle around, not the one they keep in the dark. And when I think about the phrasing, pending internal review with Ayana, the word with feels surgical, clean, deceptively polite. Like someone put a gun on the table and offered her the chance to pick it up. I shift in my seat, watching my reflection flicker in the train window. For a moment, it doesn't look like me. It looks like someone who should have seen this coming. Someone who let a beautiful woman whisper him into vulnerability while the people under her banner signed away his future behind his back. Someone who believed the wrong part of the story. And if I'm being honest, I still want to believe her. That's the most dangerous part of all. The train shifts again, and so does the pressure behind my sternum. Not panic. Not yet. It's something closer to resignation. The kind of bone-deep knowing that doesn't scream, just settles in your bloodstream like a forecast you already saw coming. I pull out my phone and tap open the folder Leo sent me last week. Again. I don't even need to reread it anymore. Every word is branded into the back of my eyelids. But I go through the motions because hope dies slower when you drag it out. There it is. Page 4. Bullet points listing integration specs between Calder and Thorntech UX assets. A tidy little alignment of timelines that hugs the edge of coincidence just long enough to stab you with it. The kicker, the dates, the phrasing. Every single line calibrated to imply I consented. As if the NDA I signed was a handshake, not a muzzle. As if I invited them to mine my code base for parts before I could finish the prototype. My jaw clenches as I scroll past my own name, listed like an afterthought. Not inventor, not developer, just referenced, cited, folded into something larger, as if I should be grateful to be mentioned at all. I want to believe that what happened between us wasn't strategy, that she didn't let me undress her in the dark just to keep me from turning on the lights. But the timing, the seamless integration of intimacy and silence, it gnaws at the soft parts of me I pretend don't exist. Did she reach for me that night because she needed comfort? Or because she needed proximity? Did she sleep beside me to forget the storm? Or to stay ahead of it? I don't have the answers. And the part that wrecks me most? I still want to trust her, even knowing I probably shouldn't. My phone buzzes against my thigh, sharp and jarring. I flinch before I even look. Leo. Of course it's Leo. I consider ignoring it, just staring out the window, letting the city blur past like it has nothing to do with me. But I can't, because Leo doesn't call unless the fire's already lit. I answer on the third ring, dragging the cord of my headphones forward and slipping one in. The audio kicks on like a gunshot in my ear. Tell me something good, I say, flat. I don't mean it. Leo doesn't pretend to play along. It's happening. That's all he says at first, just that, but it's enough. I close my eyes, let the sound of the train fill the space while my stomach drops like I missed a step. Define happening, I mutter, already bracing. The piece is locked. It goes out tomorrow morning. Maybe midnight tonight if they're hungry. His voice is clipped. All business. You're in it. I drag my hand down my face, slow and controlled. As what? As the genius who got steamrolled by $1 billion machine and didn't raise a flag. They're calling it a strategic partnership. Quiet, legal, civil, no theft, just licensing through back channels. I huff out something that's not quite a laugh, which makes me look complicit. Worse, Leo says. It makes you look bought. The words hit harder than they should, because that's the one thing I never wanted to be. Someone who folded without a fight. Someone who let them write him out of his own work and smiled through the press release. I look around the train, suddenly too aware of how many people are around me, how normal they all seem, how none of them know the ground is about to shift beneath my feet. They're framing it like I knew, I say, mostly to myself. And since you haven't made a public denial... Leo trails off. I don't need him to finish. My silence is about to become their narrative. I stare straight ahead, through the scratched plastic of the window. I feel the weight of Ayana's lips on mine like a ghost, like a contradiction, like a line I still haven't decided whether I want to cross again or burn down entirely. I end the call, but the echo of Leo's voice lingers, sharp and surgical. It makes you look bought. I stare at the subway ad plastered across from me, some pastel graphic pushing cruelty-free shampoo and serotonin. But I'm not seeing it. Not really. My eyes register the color, the soft focused smiles, the stupid tagline about self-care, but none of it lands. All I can hear is that phrase looping in my head like it's been scored to static. They're naming you. My name. On a product I built from nothing. Twisted into a headline I didn't approve. Locked into a story I never signed off on. My code, my structure. Folded into the belly of Thorntech like it was theirs to refine, not mine to defend. The lie is elegant, clinical. They'll make it look clean, above board. A savvy business decision. Licensing. Collaboration. Words that give the illusion of partnership while stripping you of power. And they'll say I benefited, that I leveraged my IP to scale, that I was in the room. But I wasn't. Not when they stole the pitch deck, not when they dissected my interface, not when they started using the term Calder integration like it was just another bullet point on a slide deck. And Ayana? I don't know if she's complicit or cornered. I don't know if this was her call or someone else's. But I do know she's letting the silence stand. And that silence, it's not neutral. It's a shape, a weapon, a decision. I inhale slowly through my nose, grounding myself in the sensation. One breath, then another. I keep my hands folded, my shoulders loose, my expression blank. Because if I let even one crack show, if I let my voice betray how deep this cut runs, I'll give the city of Chicago a show I can't afford. Bram Calder doesn't lose composure in public, especially not over a woman who might be the architect of his undoing. But it's the intimacy that unravels me most. Not the deal, not the headlines, not even the theft. It's the way she looked at me like I was already hers. Last night plays back in high definition. Ayana's laugh, low and drowsy, catching in her throat when I kissed the hollow of her neck. The The sound she made when my hand slid beneath her robe, reverent and hungry. Her fingers twisting in my hair like she needed the anchor, like if she let go, she'd disappear. That wasn't business. That wasn't strategy. Was it? God, I don't know anymore. I want to believe that it was softness, that it was real, that the tension in her voice this morning came from guilt, not calculation, that she didn't let me touch her to keep me tame, that she didn't press her mouth to mine because it bought her another day of silence. But that's the problem with Ayana. She's not obvious. She's not careless. She's not someone who stumbles into betrayal and sloughs it off with an apology and a shrug. She calculates. She commands. She doesn't miss things. And I can't read her. That terrifies me in a way no headline ever could. I don't know what to do when the one person who made me feel like more than a machine might have just used me as one. And worse, I still want her anyway. I pull the phone back to my ear, dialing Leo's number again. My mouth is dry, tongue thick with the taste of iron. Not blood. Not really. Just that metallic hum of adrenaline sharpening behind my teeth. There's a version of this where I storm into her office, eyes blazing, truth in hand, and demand an answer she doesn't want to give. There's a version where I ask her why. Why me? Why now? Why the hell would you let me touch you like that if you were always going to twist the knife? But that version only leads one place. Detonation. I can't afford that yet. Leo answers, clearly irritated. What the hell happened? What do you want me to do? I exhale slowly, watching a bead of condensation slither down the metal pole I've been gripping, like it might hold me together. Nothing yet, I say. My voice comes out even. I'm surprised by how calm it sounds. Give me 48 hours. 48, Leo repeats. That's cutting it close. I know. There's silence then. You think she knew? I don't answer. Because if I say yes, I'll have to make it true. And if I say no, I'll believe it when I shouldn't. I don't know, but I'll be in touch when I figure out where the hell to go with this. I end the call again, slipping my phone into my pocket. I step off the train with my coat slung over one arm, and my jaw set hard enough to ache. The platform smells like wet concrete and burnt sugar from a street cart vendor who's already trying to sell roasted peanuts to people dead behind the eyes. The city's moving like it always does. Indifferent. Immediate. No one stops. No one looks up. I don't either. My feet hit the pavement in rhythm with the beat forming in my head. Not a plan. Not yet. Just the outline of one. I'm not walking away from Ayana, not today, not without proof, not without control. But I'm also not walking in blind. If she's innocent, I'll know. And if she's not, then I'll make sure the world remembers which one of us built the damn blueprint.
Chapter 21. Ayana. I don't knock. The door to the Thorntech executive boardroom swings open with a weighty hiss, and for a split second, everyone forgets how to breathe. The glass walls do little to mute the silence that follows. It's sharp, waiting, brittle. I step inside, heels clicking against imported oak like punctuation marks. I know the sound was designed to project authority. Today, it just sounds like a countdown. The eucalyptus diffuser in the corner fights to make things feel curated, but it mixes with the sterile scent of fear and fresh betrayal in a way that makes my stomach turn. The walls are still branded with our values in brushed steel. Innovation, integrity, vision. I want to laugh, or scream, or maybe both. 7 board members, 3 advisors, my COO, my lawyer, all staring like I've interrupted a brunch, not stormed into a battlefield. Celine straightens in her chair, but her eyes won't meet mine. Vince, from legal, blinks at his tablet like it might offer him a trapdoor. I scan the faces of men and women I've outworked, outpitched, and outlasted for years, and all I see is calculation. I don't sit. I don't smile. Someone start talking. Now. The words fall low and deliberate, my voice barely above a whisper, but they land like shrapnel. No one moves, no one speaks either. The tension coagulates, thick and cloying, until I almost gag on it. And that's when it dawns on me. Not one of them is surprised to see me like this. They were waiting, bracing. Not for the confrontation, but for the moment I finally saw it. The betrayal, the slow bleeding of power dressed up as corporate strategy. The kingdom I built, weaponized against me by men with Harvard MBAs and impeccable suits. And I let them. Celine slides a tablet across the table like it might detonate. She doesn't speak, just glances at me, subtle, pleading, like she wants me to prepare for whatever's coming. Like she knows I won't. My fingers curl around the device anyway, cool and slick against my palm. One swipe, and the first contract stares back at me like an accusation. Integration protocols, licensing transitions, API ownership. My name is on every page, every clause, every term, signed and sealed with my digital fingerprint, clean and crisp in Thorntech Navy. I scroll faster. Another agreement, and another. My signature, title, and approval. I don't remember a single one. The room sinks into static as I dig deeper. Dates line up in brutal precision. Each document executed during my travel weeks, the ones where I handed off low-level approval cues to our automation protocol. I was trying to be efficient, scalable. I built systems to keep things moving without my hand on every wheel. Turns out, they moved just fine without me. The e-signature software I championed, the one I insisted would protect my time and my authority, had been rerouted. Reassigned permissions I never authorized. All above board, apparently, all under my watch. Celine says something, soft and sharp. I can't hear it, because I'm staring at the line beneath the latest deal memo. An integration clause binding Bram's code to Thorntech's infrastructure, pending a full acquisition. Signed, Ayanna M. Thorne. Title, Founder and CEO. My own initials gleam at the bottom like polished blades. My brand, my betrayal. They used me to gut him, and I handed them the knife. Elliot clears his throat like he's auditioning for the role of reasonable man in a crisis. His tie is too tight, his smile too loose. It's standard due diligence, Ayanna, he says, each syllable massaged into something that's supposed to sound like reassurance. We assumed your oversight remained consistent. No one wanted to overstep. The tablet is still in my hands, but now it feels heavier, filthy. My voice is low, but it slices through the hum of HVAC and discomfort. So instead, you buried me in red tape and bet on the fact I wouldn't read the fine print. No one corrects me, not Celine, who won't meet my eyes, not Vincent, who suddenly finds the condensation on his water glass very interesting, not Marla, who once promised me she'd bleed for this brand and now won't even blink. The silence isn't passive, it's strategic. It's the sound of a team that's already moved on, already made peace with their decision to sideline the woman who built this empire from her parents' basement. They didn't forget to tell me. They just didn't need me to know. I gripped the edge of the table, knuckles white, the word betrayal blooming behind my ribs like a bruise with teeth. My power isn't gone, but I can feel it, being measured, redistributed, repackaged into something quieter, easier to control. I was never supposed to be a partner in this phase. Just the symbol, the figurehead, the brand they polish and parade while the real decisions happen behind mirrored doors. And today, those doors just slammed in my face. I turn to Celine and I see it, not fear or strategy, regret. It flickers just beneath the surface of her otherwise unreadable face, the way her jaw sets too tight, the way her fingers flex around the pen she's not writing with. I don't need her to say anything, but I ask anyway because the words have teeth and I need them to land somewhere. You knew? The silence is elastic, stretching, about to snap. Celine doesn't nod, doesn't deny it either. Her voice is quiet, clipped, like she's trying to minimize the damage of every syllable. I try to flag it. My stomach turns before the rest of the sentence even lands. You were busy. Busy. That one word doesn't just bruise, it detonates. Like I wasn't here every damn day, running this machine while putting out fires that shouldn't have existed in the first place. Like ambition disqualifies me from awareness. Like excellence means forfeiting the right to be protected by the people who swore they were on my side. I stare at her, and what I want to say burns like acid on my tongue, but I don't scream. I just feel it. That slow, sick realization that maybe the worst betrayal doesn't come from enemies. It comes from the ones who knew better and didn't say a thing. They're still talking. Voices like elevator music, bland, self-important, polished just enough to sound responsible. Her brand took a hit in Q2, but recovery looks stable. Her influence remains an asset in investor-facing materials. We'll leverage the optics. Frame it as a visionary pivot. I blink. Did they just say optics? They're talking about me, but not to me. And definitely not like I'm here. Not Ayanna Thorne, the builder, the strategist, the woman who skipped birthdays and bled into pitch decks to raise this empire from scratch. No, they're talking about her. Capital H, her. The brand, the name that headlines Forbes covers and sells future-proof portfolios. I tune out the numbers, the jargon, the rot behind their rehearsed reassurances. Because somewhere between the press junkets and the product launches, I stopped being the mind that shaped the mission. I became the mission. A figurehead dressed in designer, perfectly poised to open doors and close deals. They're not steering without me. They've just replaced me with a hologram. And I realize, with a clarity that makes my skin crawl, I'm not just out of the loop. I am the loop. And disturbingly easy to bypass. I don't say goodbye. Don't offer closing remarks or a fake smile to smooth the edges. I just turn and walk. No one follows. No one dares. The conference room door hisses shut behind me and the sound feels final. Not like an ending, but like something irreversible has started unraveling. My heels hit the floor like punctuation marks, echoing sharp and deliberate down the hallway I paid for. My stomach knots tighter with every step, but I keep my spine straight. Straight like it was when I pitched Thorntech out of a WeWork lobby. Straight like it was when I raised the first million with nothing but grit and a prototype. In the elevator, I don't cry. I calculate. Every contract, every system, every slip of digital permission they twisted into a noose. They used my tools, my shortcuts, my trust. They think that makes me weak, distracted, replaceable. They forgot something. The software may have been automated, but the vision, that was always mine. And now that I'm aware, they better pray I don't come back to reclaim the throne, because I'm not interested in reigning anymore. I'm coming to rebuild the whole goddamn empire. Brick by brick. And this time, nothing gets signed unless I bleed on it first.
Chapter 22. Brea. The notification hits at 5:42 a.m., a soft, expectant chime that slices through the stillness like it's announcing something holy. I blink against the early light, groggy fingers fumbling for the phone that's been glued to my nightstand like an afterthought. My eyes adjust just in time to see the headline flash across the top of the screen. #1 in Behavioral Analytics, Real-Time Engagement category. I don't move. Viral traction. Overnight. The kind of momentum you can't engineer. Not this clean or this fast. I should feel something like triumph. That was the dream, wasn't it? To build something from nothing. Make it undeniable. Watch the world lean in and pay attention. But all I feel is static. Not numbness exactly. Just the kind of emptiness that hums under your skin when you've been waiting for fireworks and the sky stays silent. Sunlight cuts through the blinds in perfect verticals, striping the walls like a stage someone forgot to step onto. I sit up slowly, phone still in my hand, heart oddly steady. No surge of adrenaline, just a hollow ache blooming behind my sternum like the slow unfurling of regret. I swipe through the push notifications, tweets, news blurbs, congratulations from apps I haven't opened in months. Every line reads like a victory lap, and yet all I can focus on is the soft click of Ayana's door closing behind me, the sound of her breath when she sleeps, the way she looked at me yesterday morning, like she was both guilty, golden, and untouchable all at once. This is the moment I was supposed to celebrate, but all I can hear is the silence where her voice should be. By 8 a.m., my inbox is a war zone of exclamation points and ego. Journalists I ghosted last year are suddenly hungry for quotes. VCs I used to chase are chasing me now, offering coffee, capital, and the kind of smug validation that only shows up after the hard part is done. I scroll past a message from someone I sat next to in Econ 201. Knew you'd make it, man. Sure you did. Leo sends a gif of fireworks bursting across the screen in patriotic slow motion, cheesy and unironically perfect. My dad forwards the press release with a rare thumbs-up emoji and nothing else, like it's proof he still knows how to speak pride in modern shorthand. Every ping, every vibration, every digital high-five hits like static. Bright noise with no warmth. I hit mark as read again and again until my inbox is clean, but my chest feels cluttered with all the things I can't say out loud. This is the dream, right? So why does it feel like I'm grieving something I never got to keep? I close my laptop and stare at the wall for a beat too long. Maybe this is just what success tastes like, sharp and sterile. Or maybe it's because every word of praise feels like a reminder that she's not here to hear it. The biggest win of my career, and all I can think is, Ayana should have been the first to know. I stare at the dashboard like it's a crystal ball. The numbers climb with ruthless efficiency. Daily active users up by 12%, bounce rate lower than it's ever been. The conversion funnel practically sings. Any other founder would be high-fiving the nearest surface. I should feel proud. Should be texting Leo with obnoxious gifs and calling my dad back. Instead, I watch the graphs arc upward and think about the curve of Ayana's smile the morning after we fell apart. She didn't say a word about the deal, about the backdoor acquisition crawling toward my code like a slow virus. That moment replays like bad security footage. Quiet, still, damning. The numbers are perfect, but the silence that came before them wasn't. I refresh again. 1,000 new users in the last 15 minutes. All organic. All mine. But I can't shake the feeling that I built this in her shadow. That every metric glowing green on this screen is haunted. By the way she held me, by the things she didn't say. It comes in flashes. Uninvited, unrelenting. The hitch in her breath when I kissed her neck. The heat of her nails digging into my shoulder, not to pull me closer, but maybe to hold something back. The way her fingers threaded through my hair like she wanted to stay, even if part of her had already started walking away. And that morning, God, that morning, she blinked twice when I asked if she slept okay. Just a pause. Barely a beat. But now it feels like a script change. Like I caught her mid-edit, reshaping the truth before it left her mouth. Did she know then? Was she protecting the company? Protecting herself? Or was I just collateral damage in a strategy I was too lovesick to see coming? I can't tell, and it's killing me. The not knowing sits under my skin like acid, eating, etching, burning through every good thing I thought we had. Leo texts again. Third time this morning. Drinks tonight? You earned it. A podcast host I've never met wants me live in 30 minutes. Forbes slides into my DMs with a, "Congrats, rockstar. Got 10 minutes for a quote?" I turn my phone over, screen down like it's radiating heat I can't stand to hold anymore. The notifications keep coming. They buzz like static, like applause in a language I don't speak. I walk to the window. Chicago sprawls out below me, glass and grit and ambition stacked sky high. The streets pulse with movement, honking and humming like the whole damn city celebrating for me. Or maybe at me. I should be proud. This is what I wanted. Independence. Recognition. A place at the table I was never invited to. But all I can concentrate on is the curve of her jaw in the morning light. The way her laugh curled around the room when she teased me about my croissant theft. The quiet between us when everything was soft and dangerous and real. I have everything I said I wanted, and it means nothing without her, which makes me furious, not just at her, but at myself, because I miss her anyway. And I have no clue how to stop. I update the app bio sometime after midnight. The cursor blinks at me, judgmental. I smooth out a sentence, tweak the call to action, adjust a back-end tag that'll bump visibility across 2 new regions. Then I sit back and watch the download ticker crawl upward. 10, 15, 30 new users in under a minute. It should feel electric, exhilarating, but instead, it just feels quiet. I rub the center of my chest, just above the rib that always gets sore when I've been hunched too long over a laptop. It aches like something bruised from the inside. Like maybe it's not a muscle at all, but the place where hope used to sit. The screen glows in the dark, numbers multiplying like proof that I'm winning. Except none of this feels like a win. I think if she'd just told me. Just one sentence. Just 1 hour before I found out from Leo. Before I looked at her like she hung the stars and she handed me a blackout instead. I dragged the thought toward the trash bin of my brain. And I delete it. Because the truth is, if she just told me, I might have stayed. And I'm not sure which part of that sentence is worse.
Chapter 23. Ayana. I shut the door to my office behind me and twist the lock with a finality that feels like defiance. It's not about secrecy, it's about sovereignty. About carving out one sliver of this empire where I still get to decide what comes in and what stays out. The room is quiet, but not still. My mind hums like a severed power line, live and dangerous, throwing off sparks that don't know where to land. I kick off my heels, one at a time, then shrug out of my blazer, letting it slide to the floor like an apology I'm no longer willing to make. The polished leather couch, the curated wall art, the minimalist shelves, they all feel staged now, like props in a story I forgot I was telling. Barefoot, I cross the room, arms folded tight across my chest, and rest my forehead against the window pane. The glass is cool, and I close my eyes against the dizzying sprawl of the city below. Chicago moves without me. Honks and sirens echo faintly up from the street, a chaos that feels almost soothing compared to the strategic mutiny I just walked out of. I don't cry. I just breathe. Deep and quiet. Like I'm trying to find the version of myself that used to sit in this office with a fire in my gut and a spine made of steel. The one who could see 5 years into the future and draw it out on a whiteboard like she was conjuring something divine. Not this current version, polished, hyper-efficient, but slowly being hollowed out by a machine she doesn't recognize anymore. I let my forehead rest against the glass a beat longer, letting the city's heat and noise bleed through the surface. I don't want comfort. I want clarity. I want to remember how it felt to build. Before strategy became seduction, before power was something I had to wear like a freaking costume. And somewhere beneath the ache in my chest and the bitter taste of betrayal, something else stirs. Resolve. I cross the room toward the filing cabinets, looking for something, anything, to ease my mind. The drawer handle sticks. Of course it does. Tucked between a filing drawer labeled Financial Projections, FY 2023, and a sleek shelving unit full of branded binders. I barely glance at anymore. There it is. The graveyard. where the past version of me still lives in spiral spines and ink-stained pages. I have to get on my knees to reach it. Of course I do. Power in this place always seems to demand a little moral compromise. The notebooks are stacked sideways, shoved in like a guilty secret. Moleskins mostly, a few off-brand journals from when I was too broke to care. I tug them out slowly, fingertips catching on the edges, sending up a puff of dust that dances in the sunlight slashing through the blinds. It glitters. Suspended. Like static made visible, my hands are trembling, which annoys me more than I'll admit. I tell myself it's just adrenaline, just fallout from the boardroom detonation I barely walked away from. But I know better. I flip the first cover open, and there it is. Page 1. A battlefield of loops and slashes, circles around keywords that don't belong in corporate decks. Belonging, disruption, equity on purpose. Diagrams scrawled in wild directions, arrows that loop back on themselves. Question marks scribbled beside mission statements that would make a VC laugh me out of the room now. Blue ink, always blue. I used to say it felt more alive than black. This chaos, this heart-on-the-page mess, is who I was before the metrics started mattering more than the meaning, before I had to translate vision into value proposition, before I started measuring worth in quarterly wins and press coverage. I traced the corner of a torn Post-it note, still stuck to the margin. It says, in barely legible chicken scratch, "They won't see you coming. Build anyway." And I feel it, like something inside me just took a breath. The rug in my office is one of those obscenely soft, overpriced things I let Celine convince me to order when we redesigned the space. Founders deserve luxury too, she'd said. At the time, I nodded like someone who believed that. Now, it's just a landing pad for the kind of reckoning I didn't pencil into my calendar. I sit cross-legged in the middle of it, notebooks spread around me like a tarot deck. They're all telling the same story. I's not the one my board's been selling. On one page, a half-drawn flowchart with the header, "Tech that listens before it solves." On another, a bullet list of non-negotiables written in all caps. Access. Accountability. Integrity. I find a corner fold with a scribbled Post-it that reads, "Don't scale what you don't believe in." I almost laugh. It's sharp, unpleasant, the kind of sound that cracks rather than echoes. There's another one, faded and curling at the edges. If it doesn't serve the people, it's noise. I remember writing that. I remember where I was, on a train from Evanston, hunched over a latte, in a dream I hadn't figured out how to fund yet. I used to write like I was carving it into the damn world, fists first, heart second, before I became the palatable face of a mission I can't even see from here. Now I flip another page, then another. The war drums in my chest ease. Not stop, but shift into a rhythm I recognize. I'm not planning a campaign. I'm remembering a cause, and I don't need a board vote to reclaim it. I open my laptop like it might bite me. The screen glows too bright in the dim light of my office, a reminder of how many hours I've spent on this side of the table, pitching, protecting, pretending. My inbox is a snake pit. Slack is worse. Legal summaries, board updates, a dozen executives pretending none of this is their fault. I don't click any of it. Instead, I open a new message. And I start typing names I haven't said out loud in too long. Lena, Jules, Thomas, the builders. The ones who stayed up with me until 2 a.m., debating whether an empathy-based interface was scalable. The ones who pushed back when I said no to venture capital the first time. The ones who knew the smell of my garage back then and the way I took my coffee when I hadn't slept in 2 days. I haven't spoken to them in months, not because I didn't want to, but because I didn't want them to see what I let this place become. Subject: off the record, need help. I write, not a board thing, it's a resurrection. Meet me tonight, same place we used to prototype the impossible. I don't edit it. Don't breathe on it too long. I just hit send. Because if I'm going to rip Thorntech from the jaws of the machine it became, I need more than shareholders and optics. I need the people who remember what we were building before the world decided it looked better in a suit. I spread the notebooks out across the floor like I'm mapping a battlefield. Not the one I just left upstairs. That one's ruled by suits and sanitized silence. This battlefield is messier. Smudged ink, bent corners, doodles crammed between margin notes. And somewhere in the wreckage of these pages is the map back to what I meant Thorntech to be. I grab a thick black marker and start cutting. Whole pages get slashed. Others I revise in real time, crossing out buzzwords and rewriting mission statements with the kind of clarity only heartbreak sharpens. I don't think about what'll sell. I don't think about valuations or investor decks or PR spin. I think about why I started. Who I was when I thought revolution came from user-centered design and not quarterly earnings. This isn't about saving the company they turned into a commodity. It's about resurrecting the one I buried to build it. I don't know what it's going to look like yet, but as I write, revise, rebuild, I know exactly who I'll be when it rises. By the time the sun slips beneath the skyline, my office looks like a war room built by a dreamer. Pages blanket the rug like fallen scaffolding, annotated, circled, torn at the edges, but pulsing with something real. Something mine. My laptop dings again, then again. Notifications stack like dominoes on the screen. Press inquiries, board emails, PR crisis bullet points, color-coded for urgency. You need to address the rumors. We can shape the message if we move quickly. Silence implies guilt. I ignore them all. Instead, I reach for the notebook at the bottom of the pile, the one that still smells faintly of perfume and ambition. The spine's cracked from too many midnight flips. There's a lipstick smear across the back from the night I pitched to VCs with tequila in my veins and a prayer in my chest. I run my fingers over the cover like it's sacred. Ayanna Thorne, CEO. Founder, Solution Specialist. Written in bold Sharpie, no edits, no disclaimers. I was always those things, even before the press believed it, even before the board forgot it. And tonight, as the city blinks to life outside my window and the company I built starts to feel like it might finally be mine again, I believe it too. Every word.
Chapter 24. Bram. The hiss of the steamer cuts through my thoughts like a bone saw, high, sharp, and relentless. I wipe the counter for the third damn time in 10 minutes, scrubbing at a spot that isn't there, like maybe friction will settle something inside me. It doesn't. Everything in here looks too perfect. Polished chrome, artfully messy pastries, sunlight angling through the windows like it's auditioning for a catalog shoot. It's fake, all of it. Or maybe I'm just too cracked open to play along today. The espresso I poured 5 minutes ago has gone cold. I drink it anyway. It's bitter enough to taste like punishment. The aftertaste lingers at the back of my throat, sharp as regret. I glance toward the corner booth where we sat once, her legs curled under her like she belonged there, her laugh tucked low in her throat like a secret only I got to hear. Ayanna Thorne. The woman who pressed her body to mine like we had forever, and then kept the biggest truth from me like it was just another business decision. I dig my thumb into a knot forming in my neck. The ache there's been building for days. Tension turning to pain, pain turning to rage. I want to break something. Feel the weight of it in my hands. But I don't. I just keep wiping, keep moving. Keep pretending that the world didn't tilt sideways the second I read that article. A bell jingles near the door. A couple walks in, mid-laugh, touching too much, too casually. I turn away before they see my face. I'm not built for small talk today. I'm barely built for silence. Behind the register, the espresso machine lets out another shriek. I grit my teeth. I could have been halfway to another product launch by now. I could have been anyone. But instead, I'm here, running a shop I swore I'd never come back to, nursing a win that feels like a loss, thinking about a woman whose name still tastes like honey and fire. I refilled the grinder just to keep my hands moving. I don't know what I want more, to hate her fully, or to believe there's something underneath the silence that still meant something. Either way, I can't stay in this half-state much longer. The next move's coming. The bell above the back door jingles once. Low, quick. Leo doesn't bother with hellos. Just strides in like he still owns 20% of my time and all of my bad ideas. He's got his phone in one hand, expression locked somewhere between pissed and purposeful. "Check your inbox, bro," he says without preamble, dropping his bag behind the counter. His voice is lower than usual. Clipped. No joke lurking beneath it. I set the cream pitcher down and wipe my hands on a rag that probably needs replacing. "What am I looking at?" He doesn't answer. Just nods toward my tablet on the back counter. I tap it open. Inbox loads. New thread from Leo. No subject line. 4 attachments. The first email's timestamp hits me in the face 2 days ago. The subject, strategic narrative coordination. I scroll. Thorntech letterhead. Familiar names, the kind that usually show up in glossy magazine features, not buried beneath redacted offers. Someone bled these files out on purpose. And whoever did it, they weren't trying to protect Ayanna. They were trying to bury her. My eyes lock on one sentence midway through the second message. Keep her image intact long enough to make her the fall girl. Everything in me goes still. Heat curling low in my gut like a fuse has been lit. "What is this?" I ask, voice low, scraping the bottom of my chest. Leo shrugs, but there's no real indifference in it. "Got it through a friend in PR. They've been watching the narrative flip in real time. Turns out Ayanna wasn't steering that ship after all." I scroll faster. Asset manipulation, suppressed disclosures, handshakes behind closed doors that led to my algorithm being dissected before I even left her kitchen. And somehow, she's the one bleeding for it. I set the tablet down like it's hot enough to burn. 'Cause maybe it is. My hands curl around the edge of the counter, knuckles white. They were setting her up. Leo's quiet for a second. Then, looks that way. Everything inside me twists. Because I believed she sold me out. Because now, I don't know who the real villain is. But I sure as hell know who's standing in the crosshairs. And I don't like the way that makes me feel. I slow down. Not because I want to, but because every word feels like a closed fist to the ribs. Each message is neatly formatted, full of soft corporate speak that reads like it should be about product rollouts or holiday bonuses. But it's not. It's sabotage, tailored and manicured in a $1,000 suit. There. That name. One of the senior VPs. I've seen him before. Sleek, slick, and always 2 steps ahead of the damage he causes. He's the kind of guy who sends a condolence fruit basket while he raises your house. His fingerprints are everywhere, carefully arranged approval chains, buried clauses, scheduled leaks that look like accidents. And Ayanna's name? It's not on a single directive. Not one. The implication is worse than her signature. She didn't need to sign off because they'd already painted her as the puppet. The crown without the teeth. All that shine and none of the shield. My jaw tightens. They were never planning to make her the villain. That would have been too obvious. Too messy. No. This was cleaner. They were going to let her walk into the fire herself. Let the story collapse around her while they slipped out the side door untouched. Ayanna Thorne, CEO, founder, fall girl. And the whole world would have clapped while it happened. Hell, I almost did. I clench the tablet so hard it creaks in my grip, teeth grinding as the burn spreads through my chest. She didn't just lose control. She got handed a script, every word weaponized, and was told to read it with poise and polish while the floor gave out beneath her. And I walked away like she was the one holding the match. The edge of the counter digs into my palm, grounding me just enough to keep from putting a hole in the wall. I keep picturing her face, soft, unreadable, 1,000 thoughts behind those eyes and not one she shared. Maybe she didn't give a damn. That's the part that guts me. The not knowing. The silence that's louder than any scream. The part of me that still wants to protect her, still hears her humming under her breath while she brewed my coffee, is waging war with the side that remembers exactly how it felt to see her name linked to the theft of everything I built. I can't be that guy. The one who forgives just because the truth has better lighting now. I've been used before. I've been played polite. I know what it's like to fall for something beautiful and fake. And I swore I'd never be that easy again. But she wasn't just beautiful. She made me feel possible. Seen. Like I could stop bracing for impact and actually build something worth bleeding for. That's what makes this hurt. Not just that she might have lied, but that I still want to believe she didn't. I exhale sharp like it might dislodge the ache. I'm not going to be the fool in her story. If I move now, it won't be for a reunion. It'll be for the truth. No more watching the game from the sideline while the people I trusted draw blood in boardrooms. They want war. Fine, but I'm not coming unarmed. Leo leans against the counter, but I can feel the tension bleeding off him in waves. His eyes cut to mine. You gonna do something about it? He asks, casual as hell. But the challenge underneath is sharp enough to draw blood. Because if you don't, someone else will. And they won't give a damn about her side of the story. I don't answer right away. The screen's still glowing in front of me, full of sanitized language masking a goddamn ambush. PowerPoint assassins with clean hands and dirty motives. There's no denial in any of it. Just receipts. And her name centered like a bullseye. They're not coming for Thorntech. They're coming for Ayanna. She might have kept me in the dark, might have played it too close to the chest, but no one gets to turn her into collateral damage while I sit on the sidelines with clean hands and a bitter conscience. I mutter it before I know I'm going to speak. Low, final, like a promise sealed in concrete. Nobody frames her on my watch. Leo straightens up, eyebrow twitching. He's smart enough not to smile, because this isn't softness. This isn't me crawling back with some lovesick apology. This is war. And I'm stepping into the fire with my eyes wide open. I lock the register without breaking stride. Yank off my apron like it's a shackle I've outgrown. My heartbeat doesn't spike. It cuts. Every movement dialed in like muscle memory forged from something colder than rage. This time, I don't walk away. I walk toward the damn fire. They think Ayanna Thorne is an easy target because she wears heels and speaks in strategy. Because she built her kingdom out of innovation instead of intimidation. They forgot one thing. She's not alone anymore. If someone's trying to ruin her, they're going to find out just how fast I can dismantle an empire when I stop pulling punches. And if they think I do mercy, they haven't met me yet.
Chapter 25. Ayanna. The rooftop hasn't changed much, still smells like tar and memory, still hums with that low electric buzz that used to sync with our pulse when we were pulling all-nighters and building Thorntech on stubbornness and smuggled pastries. Back then, it was hope that kept us warm. Tonight, it's my coat. Cashmere, charcoal, too polished for what this is. But I don't shrug it off. I need the armor. Celine's already there when I push open the door, leaning against the rail like she never left. She's got 2 paper cups in hand, and her scarf twisted up to her jaw, hair coiled tight and spine tighter. It's the same stance she had the night we signed our first term sheet. Right before we jumped into the deep end and tried not to drown. She offers me one of the cups without a word. I take it. Let it warm my fingers even though my stomach's cold steel. For a moment, we just stand there in the wind, the city spread beneath us like something waiting to be rewritten. The lights blur at the edges, smudged by fog and exhaust, and all I can think about is how far we've drifted from this view, from this version of us. "You're not here to scream at me," she says finally. voice quiet but razor precise. I shake my head. No, I'm here to win. There's no smile, just a slow, almost imperceptible nod as she pulls her coat tighter. Whatever happens next won't be clean. It won't be easy, but Celine knows me too well to pretend I came here for closure. I didn't come to cry. I came to fight. We take the bench near the ledge, the one with the splintered armrest, and a view that used to make us feel invincible. Now it just feels high, like the kind of height that dares you to fall. Celine doesn't speak right away, neither do I. The silence stretches, taut and sharp, like a tripwire. I wrap both hands around the paper cup, letting the steam burn the chill out of my skin. It wasn't just automation, she says finally, voice clipped, careful. It was pressure, from the board, the PR, and for compliance. She doesn't look at me, just stares out at the city lights like the answers might be written in the windows. I stay still, listening for what she doesn't say. They started streamlining approvals after the Givens merger, said it was cleaner that way, less bottlenecking, fewer delays. Her laugh is dry, brittle. Fewer integrity checks, too. I nod once. Not because I'm surprised, but because I remember. The quiet pivots, the contracts I was told didn't need my attention, the requests that stopped coming to my desk at all. I flag things, she continues, quietly, through channels. Every time it got absorbed, buried. Her fingers twitch against her coffee cup. You were on the move. Big meetings, keynotes, acquisitions. They made sure you had noise. I didn't want to be another problem on your plate. I cut my eyes toward her. So you said nothing. She doesn't deny. Just meets my gaze with that too honest stare that once made her the most dangerous person in every pitch room we entered. I thought I was protecting you, she says, low. Maybe I was protecting myself. I don't reply. In that space, the one that opens up like a canyon between us, I hear everything. The trust that cracked, the voices that never reached me, the empire built on permission I didn't give. And maybe the girl I used to be, furious and fearless, is finally clawing her way back to the surface. The office is barely the size of a walk-in closet, tucked behind a vending machine hallway that smells like toner and decades-old ambition. There's no skyline here, no curated lighting, no glass walls. Just one dented conference table and a woman who looks like she eats NDAs for breakfast. Ellis doesn't stand when we enter. She gestures for us to sit with the kind of efficient command that makes me instinctively reach for a pen. Her salt and pepper hair is pulled into a no-nonsense knot, and her blazer looks older than Thorntech itself. But her eyes are diamond bright and ruthless. She unrolls a blueprint-sized document across the table, an audit strategy. What you need, she says, tapping her pen once for punctuation, is a formal audit. Public-facing, aggressive, and inconvenient for every bastard who thought you stopped paying attention. Celine whistles low. You always open with fire? Ellis doesn't blink. You're not going to win this by asking nicely. You're going to make it more painful to push you out than it is to let you stay. I lean forward, eyes tracing the flow of power on paper. I see the departments flagged, the signatures under review, the shell companies linked to procurement decisions I never approved. You sure this won't blow back? Celine asks, brow furrowed. Oh, it will, Ellis replies with a shrug. That's the point. There's no triumph in her tone, just precision. I glance at Celine. We've orchestrated turnarounds, negotiated out of lawsuits, rewritten roadmaps in the 11th hour. But this is different. This is blood for blood. I nod slowly, adrenaline pooling low in my spine. Then we drain this empire dry, I say, my voice steady, steel-edged, until the rot floats to the top. Ellis smiles. Just slightly. Now we're speaking the same language. She lays out the risk matrix like she's reciting a grocery list, not detonating the floor beneath my feet. If you do this, she says, flipping a folder open to reveal a flowchart of corporate landmines, you'll be seen as unstable, combative. They'll slap words like erratic and vindictive on your back before the first audit call is scheduled. The board will feign concern for your well-being while scrambling for an interim replacement. And every lawyer with a non-disclosure clause in their teeth will circle like goddamn vultures. Celine shifts beside me, but I don't move. They'll paint this as damage control, Ellis continues, not leadership. They'll rewrite your ambition as ego, your oversight as incompetence. They'll weaponize every calm decision you made while bleeding. I already know. I've already seen the headlines. Thorne in trouble. Thorne implodes. Can women really lead at scale? Worst case scenario, Ellis says, voice quieter now. They push you out permanently, on paper and in public. My chest tightens, but I don't flinch. I shut my eyes and let the possibilities spool out. The press scrambling for sound bites, the shareholders calling emergency votes, the vultures spinning stories before the ink dries. And then I see something else. I see my father's hands on blueprints the world never knew he designed. I see Bram turning away from me in the apartment doorway, jaw clenched around something too big to name. I see me, 15, braiding ambition into my hair like armor, vowing I'd build something no one could unmake. I open my eyes. Then let them come. Ellis studies me for a beat. Then she nods once, sharp, final. Good, she says. Now we start digging graves. I turn toward Celine, the city at our backs like a spotlight waiting to burn. If you stay in, I say, watching her face closely, they'll come for you too. You know that. She doesn't answer right away, just stares out over the skyline like it might blink first. When she does speak, her voice is quieter than I expect, but no less certain. I guess I deserve it, don't I? I'm not staying in, she says. I'm stepping forward. Her voice that cuts cleaner than anything I've heard in weeks. For a second, I forget how to breathe. This is the woman who helped scale Thorntech from spare laptops and power outages. The woman who took the fall for a shipping delay that nearly tanked our beta launch. The woman who's watched me win, watched me bleed, and stayed anyway. Now she's choosing the fire. With me. Celine holds out her hand. Not as my COO, but as the person who remembers every line of code we used to write on takeout napkins at 2 a.m. And I take it, because this time I'm not walking into war alone, and that makes all the difference. When they leave, I don't. I climb the last half flight of stairs back to the rooftop, shoulders stiff, lungs tight, and boots echoing like punctuation in the quiet. The wind hasn't let up. It scrapes across my face like judgment. Below, the city thrums, lit windows, honking horns, people chasing things they might never catch. A few years ago, this skyline clapped for me. Billboards with my face, magazine covers, applause so loud it made me forget I was human. Now it waits for a headline, a stumble, a scandal worth savoring. I let them look, let them speculate, screenshot, circle my name in red ink on PowerPoint slides in offices I'll never step foot in. I know how this spins. I built the machinery. I taught the press how to lace every story with sugar and threat. But that version of me, the version that played chess with optics and watered herself down for digestibility, she's gone. I'm not here to survive anymore, not here to smooth edges or earn back applause. I'm here to reclaim what I built with blistered hands and sleepless years. And if the only way to save it is to torch the rot and salt the ground where it festered, then so be it. Let them watch. Let them choke on the smoke.
Chapter 26. Bram. The radiator in the corner hisses like it's got an opinion I didn't ask for. Metal clinking loud enough to be annoying, not warm enough to matter. I sit forward on the edge of the couch, elbows planted on my knees, hands laced too tight. The cushions have molded to the shape of my body over the past few days, not from comfort, just from inertia. There's a half-eaten gyro on the coffee table, next to a crumpled bag from the Lebanese place around the corner. I don't remember ordering it. Might have been yesterday. Might have been Tuesday. The whole apartment smells like stale garlic and decisions I keep avoiding. My inbox blinks from the laptop like a patient on life support, flooded with subject lines that shout my name like it's a brand now. Offers. Press requests. Investors with dollar signs in their eyes. All of them convinced I'm winning. But winning doesn't feel like this. Doesn't feel like being alone in a dim apartment, ignoring every message that doesn't start with her name. My fingers pause over the laptop keyboard now, like they're not sure it'll still recognize me. It does. Of course it does. Machines are loyal. It's people that leave you guessing. I swipe past the clutter, half scanning headlines about my app, and half hoping I'll find her face buried somewhere in the metadata. Every so often I catch myself whispering the question like it might answer itself if I say it often enough. Did she know? Was I collateral or complicit? I think about her standing in that boardroom, heels planted, voice level, unapologetic. I told myself it was calculated, that she played me. But now, sitting in a room that feels more like a holding cell than a home, I'm not so sure. The woman I knew, really knew, would have gone down swinging before letting someone use her as a shield. I scrub my palms over my face and exhale hard through my nose, but it doesn't shake the ache out of my chest. The radiator hisses again, a sputtering exclamation mark at the end of my spiral. I look around this place, my place, and realize something I didn't want to admit until now. It doesn't feel like mine, not without her in it. I don't plan to start digging, I just do. It begins like a reflex. Search bar, her name, enter. I tell myself I'm just keeping tabs, trying to make sense of the mess she left behind. But I'm not fooling anybody. This isn't research. It's something closer to obsession. Grief, maybe, or the ghost of what we almost had, pulling me back like gravity. Old press releases pop up first. Crisply formatted PR fluff with headlines she probably never approved. Meet the visionary disrupting corporate tech, from scrappy to silicon royalty. The photos hit harder than I expect. She's younger in them, but the fire's the same. Chin tilted with precision. That trademark stare, equal parts challenge and promise. Like she's daring the world to underestimate her and already calculating the cost of proving it wrong. I scroll past thumbnails, past launch day snapshots, and staged panels from tech summits. Then I find one, grainy, clearly shot from a back row, of her standing in front of a whiteboard with half a circuit diagram smeared across it in blue marker. Her sleeves are pushed up, hair barely tamed, mouth open in mid-sentence like she couldn't wait for the thought to land before delivering the next one. It hits me like a punch I didn't brace for. That woman didn't build a company just to let it rot from the inside. She didn't spend years carving out her own seat at the table, only to hand it off with a smile. And yet, this is the same Ayana who sat across from me and said nothing while the floor shifted under my feet. Who let me walk out? I keep clicking anyway. Analyst notes from her Series A round. A podcast transcript from her first TED-style talk. Even buried in business speak, I can still hear her. Quick, sharp, sincere. Always leading with clarity. Never cloaking intention in buzzwords. She used to talk about ethics like they were oxygen. About freedom, not control. Tech that liberates instead of surveils. I came here looking for fault lines. Anything to justify the distrust. Some hint that she was always just playing the long con and I was the idiot who thought he mattered more than her mission. But the deeper I dig, the harder it is to hold on to the anger, because I don't find cracks. I find steel, and it scares the hell out of me. Because maybe she never stopped being exactly who she said she was. And maybe I was the one who didn't see it. It takes me 20 minutes and a trip through 3 different audio archives to find an old podcast hosted by some guy who sounds like he recorded it in his garage between mouthfuls of granola. The title is forgettable. The cover art looks like a bad PowerPoint slide. But there she is. Episode 38, Talking Tech with Ayanna Thorne. I hit play. The sound quality is trash. The intro music glitches like someone dropped a Casio keyboard down a flight of stairs, and the host can't go more than 2 sentences without clearing his throat like a dying lawnmower. I almost click out, but then I hear her voice. Young. Excited in a way I've never quite heard before. Ayanna talking like the only thing she's ever wanted was for someone to understand her before they try to use her. There's a laugh near the beginning, offhand, unfiltered, and something in me flinches, because it sounds like sunlight I haven't seen in days. She says, "If your tech only works for shareholders, you didn't build innovation. You built a cage." The line hits like it's aimed. I freeze. Back it up 10 seconds. Play it again. Same tone. Same certainty. That razor wire cadence she has when she's speaking from her spine instead of a script. There's no hedging in her words, no market-safe phrasing or wink toward profit. I lean in and just listen. She talks about access, about equity, about making digital tools that unhook people from systems designed to trap them. She says freedom like it's a holy word, like it belongs on a battle flag, not a budget sheet. And even through the static, even 6 years removed from the woman I left in that penthouse hallway, I can hear it, the conviction that never wavers. Not once. And that's what gets me. Not her brilliance. I already knew that. It's the steadiness. The fire hasn't dimmed. She didn't morph into someone else over time. She didn't even shift lanes. She's still burning down the same obstacles she started with, just doing it in a sharper suit. And I wonder as I replay the episode a third time if I walked away from the only person who ever really saw me, or if I walked away because she saw me too well. I don't even realize I've closed the laptop until the screen goes black and the silence floods in. Her voice still lingers in the room, like smoke that won't clear. I lean back against the couch, rub a hand over my face, and try to separate the woman I've been building in my head from the one who just cracked my ribs open with a sentence about shareholder ethics. It's not easy, because that version, the one I convinced myself existed after the fallout, was simpler, easier to resent. She was ambition in heels. She was the kind of woman who could look you in the eye and still walk you into a betrayal. But this version echoing through my speakers isn't curated. It's messy, sharp as hell, and twice as fast. She talks about code like it's jazz, about public access infrastructure like it's religion. She calls out platforms that prey on user behavior and laughs when the host tries to soften the blow. And suddenly I can't breathe right, because every word cuts through the narrative I've been clinging to like a lifeline. She doesn't sound like someone who manipulated me. She sounds like someone who fought too long, too hard, and got outmaneuvered by the suits she once thought she could outrun. She sounds like someone who lost control of the things she bled for. I think about that boardroom. About her face when I walked away. About the pause she took before answering me that morning, and how I mistook hesitation for guilt when it might have been grief. Maybe she did know. Maybe she didn't. But she didn't fake that fire. I know that now. I can hear it crackling in every syllable, and I hate that I still feel it like a bruise under the skin, that I still want her. That part of me never stopped. Because if she didn't lie, then I wasn't just wrong about her. I was wrong to distance myself. Just drag a hand down my face and let the weight of it settle into my bones. The radiator clicks again, lazy, indecisive, like it's mocking the way I left. I try to remember exactly what I said that morning, the tone I used, the expression on her face. But all I see is the moment I turn my back, the echo of the door closing, and the silence that followed me out. I left like it was a statement, like walking out made me righteous, strong. But really, I think I just didn't want to bleed in front of her. I told myself she picked power over honesty, that I was just collateral damage in her rise. It made the silence easier to swallow, made me feel like I was in control. But now, after hearing her voice, the version of her before all this polish and pressure, I can't stop replaying what it means if I was wrong. If she didn't explain because she thought I didn't need her to. Because she believed I already understood. God, what if I did? What if I did know her, beneath the veneer and the volatility? What if the way she moved through the world, the fire, the drive, the walls, wasn't a warning sign but a challenge? What if I saw her and still turned away? The thought hits hard, harder than I want to admit. Because that makes me worse than a fool. It makes me a man who knew the depth of her and still decided it was easier to walk than to trust. And the space I put between us, I built it brick by brick, lined it with ego and self-protection. I made damn sure she couldn't follow. And now, I'm not sure I can live with what I left behind on the other side. The podcast ends, but I don't move. The silence afterward feels heavier than the words that filled it, like the truth left a bruise on the air. My laptop dims until the screen goes black, casting the room in a low glow of guilt and reckoning. I just sit there, breathing in a rhythm I don't quite trust anymore. Her voice still echoes, low and relentless, threaded with urgency and something more dangerous than ambition. Belief. She sounded like someone trying to set the world on fire without burning people down in the process. Fierce in that way that used to scare me, until I realized it wasn't me she was trying to outrun. It was time. That's not the voice of someone who plays people. That's not the voice of someone who sold me out. That's a woman who built a revolution out of midnight coding sprints and cheap takeout. A woman who dragged her name up a cliffside and dared the world to mispronounce it. And I doubted her. I let myself believe the worst because it gave me permission to leave. Because anger is cleaner than confusion. But now, I feel the shape of regret settling into place. Quiet, unmovable, earned. I don't know if she'll ever let me explain. I don't even know if I should ask. But I know what I heard. And I know what I saw in her even when I pretended I didn't. So I sit in the dark and make myself a promise, not out loud. Just a quiet final shift in the marrow of me. I'm not going to let this end in silence.
Chapter 27. Ayana. The steam from my coffee curls like it's mocking me, rising in elegant ribbons only to vanish just before I can catch warmth from it. I haven't touched the eggs. They sit in the middle of the plate like a dare, congealing at the edges, yellow turning to gray. The toast is dry, over-toasted, curling like parchment left out in the sun. I should eat something. My stomach reminds me I haven't. But appetite feels like a thing for people who aren't trying to fix a catastrophe in real time. I'm not looking at the breakfast anyway. I'm looking at my phone. The message I've typed reads, "Bram, I didn't know. I swear I didn't know." I stare at it long enough that the text box dims. I tap the screen and reread the words, hoping they'll suddenly sound different, more persuasive, more human. But they don't. They sound hollow, like they're already echoing back at me from a place he's not willing to stand anymore. Backspace. The whole thing disappears. I start over. I never meant for it to happen like this. You matter to me. This mattered. Delete. Again. My thumb hovers, rebellious and unsure, over a keyboard that suddenly feels like it requires a degree in diplomacy to use. The silence in this office is deafening, not quiet, loud. It's filled with everything I want to say and don't trust myself to. The walls, still humming with the fallout of yesterday's firestorm, press in like witnesses. I try to steady my breathing, but all I see is the look on his face. That moment just before he turned away, like he was mourning a future that hadn't even had the chance to begin. And I can't figure out which would be worse, if he never reads what I write, or if he does, and still thinks I played him. I try again. I didn't mean to hurt you. I just didn't see it coming until it was too late. The words sit there, trembling in their own weakness. I reread them like they're a fragile contract I'm not sure he'll even consider. let alone sign. My thumb hovers over send, hovers, freezes. It's not just a button. It's the trigger of something I'm not sure I can pull back from once I squeeze. I change it. You mattered to me. You still... Delete. The blinking cursor mocks me, steady and mechanical. A silent metronome ticking out every second I didn't say what I should have said. When he stood there waiting for an explanation. When he looked at me like I'd already chosen the game over him. I try again. Nothing comes. It's not that I don't know what to say. It's that none of it sounds right. Every variation of the truth is too late, too little, too tangled in timelines I don't fully understand myself. There was no master plan. Just a woman trying to stay upright in a system designed to erase her the second she stumbled. But how do you explain that to someone whose faith in you was already cracked when he handed it over? I scroll up through our old thread, memes, banter, links to articles he thought I'd like. A selfie he sent from the back of a train, coffee in hand, captioned, "Corporate hostage en route. Save me." I almost smile. Almost. Because now I'm the one hearing painful silence, and he's the one with the exit wound. I lock the screen, put the phone face down on the desk like it's something that might detonate. No matter how many times I rewrite the truth, it still reads like an excuse. And Bram Calder doesn't strike me as the kind of man who forgives betrayal, especially not from someone who should have known better. I close the phone. Just press it shut with the kind of quiet finality that feels like the end of something I can't name. My chair creaks as I lean back, neck tipped to the ceiling, eyes closed, but peace doesn't come. Doesn't even try. All I see behind my lids is Bram. Not the version of him that cracked jokes behind a cappuccino machine or curled his fingers around my waist like he was claiming something. No, it's the one from the hallway, the one who looked at me like I wasn't a woman or a CEO, but a cautionary tale. His expression wasn't fury, it wasn't even hurt. It was worse. It was resignation, the kind that settles in the gut like ash after the fire's already burned through everything. He looked at me like he'd turned the page and already knew the ending. Like he'd been willing to believe in the impossible. Until I made him feel like a fool for doing it. And maybe I did. Maybe I was so busy trying to fix the company, trying to shield everyone from the fallout, that I forgot the only person I never wanted to lie to. He didn't shout, didn't accuse. He just walked out like he was finally done, hoping I'd be different. And the truth? He was right. He did deserve better. He deserved to know that the silence wasn't strategy. It was fear. That I didn't see it coming either. That I was never trying to protect myself. I was trying to protect everything I thought we could be. But damage doesn't wait for intent. It lands where it wants. And it landed right between us. The door swings open without so much as a knock. Talia never did care for ceremony, but even she usually has the courtesy to pause. Today, she doesn't. Her heels click once against the marble, then soften into silence when she sees me. Still in yesterday's blazer, makeup smudged, hair twisted into a knot that lost the battle hours ago. "You look like absolute trash," she says, voice low but not unkind. I don't flinch. There's no point pretending. I drafted an apology, I say flatly, lifting my phone like it's evidence in a trial. 5 of them, actually. Didn't send any. She closes the door behind her and crosses the room, the usual steel in her stride dim just enough to feel like grace. She doesn't reach for the phone or ask to read a word. Just sits across from me, folding her legs like we're about to dissect market analytics instead of my emotional wreckage. "You don't need to send perfection," she says after a beat. "You just need to send the truth." I arch a brow. What if the truth sounds like spin? She shrugs, unbothered in a way I envy. Then let it. Let it sound raw, unpolished. Let it sound human. I look away, out the window, at the skyline I used to think I'd conquered. And if he doesn't believe me, She leans forward, palms flat on her knees. Then he doesn't. But silence? That's surrender, Ayana. That's letting someone else finish the story for you. My throat tightens, not from her words, from how damn right they are. Tell him, she says. Even if your voice shakes, even if it costs you, especially then. She stands and straightens the lapels of her coat, like the conversation never cracked her open, like she didn't just hand me a sword and dare me to use it. You're the boldest woman I know. Start acting like it. And just like that, she's gone. After Talia leaves, the office feels like a museum after hours. Echoes and glass and too many surfaces, reflecting versions of me I barely recognize. I shift in my chair, reach for my phone like it might suddenly weigh less. The screen lights up with old messages, none of them from him. My thumb hovers. I think about typing something. Anything. I tell myself I'm just searching for the right words, but that's a lie. The coward's lie. The kind you whisper to yourself so you don't have to face the silence echoing on the other end. What if he doesn't want to hear from me? What if he does and I still ruin it? I set the phone down again, slower this time, like gentleness might redeem the indecision. Maybe he's waiting, or maybe he's not. But I can feel the weight of every second I waste, like I'm building the wall between us one shaky breath at a time. By afternoon, I'm back to blueprint mode, sort of. Not because I've found some wellspring of resilience, but because action is safer than stillness, safer than grief. The silence from Bram isn't neutral anymore. It doesn't just hover, it haunts. It feels like judgment, sharper than anything the board ever threw my way. I sharpen a pencil down to the wood, watching curls of graphite fall like ashes onto the plans I've started and restarted too many times. The new infrastructure sketch is promising, modular, scalable. But my brain keeps short-circuiting, caught somewhere between line weights and the memory of his voice saying my name like it meant something. I tell myself it's better this way, that I don't need him. I tell myself I'm stronger alone, that maybe it was always going to end like this. But the lie tastes stale, paper dry and bitter. Because the truth is, he mattered, still does. And I don't know how to fix that from this far away. I'm not sure I ever did.
Chapter 28. Bram. The file's still open on my laptop, but I haven't looked at it in 15 minutes. Not because I'm done, but because I can't keep staring at the same damn confirmation without breaking something. I pace the floor like there's a map I haven't memorized yet, like I might find a new route through the wreckage if I circle it hard enough. My boots drag a groove in the rug. My coffee's gone cold. My hands haven't stopped clenching since I saw those notifications from Leo. Not a theory. Actual receipts. A board member. High level. Coordinated. They looped Ayana into a timeline built to fail and made damn sure her name was the one tied to the fuse. I don't know what's worse, that she didn't see it coming, or that I did. I stop in front of the window. The skyline doesn't care what I know now. Cars pass. Lights blink. Somewhere, somebody's celebrating the rise of my stupid app. And I'm here trying not to punch drywall because the woman I left standing alone might have never deserved it in the first place. I scrub my hands down my face and sit, elbows digging into my knees like I'm trying to brace against gravity. There's no fire in my chest this time. No fury to burn it all down. Just this heavy, bitter weight where my certainty used to live. I told myself I wouldn't reach out again unless I had proof, something irrefutable. And now I do. But proof doesn't erase the way I looked at her when I left. It doesn't unring the silence I gave her. It just makes the regret sharper, more personal. Like a blade I handed over, only to realize it was meant for her back. I don't even know if she'd pick up. But the part of me that swore I was done caring? Yeah, that bastard's gone quiet. My phone's already in my hand before I realize I've made a decision. Her contact stares up at me like it's been waiting. I scroll past it once, twice, then come back. Ayana. The name alone kicks something in my chest. Regret? Nerves? Doesn't matter. I press the call button before I can lose my nerve. It rings once, twice, then... Hello? Her voice is quiet, tight, like she answered instinctively, then regretted it just as fast. It's not the polished version the world gets. It's bare, guarded. I don't know what I expected. Fire, maybe. A slap through the speaker. But this careful kind of ache, it undoes me. I'm not calling to fight, I say, and my voice sounds rougher than it should. I clear my throat, try again. Quieter now. I just need to see you. Tonight. There's a pause. Not long, but long enough to feel like a breath between two cliffs. Then she says my name. Bram. And that one syllable nearly levels me. I don't say anything. I wait. She exhales. It's the sound of armor denting. Okay, she says finally. Just one word. But it cracks the shell I've been living in for days. Because it's a hand extended across a battlefield. And I'd crawl across glass before I let it go. Her brownstone rises out of the city haze like something half-remembered. Familiar, but sharper now. It's been waiting for me, even if she hasn't. I take the steps slow, one hand in my jacket pocket, the other curled into a fist I don't plan to use. I knock once. No hesitation. The door creaks open a moment later, and there she is. In a faded sweatshirt slipping off one shoulder, sleeves shoved to her elbows, curls twisted up and pinned like she did it on autopilot. Her eyes are tired but not dimmed. If anything, they're clearer than I remember. Less guarded, more real. We just look at each other for a second, maybe longer. You came, she says, voice low. I had to. The words cost something, but I pay it willingly. She steps back, the soft scrape of her bare feet on the hardwood pulling me forward. I cross the threshold like it's a damn altar, every nerve on edge. But not from fear, from the weight of what this means. She closes the door behind me with a quiet finality. No slamming, no turning of the lock like a line drawn in the sand. This time it's not a punishment. It feels like shelter. We sit at opposite ends of her couch like veterans of a war we didn't mean to start, each of us nursing wounds we handed each other without knowing. The cushion between us might as well be a trench. Her fingers worry the hem of her sleeve. Mine rest in fists against my knees. The silence spreads, not tense but tight. Like it's holding something between us that neither of us wants to break first. I glance around. Papers spread across the coffee table like a crime scene. A mug of tea gone cold. Her notebook sits open, pages creased and scrawled in bold Sharpie. Ayana Thorne, C.O. Founder. That last word punches something in my chest. You didn't know, I say, my voice lower than I expect. Not accusing, just truth-checking. She lifts her eyes to mine. No, she says quietly. I didn't. I should have, but I didn't. I swallow against the pressure building in my throat. They were setting you up the whole time. She nods once, and that's when I see it. The shimmer in her eyes that she's been holding back since I walked through the door. I look down. I was wrong. 3 words. Not a band-aid, not a fix, but maybe a start. She wraps her arms around herself like she's trying to hold in everything she hasn't let spill out. Then why now? That's the part that costs the most to admit. I meet her eyes. Let her see the thing I kept buried under pride and assumption. Because I finally believe the version of you that never stopped fighting. For a beat, neither of us breathes. And in that stillness, I realize it's not about forgiveness. It's about recognition. I shift closer, just enough for my knee to brush hers. Her breath catches like it surprises her, like her body remembers mine before her mind gives it permission. One of her curls slips loose, catching the light. I reach out slowly, deliberately, and tuck it behind her ear. My fingers graze her cheek. She doesn't flinch. She leans into the touch, the way people do when they've been cold too long. I was so angry with you, I say, voice quiet but rough around the edges. Turns out I just missed you so bad it hurt. Her eyes shimmer, not from tears exactly, but from whatever sits just behind them. Regret. Relief. Maybe something softer trying to be brave again. I wanted to call you, she whispers, not meeting my eyes, 100 times. But I didn't know if I had the right anymore. You always did, I say. No hesitation. The truth, the kind that takes its time showing up. Her fingers slide across mine, tentative, exploratory, like she's testing if this connection still exists, or if it's just a phantom limb we've both been limping on. So what now? She asks, her voice so quiet it almost folds into the room. I don't rush it. I close the last inch between us, our knees flush now, hands tangled loosely between. Now, I say, I stop pretending I'm better off without you. It doesn't feel like we're bleeding out. It feels like we're beginning again. I kiss her like I'm remembering the shape of a prayer I used to say in silence. Her lips are soft, familiar, and when she melts into me, it's not surrender, it's recognition. A mutual undoing, slow and sacred. My hand curls at the back of her neck, thumb brushing that spot just beneath her ear. She gasps softly. My groan follows. She shifts, straddling my lap, and everything else, the past, the headlines, the chaos, slides right off my shoulders like a coat I never needed to wear in the first place. Her hands move under my shirt, palms warm and steady against my skin. No tugging, no frenzy, just the certainty of someone who remembers every inch and still wants more. She pulls back slightly, her forehead resting against mine, eyes wide and glassy. Are you sure? She whispers, voice shaking, not with fear, but with the weight of being wanted again. I kiss to her jaw, then her temple, then her lips, like I'm sealing every promise I was too proud to make before. I've never been more sure of anything. She exhales like she's been holding her breath since I left, and then we fall. Together this time. It's not about making up for what broke. It's about laying down new roots in the ashes.
Chapter 29. Ayana. He doesn't ask, doesn't rush, just closes the distance between us like a man who knows the shape of hesitation and how to undo it. The cushion between us collapses under his weight, and I sense it like a shift in gravity. Bram's thigh brushes mine, solid and warm through the soft cotton of his jeans. His hand hovers near my knee, fingers twitching once before they find the curve above it, firm but trembling slightly. I glance down at the contact, then up at him. I'm still angry, I whisper, even as my knees part just enough to welcome him closer. So am I, he murmurs, leaning in. But I never stopped wanting you. He kisses me, slow, devastating, unhurried. His mouth is warm and certain against mine, like he's been waiting to taste the part of me that's no longer fighting, no longer performing. I let myself lean into it, threading my fingers through the back of his hair, anchoring us both. Well, things are heating up here. You know what to do. Go to BWWM to get the dirty details that this platform won't put on the air. I know it sucks, but at least you can get a 40% discount with code VIXA40 to make up for it. Use it while it lasts, and apply it to every digital product in your cart. Back to the story. We slide under the covers like we've been doing it for years. He spoons behind me, one arm tight around my waist, the other curled under my head. I feel his breath on my skin, slow and steady. The moon filters through the curtains like it knows it's not supposed to be watching. Soft, diffused, and too quiet to interrupt. The air is still flushed with the scent of us. something sweet and salt-laced, skin-warmed and tangled in cotton. My hand drapes across Bram's chest, fingers grazing the faint scar just below his collarbone. I don't ask about it. I don't need to. Right now, I just want to memorize the way his heartbeat settles under my palm, like it finally has permission to rest. The sheets are twisted beneath us, pushed halfway down the bed like they couldn't keep up. One of his legs hooks loosely around mine, the weight of it anchoring me without pressing too hard. He's not asleep. I can feel it in the tension that still lingers beneath his skin, not quite released. But he's here. Still. Solid. Warm. I shift slightly, just enough to bury my face in the space where his shoulder meets his neck. He smells like citrus soap and something distinctly him, coffee and pine and a trace of stubbornness. He doesn't speak, just exhales, deep and slow, like I've earned my place there again without needing to ask for it. Outside, a siren wails in the distance, muffled by the city's thick night. In here, there's only breath, pulse, the silent acknowledgement of everything we just unspooled between us. We didn't rush. We just chose each other, without cameras and without the past clawing at our backs. I don't say anything, not yet. Words would fracture the stillness. Instead, I let my fingers drift along the curve of his ribcage again, drawing lines only I will ever know the shape of. He pulls me closer like it's instinct, like his body remembers mine and doesn't need his mind's permission to want this. I feel like I can finally breathe. It doesn't taste like regret anymore. Neither of us speaks, because the words feel too thin to carry the weight of what's shifted between us. Instead, there's rhythm, in the breath we pass back and forth, in the sweep of Bram's thumb over the curve of my hip, slow, deliberate, reverent. He doesn't pull me closer, doesn't push me away. He just touches, like he's remembering, like he's promising. I roll toward him, the sheets whispering around us as I fold into his side. My forehead finds the dip beneath his collarbone, and he exhales like I just undid something wound too tightly inside him. His hand stills for a moment, then slides up to cradle the back of my head, fingers threading through my curls. No agenda, just the quiet press of skin to skin in the aftermath of everything. This isn't the kind of closeness you perform. It's not sex or comfort. It's something older than either of us. Something that lives in the soft pauses and unfinished sentences. The kind of connection that doesn't demand answers, only presence. His other hand curls lightly around my waist. I let mine rest on his chest, the heat of him seeping into my palm, like he's trying to remind me he's real, that we're real. I listen to the slow thud of his heart beneath my fingertips, steady and certain, and let my eyes close, because the stillness feels earned. He doesn't say he's staying. I don't ask. Some things don't need language, not when the touch says it all. I didn't know, I whisper. The words aren't dramatic. They don't try to fix anything. They just are. Raw, stripped of all the polish I usually wrap myself in. They hang in the quiet between us like steam off a broken engine, hot, necessary, and far too late. His thumb pauses on my spine, resting just over the dip where my back curves toward him. The silence that drops isn't cold. It's listening. I didn't know, I say again, slower this time, like maybe repetition will steady me. But I should have. I should have seen it coming. I should have protected us better. The regret burns, low and constant, like a flame cupped between my ribs. Not because I failed me, but because I failed him. And he was the one person I never wanted to disappoint. His hand moves again, this time upward, fingertips tracing the base of my neck, up through the ends of my curls, until he finds the back of my head. His palm is warm, anchoring, no force, just gravity. Then he pulls me closer, slowly until our foreheads touch. Skin to skin, breath to breath. I believe you, He says it like it's been in him all along, buried beneath the bruised pride and sharp exits, just waiting for a reason to rise again. I close my eyes and the relief doesn't come like a wave. It comes like air after drowning. Because this isn't forgiveness. Not yet. But it is faith. And for tonight, that's everything. I'm so tired, I murmur, my lips grazing his jaw like the words need something solid to land on. Of being the version of myself that keeps getting edited for other people. The confession barely makes a sound, but it echoes inside me between us. I've spent so long performing the part, curated, controlled, camera ready. Even my strength was tailored for public consumption, something palatable. But this moment, this is unscripted. Bram shifts, the movement subtle, and lifts his hand to brush my hair back from my face. His fingers thread through the strands with quiet purpose, tucking them behind my ear as his thumb rests against my cheek. Then stop, he says. Be the one who fought for this, the one who doesn't flinch. There's no challenge in his voice, just permission I didn't realize I'd been waiting for. My throat tightens, not with tears, but with recognition that maybe I've never wanted someone to rescue me, just someone who wouldn't ask me to shrink. I nod, slow and certain. Not for him, for me. Because this is the first time I've let someone all the way in without disguising the fire. And he's still here, still holding me like I'm not too much. For once, I don't feel like I need to compartmentalize my ambition to keep his affection, to mask my fear to earn his respect. Not with him. Not now. And maybe, just maybe, not ever again. We stay like this, limbs tangled, muscles slack, heart slowly sinking as if our bodies are trying to memorize the shape of safety. Outside, the city hums its sleepless lullaby, all sirens and wind, but it feels miles away, like a different world with different rules. One where I'm still armor-clad and braced for the next blow. But here, in this bed, in this breath, I exhale without calculating what it'll cost me. Bram shifts just enough to press a kiss to my temple. Not to soothe. It's something else entirely. Something that lands with quiet certainty. Like punctuation at the end of a sentence I didn't know I was still writing. Finality and beginning, tangled up in one soft touch. I don't speak, but I don't need to. He laces his fingers with mine beneath the covers, grounding me with the simplest contact imaginable. No grand gestures, just presence. Steady and unshaken. Whatever comes next, press fallout, boardroom warfare, the inevitable scramble for narrative control, I know now that I won't be facing it alone. And not because someone's standing in front of me, taking hits in my name. He's not a shield, he's an anchor. I don't feel like holding on makes me weaker. It makes me human. It makes me whole.
Chapter 30. Bram. The moon spills through her curtains like it forgot it's not supposed to be watching. Its light stretches across the bed in long, pale ribbons, softening the edges of her skin and turning the brick behind her into something almost tender. Ayana's curled against me, one bare leg tangled with mine, her breath warm against my chest, her fingers lazily sketching circles along my ribs like she's etching me into memory. She hasn't said anything since we collapsed here. Neither have I. Doesn't feel like we need to. One of my arms is flung across her waist, the other stretched over the pillow, and I can finally sense that my body isn't tensed for flight. There's no mask to slip back on, no exit plan, just the sound of her breath sinking with mine, and the weight of her against me, grounding me. The sheets are chaos, half on the floor, twisted at our feet. But I don't care. My skin still hums from the way she touched me like I wasn't broken. Like I wasn't a mistake. Like she remembered who I was before the silence came, and chose me anyway. Out on the street, a siren warbles somewhere far off. The L train grinds past a few blocks away. The city's still moving, still churning, still noisy in the way Chicago always is. But in here, in this peaceful cocoon of sweat, skin, and afterglow. It's like we carved out a separate world, one where time doesn't rush and breathing doesn't ache. I haven't moved to leave. She hasn't asked me to, and I'm not bracing for her to change her mind. Not this time. Her fingers shift slightly, drawing a lazy line down my side. I exhale through my nose, slow and even, and slide my hand up to her hip, letting my thumb trace the arc of her there, absent-minded but deliberate. I'm not thinking about the board or the fallout or the storm waiting for us on the other side of the door. I'm thinking about her forehead resting against my collarbone. I'm thinking about how this kind of silence used to be a red flag. Now, it's a bomb. She inches closer, the tip of her nose grazing my collarbone before she settles in again. I feel the shift in her breath before I hear the words. Her voice is low, unvarnished. "I didn't know," she says. 3 words. No defense in them. No lace of guilt. Just raw honesty, laid bare between us like the rest of her. She doesn't stop there. "But I should have," she adds, a little quieter now. "I should have seen it coming. I should have protected us better. I should have protected you." My hand still's on her skin. Because I'm listening, I don't need a whole speech. I don't want one. So I reach for the back of her neck and guide her forehead to mine. I rest there, eyes closed, the way I used to when I needed to be reminded what real felt like. "I believe you," I say. Simple. Final. She doesn't cry or collapse, but I feel something loosen in her. Like I just unhooked a chain she's been dragging behind her spine. And maybe I did. She exhales, slow and steady. Then, just when I think she said everything she needs to, her lips brush against my jaw, and she murmurs, "I'm so tired." The words land like truth often does, quiet but undeniable. Tired of trimming myself down to something that makes other people comfortable. Tired of trying to be the person that boards want to fund and investors want to manage. I shift to look at her, tucking a piece of hair behind her ear, not to fix her, just to see her better. "Then stop," I say, voice low but firm. "Be the one who scared them, the one who didn't blink when they tried to break her. Be the woman who built something so honest it terrified liars." She swallows hard. I feel it more than see it. Then she nods once, not for me, for herself. And damn if it doesn't make my chest ache in the best kind of way, because I know what it costs to hold your ground in a world that keeps trying to shrink you. I know what it means to stay whole when everything around you says fracture. But she's here, whole, fierce, luminous, and she's letting me hold her. The emotion between us expands, but this time, it's not a void. It's a room we built with our bodies and our trust. A room where nothing has to be earned. Nothing has to be proved. Just breath and warmth and a heartbeat that tells me I'm not the only one still standing after the storm. I press a tender kiss to her temple, slow and sure, not asking for anything in return. Just sealing something, marking the moment. She exhales again, deeper this time. Settles into me like gravity's finally doing its job. There's a war waiting for us out there. Names to clear, power to reclaim. But here, in this sliver of stillness, I know one thing for damn sure. We're not doing it alone. She's not my cover. I'm not her savior. We're just 2 people who stopped running.
Chapter 31. Ayana. The press room is colder than I remember. Too much glass, too little grace. I smooth the front of my blazer with the kind of precision that used to mean control. But today, it's armor. Not for show, for survival. My fingers tremble once at the seam before I catch the motion and still it. Bram's hand brushes mine, quiet, grounding. He doesn't say my name, doesn't try to fix me, just leans in, voice low and certain, like truth humming beneath static. "You've got this," he says. "Just say what you came to say. I nod, not looking at him. If I do, I'll come undone, and I don't have time for softness right now. My eyes lock on the podium like it's both a gallows and a gate. I hear the murmurs, the click of cameras being prepped, the polite chaos of handlers and press agents trying to choreograph optics. But this moment isn't for them. It's for me. The lights blaze down as I step into them. No shadow to retreat to. No script to hide behind. The Thorntech insignia glints on the backdrop behind me, polished and irrelevant. I don't glance at the teleprompter. I let it blink on like a ghost in my periphery. It's not my voice in those words. I take a breath, plant my hands on either side of the podium, and begin. What you've seen these past weeks is not who I am. My voice doesn't shake. I don't need volume to be heard, just clarity. The air shifts, reporters pause, pens stilled mid-stroke. It's who they hoped I'd become, I say. Compliant, controlled, and convenient. The camera lenses stare back at me like judgment, but I don't blink. I peel away the layers one by one, leaked emails, manipulated board votes, back-channel whispers dressed up as policy. I don't give them rage. I give them data. Patterned, precise, undeniable. They didn't ask for accountability, I say evenly. They asked for obedience. I see it, the moment it lands. The flicker behind a journalist's eyes, the stilling of someone's fingers at a keyboard. And I gave them the benefit of the doubt. I finish, voice cooling like steel. I won't make that mistake again. The teleprompter scrolls forward without me. I'm not reciting someone else's lines. I'm rewriting the whole damn story. I don't flinch when the next part comes. I don't bury it in spin or script or strategic silence. I made mistakes, I say, and let the words land sharp. There's a hush, the kind of pause that follows something real. I trusted people I shouldn't have. I saw the signs, and I chose silence. The admissions slice deeper than the accusations. Not because they're confessions, they're mirrors. And I've spent too long avoiding my own reflection. No camera clicks. Even the live caption tech delays like it's holding its breath. I don't bother smoothing over the moment. I don't pad it with context or plead for understanding. That's not what this is about. I'm not here to salvage an image. I'm here to burn the version of me that needed one. I let legacy become a leash. I say, now I'm cutting it. More flashes now, a stutter of shutters and blinking red lights along the back wall. I meet every lens like it's an eye I've owed the truth to, but it's not their forgiveness I'm after. It's mine. At long last, I feel like I'm finally worthy of it. I pause because I want them to feel the weight of what's coming next. Effective immediately, I say, my voice steady and unflinching. I am stepping down as CEO of Thorntech. The ripple is instant, a collective inhale. Fingers start tapping furiously against glass, reporters scrambling to get it live, analysts no doubt already spinning it into headlines. But none of that noise touches me. I don't drop my gaze. Don't blink. This company deserves leadership that won't be shackled by its own legacy, I continue. The words as crisp as glass underfoot. It deserves vision that isn't constantly at war with itself. And I deserve to lead in a space that doesn't punish me for doing it well. I pause just long enough to make sure they hear the next part, every word of it. I am not walking away. I am walking towards something better. And I mean it. Not just as a line for the cameras, but as truth I've bled for. I glance past the sea of lights and lenses until I find him. Bram, off to the side, hands folded. Eyes locked on me like I'm not just saying the right thing, I'm becoming it. He doesn't give me pity, he gives me pride, and somehow that's the part that almost undoes me. The moment I step away from the mic, the air shifts. Thinner, colder. My heels strike the polished floor with purpose, each step carving distance between who I had to be and who I finally let myself become. Voices stir, just on the edge of breaking into chaos. But then one cuts through, sharp and searching. Do you regret any of it? I stop at the threshold, because the silence deserves a clean ending. I glance back, not fully, just enough to let them see my profile, unbent, unbothered. I regret staying quiet for as long as I did, I say. No more. That's it. Just the kind of truth that doesn't need punctuation. I turn away before they can twist it into something else. I don't need their reactions. I don't need their headlines. Backstage, the moment the door shuts behind me, I exhale so hard my ribs ache. It feels like something just cracked open inside me. Like I've finally stopped bracing for the next blow. The lights are softer here. The thrum of adrenaline tapering off, and the quiet truth that I survived, saying what needed to be said. Bram has followed, standing a few feet away, hands in his pockets, head tilted just slightly. But it's his eyes that get me. Steady, unflinching, locked on me like I'm not just the story. I'm the reason. You leveled the room, he says, voice low, threaded with something like awe. I don't pretend to be unaffected. My hands still tremble when I unbutton my blazer, one loop at a time. It feels less like undressing and more like peeling off armor, layers of expectation, performance, fear, all of it pooling at my feet. I told the truth, I murmur, letting the words settle. Finally, he steps closer, not to catch me, not to shield me, just to meet me. And when he reaches for my hand, it doesn't seem like a rescue. It feels like recognition. I lace my fingers through his, grounding myself in the warmth there. My spine is still straight, but it's not from tension anymore. It's because, for the first time in a long damn time, I'm standing in my own freedom. And I'm not standing there alone.
Chapter 32. Bram. My phone won't shut up. It trembles against the table like it's panicking on my behalf, buzzing, flashing, begging to be checked. Headlines stack in real time. Ayanna Thorne. Steps down, the queen of tech abandons her throne. Icon or idiot. There's a live ticker in the corner of my screen with her name on it, and under normal circumstances I'd be glued to every second of it, reading, decoding, preparing my own rebuttal for the digital mob. But I don't lift a finger, because across the table Ayanna stirs her coffee like she has all the time in the world. She's barefoot, legs tucked under her. That oversized Howard sweatshirt hangs off one shoulder, rumpled and soft from years of wear, and her hair still mussed from sleep. Honest, unguarded rest, the kind we've both been starved for. She hasn't looked at her phone once, neither have I. The air in the apartment feels thick with something I can't quite name. A rare kind of peace that doesn't demand to be broken. Her eyes meet mine over the rim of her mug. They're sharper than yesterday, not icy, not armored, just clear, like whatever mask she used to wear to meetings and interviews has finally been retired for good. I know what they're saying, she murmurs after a long sip. I know, I say, but I don't reach for my phone. I reach for her. Outside, the world is caught in a frenzy, tweeting, spinning, digesting her fall like it's the latest celebrity scandal. But in here, the rhythm is different, slower and truer. The hum of her fridge kicks in. The radiator clinks softly as if clearing its throat. Somewhere downstairs, a dog barks once and is silenced by the hush that blankets this room like fog. It's strange how loud the world can be and still not matter. Right now, at this kitchen table covered in crumpled napkins and 2 half-eaten pieces of toast, the only thing I hear is the scrape of her spoon, the click of her thumbnail against ceramic, and the sound of my own heartbeat calming down. She glances at my phone like it's something we used to believe in. You don't have to pretend this doesn't affect you, she says quietly. I'm not pretending, I answer, shaking my head. I'm just choosing what I want to look at. Her brow lifts, skeptical and intrigued. "And what's that?" I lean forward slightly, elbow on the table, eyes locked on her. "You." A slow breath leaves her lips. Not a sigh. Something more surrendered than that. Her posture doesn't change, but I see it in the corners of her mouth. A shift. The kind that only shows up when a woman finally stops bracing for the blow. "You always say things like that," she says, trying to sound exasperated, but her smile betrays her. "Yeah," I admit, reaching for my coffee, but today you believe me." She doesn't answer, just holds my gaze like she's filing that moment away for later. To believe in it when things get loud again. Because they will. The world isn't done screaming, but we've stopped needing to shout back. And finally, that feels like progress. 2 mugs, 1 notebook, no pretense. The coffee's gone lukewarm, but neither of us moves to refresh it. There's a momentum gathering, quiet, steady, more electric than any press briefing or product launch I've ever sat through. I push my tablet across the table toward her. The screen's still lit with the back-end dashboard of the app, live numbers, heat maps, engagement charts glowing in real time. Number 1 in the productivity category, trending on socials, organic growth off the damn charts. "Over 100,000 downloads," I murmur, "all since Friday." Ayana doesn't say anything at first, just leans in, one hand bracing her temple, the other dragging her thumb along the bottom of the screen, like she's smoothing the data into something usable. But I can tell. What's sparking behind her eyes isn't surprise. It's strategy. "This," she says, tapping once on the retention graph, "is proof of concept. I'd say you're about done at the cafe." Her voice is calm, but there's a gleam in it. That razor's edge brilliance. The kind that makes people afraid of her in boardrooms and obsessed with her in headlines. She's not looking at numbers. She's seeing a framework, a blueprint for something bigger than both of us. Without warning, she yanks her notebook toward her and flips to a clean page. Ink flows fast, lines, circles, arrows that loop back and double over. She's writing names I've never heard before. Small developers, overlooked researchers, underfunded creators. Half of them pitch to Thorntech every year, she says without glancing up. And half of them get buried by red tape or institutional fear. But what if we didn't just invest in them? What if we incubated them? She draws another shape, something that looks more like a solar system than a business plan. What if we created a space that didn't force them to code like someone else to be taken seriously? What if we funded their weirdest, rawest prototypes and built the infrastructure around them instead of the other way around? I watch her hands move. Controlled chaos, electric intention. She's building. I lean forward. "What are we calling it?" She pauses for a half second. Just long enough for the ghost of a grin to curve at the corners of her mouth. "Still working on that." "Tech Temple," I offer, deadpan. "Code Commune?" She rolls her eyes. "God, no." "Bite House?" That sounds like a nightclub where apps go to die, not to mention highly inappropriate." I chuckle, and she finally glances up at me. Ink on her fingers, the kind of light in her face that no headline could ever frame properly. "This isn't about optics anymore," she says. "Not about recovery or reputation." "No?" I ask, even though I already know the answer. "It's about reinvention," she says. "Ours, theirs. Everyone who's ever been shut out of the system and told to take the scraps. I don't want to play in their sandbox anymore, Bram. I want to build the shoreline." The way she says it, it's not loud, but it's seismic. I nod slowly, the weight of it settling deep in my chest. "Then, let's start drawing." She pushes the notebook halfway toward me, a silent invitation. And just like that, we start sketching the future on toast-crumbed paper, 2 mugs between us and no playbook in sight. She's in full flow now, pen carving across the paper like it's not just ink, but architecture. Every line, every word is scaffolding, not for some press-facing initiative, or watered-down rebrand, for something alive, something with bones. "I'm not interested in salvaging the brand," Ayana says, not even looking up. Her voice is steady, not sharp. It's the kind of tone people lean into, not because it demands attention, but because it earns it. She writes access equity funding pipeline in the margin like it's scripture. Circles it twice. Dots the period like she means to hammer it in. "Let the board keep the house they burned down," she adds, flipping back 2 pages to revise something without even breaking pace. "I want to build something with different scaffolding, not patched over systems. I want new language, new DNA." I nod slowly, but it's not just agreement. It's alignment. The kind that lives in your chest right behind the ribs. Quiet, but significant. The kind you don't fake. Don't manufacture in strategy sessions or brand decks. This? What she's sketching now with 2-day-old polish chipping off her thumb and coffee stains blooming across the corners. This is momentum. It all loops back to the thing I didn't think mattered. The little app I wrote in a fit of insomnia and caffeine. Something I coded with ethics so deeply embedded in the back end that nobody in venture capital wanted to touch it. Just clean, honest design built to help people reclaim their time. Now it's trending worldwide. And Ayana? She's not just seeing a product. She's seeing the platform, the constellation of opportunity hidden in what everyone else treated like a blip on the radar. She's already connecting the dots I didn't know were there, spinning access, innovation, and autonomy into something entirely new. "Most incubators fund potential, then try to mold it into compliance," she says, glancing up at me like she's halfway into a war strategy. "I want to fund refusal, resistance. The ones who've been told they're too niche, too chaotic, too black, too female, too broke, too loud." Her eyes catch mine, and I feel it like a hit to the sternum. Not awe, not even attraction, though God knows that's there too. It's purpose, shared, understood. Inherited like some invisible inheritance we didn't know we were waiting for. "So, we don't build for what's palatable," I say, picking up the pen she set down. "We build for what's possible," she finishes. "We're not doing damage control. We're laying foundation. And the wildest part, I don't think we've even scratched the surface yet. What if we don't call it a company? The words are out before I know I've decided to speak them. They just drop. Soft, simple, into the space between us like a stone skipping across still water. Ayana's pen stills. Her head tilts just slightly, like she's not sure whether to file it under curiosity or revelation. "What if," I continue, "we call it something else? Not a brand, but an incubator. A community, something you don't have to own to lead." That's when it happens. Not a smile, not a gasp. Just this quiet stillness in her face, the kind that only shows up when something long buried finally clicks into place. Like I just handed her the variable her algorithm didn't know it was missing. She leans back against her chair, fingers resting on the spiral binding like the whole page is still vibrating with energy. "A non-profit tech incubator," she murmurs, like she's testing the weight of the phrase in her mouth. "For BIPOC founders, women, trans innovators, disabled creators. Anyone who's ever been told they have to earn the table before they're even allowed in the damn room." I nod slowly, watching her recenter. "Let's build the room," she says next, grounded, like the phrase has roots, like it's not an idea anymore. It's instruction. There's no need to dramatize it, no fist pump or big reveal. Just the feeling that something permanent just got born in her kitchen, between a half-empty coffee mug and the hum of the fridge. That's the thing about Ayana. She doesn't chase revolutions. She becomes one. And somehow, without trying, she makes me want to become one too. We sit in the kitchen long after the coffee and eggs go cold, the notebook between us covered in scribbles and purpose. Names circled, margins filled. Arrows that don't just point to ideas, they point to us. Ayana taps her pen once, twice, then mouths the name we've been circling all morning like it's a secret waiting to land. "CRL Create." She doesn't say it for validation. She says it like invocation, like claiming it out loud makes it exist already. I nod, slow. It's clean, tech forward, but layered. The kind of name that signals what we're not doing just as much as what we are. Her smile is small, but there's voltage in it, the kind that builds in the bones. It's not just a new path, she says, eyes still on the page. It's a new permission for people who were never given one. I take a breath, deep and grounding, and glance at the notebook again. We're not rebranding a failure. We're starting from scratch, from what we both had to lose before we could even name what we wanted to build. We're not just burning it down, she says again, voice low and certain. We're planting something better. I don't answer right away, because it hits in that deeper place. That part of me that didn't know it was waiting for a reset. For her. This isn't her comeback. It's her genesis. And somehow it feels like mine, too. She reaches for my arm like it's instinct. Her fingers slide over my skin, warm and steady, and something in my chest unclenches so quietly I almost miss it. She doesn't speak. Her thumb grazes the back of my hand once, then settles. And in that second, I know exactly what it means. We made it. We didn't self-destruct. We stood in the wreckage and started drawing blueprints in the ash, not to fix what broke, but to build what never existed. Outside, the world's still losing its damn mind. News alerts ping like shrapnel. Opinions swirl like smoke. Everyone's got a take on what she did, what we're doing. But in here, in this kitchen with its chipped countertops and mismatched mugs and the smell of burnt toast clinging to the air, there's peace, not the fragile kind, the earned kind, the kind that doesn't need applause to know it's real. Her eyes lift to mine, and I see it there. Quiet, undeniable certainty. We're not rebuilding a brand. We're rewriting the rules. And somehow, in the middle of all of it, I feel more like a man than I ever have. Not because I saved her, but because I stood beside her while she saved herself. And now maybe we start again. Not from the top, but from the truth.
Chapter 33. Ayana. The boardroom is exactly as I left it. Glass walls, high-backed leather chairs, the scent of too many egos soaked into the upholstery, but it feels smaller now, shrinking beneath the weight of the truth I've brought with me. I step inside without a sound team or an attorney flanking my shoulder. I don't need either. What I'm carrying is sharper than legal counsel and louder than a press cycle. Their heads lift in slow turns as I cross the threshold. I clock every reaction. Darlene's thin smile falters at the edges. Marcus won't meet my gaze. Chairman Reed folds his hands like he's waiting for a show. But I didn't come to perform. I wear black, not for drama, for discipline. A structured coat over a steel gray dress, heels that echo like punctuation against the polished floor. I take the seat I once occupied weekly, set a manila folder on the glass, and meet their eyes one by one. Before we begin, I say, voice steady, controlled, unbothered by the artificial calm around me, let's put the truth on record. I don't need to raise my voice. The silence that follows is enough to make my point. I open the folder and slide it across the table. Deliberate. Inside, a stack of curated evidence, email chains, Slack logs, redacted financial transfers with dates that paint a story more damning than any press leak ever could. Marcus leans forward slightly, trying to read the top page. Is this some kind of stunt, Ayana? I level my gaze at him, unmoved. It's a ledger of choices, hours. You can call it whatever helps you sleep tonight. No one speaks. I let the stillness stretch long enough for it to become discomfort. Then I lean back, folding my hands calmly in my lap. This is the last meeting you'll ever have where you get to pretend I don't know what you did. I flip the first page with the same care I'd give a gallery installation, The contents aren't loud, but they cut deep. A time-stamped email chain detailing hush payments hidden as consulting fees. A buried diversity audit that flagged systemic bias and was promptly shelved. A thread of Slack messages where my name was floated as the leak scapegoat before the story ever hit the press. Every sheet is a scalpel. I don't rush. I don't dramatize. I just let the truth arrange itself in sequence, irrefutable. You blamed me for the stolen product, I say, eyes landing on Howard Jameson, Vice President of External Affairs. His jaw flexes. His fingers drum once against the edge of his tablet before going still. I slide a copy of the tracing report across the table, the top page marked with metadata and IP logs. But the issue came from your assistant's workstation, the same assistant whose bonus tripled the day after this story broke. I traced the IPs, the routing nodes. It all leads back to you. He opens his mouth, but I cut the space before it can fill with spin. The real story isn't that you leaked it, I continue, voice like tempered glass. It's how quickly you sold out your integrity, how easily you assumed I'd be too loyal, too image conscious, too black and female to speak. A ripple moves through the room. They're squirming now, not just from exposure, but from the realization that I am not playing the role they wrote for me anymore. Darlene speaks up, tone clipped. You think airing all of this will help your legacy? I tilt my head slightly, smile cold and clean. I'm not protecting my legacy, I'm protecting the truth. One of us still thinks that matters. No one meets my eyes after that. Because the paper in front of them is no longer just documentation, it's a mirror. And mirrors, as they're learning, don't lie. A junior counsel clears his throat like he's rehearsed it in front of a mirror. You realize, he says carefully, eyes flicking between my folder and my face, that if these accusations were to be made public, you could open yourself to litigation as well. Defamation, breach of fiduciary duty. We'd have to respond swiftly. My smile doesn't reach my eyes. It doesn't need to. You're welcome to try, I say, voice quiet enough to make them lean in. But before you send that first cease and desist, I suggest reviewing my original equity agreement. Paragraph 17, subsection B, whistleblower protections, including full indemnity in cases of corporate misconduct. I let the words settle like dust over the long-forgotten legal documents they never thought I'd revisit. And while you're at it, I add, tilting my head, take a second look at the arbitration clause. You'll find it doesn't apply if the accused board members acted in direct conflict with the company's public code of ethics, which I believe. I flip one last sheet to the front of the folder. This internal Slack message referring to me as useful until she's not will qualify as. The room freezes. A chair creaks. A throat clears, but no one follows up. They exchange glances like hostages debating which one gets to break for the exit first. But no one moves. No one breathes, because they thought I came here alone. But I came with documentation. With every inch of silence I let stretch too long. With every receipt I collected while they underestimated me. Their threats don't land because I no longer live in fear of them. One voice cuts through the silence, polished and practiced, but tinged with something more fragile. Nostalgia, maybe. Or regret masquerading as diplomacy. Ayanna, says Dr. Velasquez, the board's longest-standing member and the one who once called me a necessary storm. No one wanted it to come to this. Some of us. She glances around, as if gathering consensus that no one offers. Some of us believe it's not too late. If you're willing, we could explore reinstatement, a public statement, a fresh start. Her words hang in the air like incense, meant to soothe, to sanctify what cannot be undone. I meet her eyes. I'm not here to negotiate my way back into the gilded cage, I continue, rising from my chair like it was never meant to hold me. And I'm definitely not here to let you rewrite history with a softer font. I press both palms to the table, just long enough to leave the imprint of my presence in the lacquered wood. I'm not your cautionary tale, your puppet, or your pawn. I built this company with vision, with blood, with decades of silencing myself so you could stay comfortable. I straighten, slow and deliberate, adjusting the cuff of my blazer like I'm brushing off the last fingerprint they ever get to leave on me. I'm not here for power, I finish. I'm here for peace. And this room will never hold either. I don't raise my voice. I don't have to. I gather the folder, slowly without urgency, like I have all the time in the world and they've already run out of theirs. The weight of it isn't in the pages. It's in the silence that follows every word I've already said. I built this company, I say, letting the words land one by one, like footfalls down a marble staircase. I shaped it from concept to code, from seed funding to global reach. I sat on panels. I pitched to billionaires in glass towers. I mentored interns who couldn't believe someone who looked like me had a corner office. My gaze sweeps the room. Some won't meet it. Some can't. But I will not. I continue, voice cooling into something more dangerous than fury. I will not let this place become another cautionary tale. Another story whispered behind closed doors about Black women who stayed quiet just to stay employed, who swallowed betrayal like vitamins and smiled through the burn. A chair creaks, a throat clears, but no one dares interrupt. I tuck the folder under my arm like a closing chapter. Then I let the line drop. So threaten me, sue me, or sit with the discomfort of being seen. I walk to the door, steady and unhurried. Either way, my silence is no longer for sale. I don't give them the satisfaction of a final monologue, just one last look over my shoulder, the kind that doesn't ask for recognition, only remembrance. Their eyes flicker toward me like they're hoping for a crack, a flinch, some sign that I still need their permission to matter, but I don't. The door stays open behind me. I leave it that way on purpose, not as an invitation, as a reminder, because grace isn't silence. It's what you carry with you when the silence has been weaponized and you choose not to hand it back. The corridor stretches wide ahead of me. It doesn't feel like an escape route. It feels like momentum. I don't look back again. They saw me leave. That's enough.
Chapter 34. Bram. The L train rumbles overhead as we step onto 47th, the screech of steel on steel fading into the pulse of the street. Bronzeville doesn't just move, it hums like an old record with grit in the groove. The sidewalk still glistens from last night's rain, the scent of wet pavement mingling with roasted peanuts from the corner stand and the unmistakable diesel haze of the number 3 bus rolling past. It's alive, familiar in a way that makes my chest loosen. Ayana walks beside me, her strides unhurried but confident, every inch of her exuding purpose. She's wearing a slate gray blazer over jeans and boots that click softly against the cracked sidewalk. Her curls are pulled into a loose puff that shows the elegant line of her neck, and there's a gleam in her eyes I haven't seen in weeks. Not fire, but something steadier. Something that looks a lot like home. My hand rests at the small of her back, a quiet tether more than anything else. She doesn't need me to guide her, but I need the contact. Need to feel the heat of her beneath my palm, to ground myself in the fact that this is real, that she's here, that we're doing this, together. Kids with backpacks spill out of the corner bodega, jostling and laughing, unbothered by the world spinning beyond this block. A mural of Lorraine Hansberry stretches across the brick wall across from the rec center, her gaze painted skyward, eternal. I glance at Ayana. She's looking at it, too. This place always had its own language, I murmur. She glances over. Then let's stop translating for the ones who never learned it. I nod, swallowing the rise in my throat. It's not another launch or demo day. It's a return, a reckoning. Bronzeville raised kids who hacked their way through red lines and glass ceilings. Today, we're not here to teach them how to climb. We're here to help them build something brand new. Blueprints, open source, and rooted right here. The rec center hasn't changed much since the last time I was here. It still smells like ambition and vending machine coffee, like someone tried to scrub the walls clean, but the hustle soaked too deep. Folding chairs encircle old monitors patched with duct tape. Half the rigs don't have side panels, and a few hum louder than they should, but they're alive. Frankenstein tech, part Craigslist, part salvation. Inside, the air crackles with conversation. No icebreakers, no introductions. Just raw code talk flying between kids too sharp to wait for permission. A girl with cobalt braids explains a peer-to-peer mesh concept while tapping out logic gates on her screen. A lanky guy with an anime hoodie counters with a privacy protocol he swears will outpace Signal. None of them are over 20. Most of them aren't enrolled anywhere official. Ayana stands just inside the door, watching, observing the tempo. She doesn't start with credentials. She just listens, arms folded, small smile tugging at her mouth like she's stumbled into a room full of mirrors that show her the future she'd been hoping still existed. She steps forward, crouches beside one of the setups where two girls are debugging a custom UI skin and says, "Show me what you're building." Just curiosity, clean and genuine. The room shifts, subtle but real. Defenses drop. Keyboards come to life. One by one, the kids swivel their monitors, launch their projects, start explaining in rapid-fire detail the worlds they're crafting from code. Everything from AI-assisted therapy chatbots to localized supply chain trackers for food deserts. Ambitious, messy, brilliant. Ayana keeps up. "Hell," she accelerates. "Who's your back end modeled after?" she asks one. "What's your contingency if the hosting partner backs out? To another." Her questions aren't tests. They're blueprints mid-assembly. I watch them lean in like she's not a former CEO in heels. Like she's one of them. Because she is. And this is exactly where she belongs. Ayana slides onto the edge of a battered plywood table like she's done it 100 times. Heels tapping against the legs, posture loose but focused. There's a laptop balanced beside her, screen tilted toward a teenage coder with deep-set eyes and chipped black nail polish. The terminal window flickers with cascading lines of Python, dense but elegant. She leans closer, squinting at the logic tree. "You nested your functions like a freaking poet," she murmurs, and the kid's face lights up, shoulders straightening, mouth quirking into a grin that doesn't know how to hide itself. It's not flattery. She means it. Ayana, just absolutely absorbed in someone else's brilliance. Her knee bounces lightly, barely perceptible, like her body is trying to keep pace with the voltage running through her mind. And watching her like this, it does something to me. Something older than pride and deeper than admiration. I remember this version of her. The one who once beat me to a patent by 12 minutes after rewriting the entire submission flow over a cup of black espresso. I remember the tilt of her head when she's decoding a problem mid-sentence. The way she doesn't just parse code, she translates it like a language she never forgot. Only now it's not about stock options or quarterly wins. It's not about legacy building. It's about platforming the kind of minds who don't get invited into premium spaces. She's not hungry for dominance anymore. She's hungry for justice, purpose, lines of logic, and version updates, and access points rewritten from the inside out. And sitting here, surrounded by scattered wires and raw talent, I realize this is the best I've ever seen her. Not because she's proving something, because she finally doesn't have to. We call them over, half-eaten chips forgotten, screens minimized, attention narrowing like a lens snapping into focus. The folding chairs creak as they form a loose semicircle around us. Ayana grabs the dry erase marker like it's a mic and steps up to the board. I tap into my tablet, mirroring the landing page mock-up we've been sketching for days, but hadn't dared to speak into existence. Until now. We're starting something new, I say, voice even, but steady enough to cut through the hum of ceiling fans and ambient noise. A space to innovate without gatekeeping. No buy-ins, no crap. Ayana doesn't look at me. She doesn't have to. Her strokes on the board are bold, deliberate. Like each letter carries weight she's no longer afraid to hold. Thorn spark. She caps the marker and turns, gaze sweeping the room like she's scanning for resistance. There isn't any. This isn't charity, she says, her voice low but sharp enough to slice through the years of no these kids have swallowed. It's investment. In your talent, in your ideas, in what happens when you stop asking permission. A beat of silence. Then another. And then, like the flick of a switch, a pulse surges through the room. A shift in posture. A collective breath drawn not in hesitation, but in readiness. These kids, these architects of backdoor brilliance and brilliant hacks, they get it. Maybe before we even finish saying it. Because they've been waiting for this. A seat. And if there's one thing Ayana Thorne knows how to do, it's ignite. I glance at the board again, at her name anchored to that word like a promise. Thorn spark. Yeah, we're gonna build something that outlives both of us. We're wrapping up. Whiteboard full of half-formed ideas. Ayana's notebook now a battleground of arrows, bullet points, and circled names. The energy is loose, electric, but not chaotic. Just possibility stretching its limbs for the first time. That's when one of the younger kids, maybe 17, long limbs still unsure of themselves, fingers stained with Sharpie and smudged code notes, lingers near the edge of the group. He glances between us, sheepish but curious, like he's been holding this question since we walked in. So, are y'all, like, together? His voice cracks halfway through, but the rest of the room quiets anyway. Ayana raises an eyebrow, amused, but doesn't speak. Instead, she nudges her foot gently against mine under the table, like a silent dare. I reach over and thread my fingers through hers. Yeah, I say, gaze steady. We build better when we build together. The words settle into the space like truth finding its final form. And it's not a tagline. It's a promise. Her thumb sweeps slow over the back of my hand, and I catch the side glance she throws me. Part grin, part gravity. She doesn't need to say anything. She's already said everything that matters. Because this thing between us, it's not about saving face or proving a point. It's the foundation beneath all of it, and for once, I'm not afraid of being seen. Not like this. Not when I'm finally building with someone who sees me too. We step out onto 47th just as the clouds crack open. The light that spills through isn't clean or theatrical. It's fractured. Like the sky is remembering how to burn again. The pavement is still damp beneath our shoes. The scent of old rain clings to the brickwork and bus stops. Bronzeville hums around us, alive and unchanged, and yet everything's different. Ayana slides her hand into mine without ceremony, without asking. Just claiming what's always been hers. She leans into my side like she belongs there. And maybe she always has. This, she says, voice low, almost reverent, is what it was always supposed to feel like. Not triumph, just alignment. I press a kiss to her temple, slow and certain. I don't care who sees. Let the whole city watch if it wants to. Let them tweet and dissect and speculate. None of it touches what we're building. None of it ever could. We're just getting started, I murmur. And I mean it. Every word a blueprint beneath my tongue. Not just because we've launched a movement or found our way through the chaos. No. Because this thing, this love, this work, this partnership isn't a product of survival. It's a rewrite. A flame sparked not from destruction but from design. She squeezes my hand once. Firm. Final. The L train rumbles in the distance, pulling shadows across the sidewalk like threads, being gathered into something whole. At long last, I know exactly where I belong.
Chapter 35. Ayana. The morning air tastes like dew and clarity, cool on my tongue, damp against my skin. We cut through Washington Park just as the sun begins to assert itself, slanting through the elms in streaks of soft gold. My sneakers scuff the gravel path in sync with Bram's, the rhythm unspoken but steady. Around us, the city stretches and stirs, early joggers nodding, a kid tossing seed to stubborn pigeons. Someone playing slow jazz on a sax with a donation hat placed at his feet like a prayer. I don't speak right away. I'm sorting, stacking every upcoming conversation like a mental Jenga tower. Knowing one wrong move gives them a reason to call me unstable, emotional, too driven, not driven enough. The usual contradictions. I roll my shoulders back, pull in a breath that almost sticks halfway down, and exhale slow. They're circling, I say, not bothering to name names. Bram will know. He always does. Old money? He asks, unwrapping a protein bar with one hand and passing it to me with the other. Old money, old hands. They want to sniff the fire but stay out of the burn, asking for meetings like I don't see the strings behind the smiles. Like they didn't ghost me 6 months ago when the stories broke. His jaw ticks. It's subtle, but I've learned to read him in those tiny flinches. Let them circle, he says, flicking a crumb from my collar like we've been married 20 years instead of barely making it to foundation. You're not the flame anymore. You're the current. The words settle deeper than they should, warming me more than the rising sun. I take a bite of the bar and chew like it's armor. Around us, toddlers scream gleefully on the playground, and a dog drags its owner toward a muddy patch without remorse. You think I'm ready? I ask. You were born ready, he says. Then, after a beat, you just had to unlearn who tried to convince you otherwise. I glance over, and he's already watching me, eyes quiet but unwavering. The kind that lands heavy and cleanses at the same time. The path ahead curves toward the city's buzz. I straighten my spine and feel the shift. Alignment. I don't need to prove myself to anyone in those meetings today. I've already done the building. What comes next? That's on my terms. And I've got a storm in my pocket. The investor brunch is everything I remember hating about performative success. Gold cutlery that clinks too loudly. Centerpieces that smell like someone emptied a perfume bottle into a florist shop. Artfully placed linen napkins no one uses. And the espresso? Burnt, bitter, and entirely off-brand. I don't sit so much as perch, upright in a chair that probably costs more than my entire scholarship package at Howard. Around me, middle-aged men in custom-tailored suits and too skinny ties make conversation the way people in horror films walk towards strange noises, confident and stupid. I shake hands like a diplomat. I nod with my chin tilted just enough to feel regal, not rigid. Every question is a test. Every smile is bait. Every toast they raise to diverse innovation is laced with the same assumption, that I'll be grateful just to be back in the room. That my comeback story is something they get to co-author. You've got real momentum right now, says one of them, a hedge fund guy whose watch costs more than my entire incubator budget. Let's help you scale it. I let the smile stretch across my face like fine silk stitched over steel. No teeth, no warmth. Scale what you don't understand? The table goes quiet for half a breath. Enough to register that this isn't going the way they planned. I stir my espresso with a tiny silver spoon, not because it needs it, but because it gives me something to do while their egos recalibrate. This isn't a product, I say, voice even but unignorable. It's a purpose. Across the table, someone clears their throat. Another reaches for his phone like he needs to check a notification that isn't there. A woman with sharp eyeliner and sharper instincts offers a slow nod, like maybe, just maybe. She sees the shift happening beneath the linens and lattes. I keep going. We're not optimizing for acquisition. We're building infrastructure for equity. There's a difference. And it's not just semantic, it's systemic. One of them chuckles, trying to mask discomfort as charm. Ambitious. I like it. I'm not interested in being liked, I say, draining the last sip of espresso. I'm interested in being effective. There it is. The pause that always follows when a woman, especially a Black woman, speaks without apology, and they don't know where to put it. I rise slowly, smoothing the line of my trousers. Thanks for the croissants. I walk, not out, but through. Every heel click on that marble floor sounds like punctuation. Let them circle. They're not in orbit around me. They're just spinning. At the community accelerator event later that day, I don't take the stage. I take the street level. No logo-plastered backdrop, trying to frame me in a way that feels safe to the people who never were. Just me, standing in front of a crowd that spans nonprofit founders, teenage coders, a couple of skeptical investors, and the community we're actually building for. My mic is handheld, tethered to nothing but truth. The building behind us is still under renovation, extension cords curling like vines across concrete. It's imperfect, unbranded, alive. And that's exactly the point. I let the quiet settle before I speak. Thornspark, I begin, is not a comeback. And it's sure as hell not a consolation prize. A few eyebrows rise. Phones tilt upward. I could name half the people in the first 2 rows. Former backers of ThornTech. People who once smiled through their teeth while recommending I smile more. Soften my tone. Make my vision more scalable. Too bad. This isn't charity, I continue, voice clear, unhurried. It's equity, and equity, by definition, cannot be gatekept by those unwilling to decentralize power. Someone inhales sharply to my left. Another scribbles something in a leather-bound planner, like he's trying to rewrite the outcome in real time. Good. Let them scribble. Let them sweat. Because I'm not here to soothe. I'm here to signal. We are not here to impress legacy institutions, I say, scanning the faces. We are here to build something that outlives them. A man in a camel coat shifts in his folding chair, whispering to the woman beside him. I recognize him, an early-stage investor who once told me in private that too much diversity too fast scares the market. I hold his gaze when I say, and no one in this space has to code their brilliance into palatable formats just to be funded. Not anymore. Murmurs ripple through the back of the crowd, the kind that signal either discomfort or awakening. Maybe both. I don't need applause. I need impact. And I can feel it landing, word by word. I take a final breath, not because I'm finished, but because I'm no longer holding back. I'm not auditioning for access, I say. I'm providing a foundation for the future. I step back, and I let the silence speak for itself. The first headline drops before we're even out of the parking lot. ThornTech founder redefines equity in tech. Ayanna Thorne declines legacy money, calls for decentralized innovation. No podium, no apology, just power. I don't click any of them. My phone buzzes like a caged wasp in my bag, but I let it keep vibrating, unanswered. I don't need to watch the media figure out what to do with a version of me they didn't write. Let them stumble over it. Let them try to retrofit a new narrative onto the one I just reclaimed in real time. I don't need the coverage. I need the peace and quiet. The walk from the car to the apartment isn't long, but I take it barefoot. Gravel presses into the balls of my feet, grounding me better than any mindfulness app ever could. My heels dangle from my fingers, expensive, sharp, and irrelevant now. Bram walks beside me without commentary, just matching my pace, his elbow brushing mine every few steps like punctuation. He hasn't said much since the speech, but I can feel the pride coming off him in waves, steady, quiet, unwavering. It anchors me more than applause ever could. Halfway to the door, he finally speaks. "You didn't stutter once," he says, voice low but warm. I huff a breath that wants to be a laugh, but my ribs ache too much to let it out. The ache isn't pain. It's the space that opened up when I let the words out. The ones I'd swallowed for too many years to count. The ones no corporate handbook ever made space for. I finally said it, I murmur, not looking at him. Everything I wasn't allowed to say before. We step over a puddle that reflects the last pink spill of sunset. A kid on a scooter zips past us, trailing a neon blur. Bram doesn't rush a reply. He never does. "You didn't need their seat," he says, turning his head just enough for me to catch the full weight of his eyes. "You made your own table." I stop walking, because something inside me settles at those words like a book finding its final page. And for once, the world can spin as fast as it wants, because I'm not spinning with it. I'm standing still, on my own terms. The moment the apartment door clicks shut behind us, my spine unhooks from its practiced posture. My heels hit the entry rug with a soft thud, and I don't bother picking them up. The blazer goes next, sliding from my shoulders like the last scrap of ceremony I don't need. I let it fall, unceremonious, somewhere between the kitchen stool and the dog-eared corner of a grant proposal Bram left open. Let it wrinkle, let it rest, because I need to. I collapse onto the couch, not like I'm defeated, but like the couch is the only thing soft enough to hold me after today. I sink deep, bones unspooling, breath finding new shape. The cushions rise to meet me like they've been waiting for this moment just as long. Sunlight pours through the blinds in sleepy gold, striping across the room like lazy piano keys. It catches on Bram's forearm as he tosses his phone onto the coffee table, letting it clatter face down. For once, neither of us wants to scroll. He walks over and nudges the edge of the couch with his knee, one brow raised. "Want dinner?" he asks. "Or just some time?" I tip my head back just enough to meet his gaze, too tired to smirk, but not too tired to sass. "Both," I whisper, but in reverse order. That earns me a soft laugh. The kind that barely makes sound, just moves through the air like warmth. He sinks down beside me, wrapping an arm around my shoulders without pulling me in, just offering the space if I want it. I do. I shift until my temple rests against his chest, the steady drum of his heartbeat more grounding than any headline ever written about me. I let my fingers trail along the seam of his shirt, not needing conversation, not needing anything but this stillness that doesn't feel hollow, but whole. The world will keep spinning. There will be meetings tomorrow. Maybe chaos. Maybe clarity. Probably both. But right now, I am quiet. I am home. Finally, I don't feel like I have something to prove, just to exist. His fingers trace the nape of my neck with unhurried intent, his thumb finding that hollow spot just behind my ear, like it's mapped into muscle memory. I feel him breathe before he speaks. Low, warm, right against the crown of my head. "You scared the hell out of them today." It's not a compliment. It's admiration and recognition. I grin into his chest, the kind of grin that feels stitched with fire and peace. "Good," I murmur, letting the words stretch out like a secret I've been holding too long. Outside, a siren wails somewhere down the block. Inside, there's nothing chasing me, just my body, slowly remembering how to belong only to itself. I let my legs tangle with Bram's, warmth humming where our skin meets. The soft rasp of his stubble brushes my temple as he shifts, just enough to press a kiss into my hair. And I let go. I let my breath drop all the way down into my belly, past the pitch meetings and press briefings, past the pressure to stay palatable. I let the silence deepen until it wraps around us like a weighted blanket. No alarms, no next steps. Just now, just here, I was never waiting for their green light, never craving a handout or a title wrapped in conditions. I was just waiting to speak in a room that could finally hear me. Turns out I didn't need the room. I became the voice.
Chapter 36. Bram. My inbox looks like a slot machine stuck on jackpot. Notifications flaring every few seconds, subject lines rolling in with all caps urgency and too many exclamation points. Acquisition interest, urgent licensing offer, immediate response requested, MIT symposium request, accessibility track keynote. One after another they pile on, each more flattering than the last, but none of them hitting me where it counts. What stops me is a message buried halfway down. No corporate logo in the signature, no bolded subject line. Just lowercase text and a quiet kind of desperation disguised as gratitude. The sender's name is Miles, and the email is 2 short paragraphs that somehow say more than any $1 million offer sitting in my inbox. I used to think apps like yours weren't made for people like me, but this one didn't talk down. It didn't freeze me out. Let me stay in the conversation, on my terms. This made me feel human again. I read it twice, then a third time because somewhere between the lines there's something sacred, connection, honest and impossible to put a price on. I lean back in my chair, the old thing creaking beneath me, and stare at the lines of code still open on my second monitor. I remember building this interface at 2 a.m., fueled by iced mochas and an instinct I couldn't quite name at the time. I wasn't designing for mass adoption. I was designing for the version of me who once stuttered through presentations and had to mask his every tick to be taken seriously. I was designing for anyone who'd ever been told to translate themselves just to fit into broken systems. Now they're telling me to cash out, to let someone else scale what they think they understand. They're quoting figures I didn't think I'd see in my lifetime. And I know I should feel giddy. But all I feel is resolved, because the thing they're trying to buy isn't mine to sell. My fingers hover over the keyboard as I start drafting replies, polite rejections, tempered with diplomacy. I know the rules of this game, but I'm not playing it anymore. Let them chase unicorn valuations and IPO dreams. I've got something rarer than all that. A product that's actually doing what tech was supposed to do in the first place. Make life better for the people no one bothers to design for. Ayana walks in, barefoot, still towel drying her hair, and gives me a look that says you haven't moved since breakfast. She pauses when she sees the screen. Good news? Best kind, I say, voice lower than I expect. I angle the monitor toward her so she can read the message. She leans in, eyes scanning fast, then slow, then still. She doesn't say anything right away. Then she whispers, "That's amazing, Bram." I exhale like it's safe to. The phone buzzes again, cutting through the quiet like a mosquito that just won't quit. Same number, same acquisition team. Third time today. My thumb hovers over the screen as it lights up with their pitch deck promises. 6 figures, full buyout, legacy guarantees, optional founder emeritus title. A gilded cage dressed up like freedom. I let it ring. Not because I'm trying to make a point, but because I know exactly what this is. A trap wrapped in validation. The kind of offer that looks like winning from the outside, but feels like losing something sacred when no one's watching. Any other developer I know would have already answered. Would have booked the call, negotiated the kicker, popped a bottle before the ink dried. I stare at the phone until the screen goes dark again, reflecting my own face back at me in the black glass, unshaved, tired, a little stunned by how clear it all feels right now. None of their offers come with Ayana. None of them come with late-night strategy talks at her kitchen table or early morning park walks where she says things like, "You're the current now," and actually means it. None of them come with purpose that keeps scaling after the payout. I think about the developers we met in Bronzeville. Kids who built rigs out of junk parts and had ideas no accelerator would fund because they didn't look the part. I think about the emails pouring in from users who finally feel like someone gave a damn about how their brains work. And I think about Ayana, who dismantled a billion-dollar boardroom just to say, "I'm not for sale." Neither am I. I open the last voicemail they left me, swipe it straight into the archive, and close my laptop without replying. I don't want to be someone's golden goose. I want to be the guy who built something that mattered, something that stayed useful, alive, long after my name stopped trending and the tech press moved on to their next wonderkind. This isn't a moment. It's a model. And I don't need to be rich to know what that's worth. Ayana made grilled salmon, crispy edges, lemon glaze, the whole thing plated like we're not both exhausted. There's something green on the side I can't identify. Maybe bok choy, maybe sorcery. But I eat it anyway because she cooked it, and because our time feels earned tonight. We're barefoot at the table. No laptops, no rapid-fire brainstorms bleeding into midnight. Just soft jazz humming from her vintage Marshall speaker, a window letting in the low murmur of passing cars, and someone's off-key saxophone a block away. The kind of soundtrack that belongs to people who know how to pause. We're still learning, but this feels like practice. Ayana scrolls through early applications for ThornSpark, her thumb sweeping across the screen with focused grace. Her nails are still chipped from helping paint the community center walls last weekend. I watch her for a beat, the way her mouth tightens when she reads something that hits, the little shake of her head when she sees someone pitching jargon without heart. She doesn't say much. I hold my tongue for a moment, long and warm like late light. Then I set my fork down and say it. "They offered me 6 figures. Her thumb stops moving. The glow from her phone screen shifts as she tilts it away, eyes flicking up to meet mine. Calm, but sharp, unreadable. "Who did?" she asks, voice low, deliberate. I lean back in the chair, fingers laced across my stomach. "Acquisition team from Convergent AI, full buyout. Legacy clauses, fancy title with no teeth." She studies me for a moment like she's running diagnostics, not on the company, but on me. And I turn them down. Her brow arches, just enough to show interest without surprise. "Why?" I shrug, slow. "Because I don't want to be a cautionary tale in clean code. Because I already found the one collaborator who actually understands the assignment." Ayana's mouth lifts at one corner. Something between a smirk and a real smile. The kind she gives when she doesn't want to admit she's touched. Her fingers curl around her wine glass, not in a toast, but like she's anchoring the moment. "You sure?" she says softly. "No," I admit. "But I've never been this clear while being unsure." We go back to eating, the quiet heavier now, with the kind of unspoken decision that doesn't need a pitch deck or boardroom to validate it. We're not playing by their rules anymore. Hell, we're not even in their game. I take a breath, deep enough to scrape the bottom of everything I've been carrying. I already found the one collaborator who actually understands the assignment. She doesn't blink, doesn't look away, just holds me in her gaze like she's cataloging the moment, marking it down somewhere sacred. Her smile isn't for show. It unfolds slow and quiet like sunrise through tinted glass, not performative, seismic, the kind of smile that changes the air in a room, the kind that feels like arrival. I don't add anything else, don't need to. The table between us isn't just for dinner. It's the blueprint, the metaphor, the proof. We're not chasing legacy anymore, we're building it. Together. She doesn't rush to respond. Just looks at me for a moment longer, the kind of look that strips away everything performative and sees straight through to the marrow. Then, slowly, she reaches across the table and threads her fingers through mine. Her thumb brushes over my knuckles with the kind of softness that somehow holds more weight than a speech, like she's tuning into a frequency we've both been humming this whole time. Quiet, constant, undeniable. "Then let's keep building," she says. A vow, and that's when it hits me. Full force, no warning. This is what it looks like when passion and partnership stop being two separate tracks and start sharing the same heartbeat. When someone sees the scaffolding of who you are and still wants to pour concrete beside you. No edits, no ego, just brick by brick, belief by belief, towards something that matters. I don't say thank you. I don't say anything, really. Just hold her hand tighter and let the moment take root. Because in this room, she chose me again. At last, I'm not afraid to build something I can't walk away from. Later, we're shoulder to shoulder at the sink, sleeves rolled up and dish soap foaming like cheap champagne between our fingers. She's humming again, some half-forgotten melody, probably a jingle from the 90s or a lullaby no one taught her right. It's out of tune and low, more vibration than sound. And I don't stop her. I don't correct or join in. I just let it become part of the architecture of this moment. The app's still climbing the charts. More emails will hit by midnight. Somewhere an acquisition team is refreshing their inbox, waiting for me to come to my senses. But none of that reaches me here. What reaches me is her elbow bumping mine as she rinses a pan. The way she smiles when I stack dishes with a precision she pretends to mock. The way it all feels like enough. Like something we designed with calloused hands and stubborn hope instead of venture capital and exit strategies. Because this right here, barefoot in the kitchen, sleeves wet, dreams messy and half-sketched in Sharpie. This is the blueprint. Us. Still standing and building. Not for sale, not for scale.
Chapter 37. Ayana. The ceiling is a glittering constellation of chandeliers, too bright to feel warm, each crystal shard catching the light like it's auditioning for attention. The air hums with luxury, floral notes from a sponsor's candle line, the metallic tang of nerves masked by expensive perfume. A sea of name tags gleams beneath bespoke blazers and conference lanyards. Rows of chairs face me like a tribunal in couture. It should feel intimidating. It doesn't. I adjust the mic with one hand, the cold metal grounding. With the other, I smooth the front of my navy jumpsuit, structured, elegant, defiant in a room full of tailored suits that still underestimate me. No cue cards or teleprompter blinking politely to keep me on message. Just a stage, a microphone, and the choice to say something real. The ballroom settles slowly, the noise tapering off in polite increments. It's not reverent silence, it's anticipatory. They're waiting for me to charm them, to say something tweetable they can nod along to and forget before dessert. I inhale, hold it, exhale through my nose like I'm exercising every ghost of a meeting where I stayed small to stay invited. And then I speak, not loud, not theatrical, but deliberate. Let's talk about burnout. A few heads lift, posture straightening by instinct. They weren't expecting that. Let's talk about betrayal. A rustle sweeps through the front row. Eyebrows twitch, pens hover above branded notebooks. Let's talk about being told you're too much, too ambitious, too complicated, until someone else steals your idea and packages it as progress. There's a stillness now. Not the kind born of awe, but recognition. The kind that prickles behind the eyes and along the spine. The kind that says, I've been there. I let the silence stretch a beat longer than is comfortable. Let it settle into their bodies like truth often does. Sharp, necessary, impossible to ignore. I'm not here to be liked. I'm here to be clear. In this room, this is not a battlefield. I didn't come to fight. I came to free the people still trapped inside performances they never auditioned for. I pace the width of the stage. The soles of my heels strike the wood with a rhythm steadier than my heartbeat. My notes remain folded in the back pocket of my jumpsuit, exactly where I put them as a courtesy to expectation, not necessity. I haven't touched them. I won't. My smile has been weaponized more times than I can count. My voice doesn't rise. It sharpens. I've smiled through smear campaigns dressed up as PR pivots. I've nodded in meetings where silence was mistaken for consent. I've sat at tables where the menu was never made with me in mind, and still, I brought a fork. A flicker moves through the crowd. Uneasy shifts, the slow blink of someone realizing this isn't a keynote. It's a reckoning. I've watched the word equity get rewritten into exposure, watched loyalty rebranded as naivety, and I stayed. Too long, I performed. Too hard. Because we're taught that if you endure enough, you earn your place. I stopped pacing. Let the words hover in the air like ash after fire. But legacy doesn't come from endurance, I say, my hands open at my sides. It comes from authorship, from deciding the narrative instead of surviving inside someone else's. The silence in the ballroom tightens into something raw and respectful. I see it on their faces now. Stillness of recognition. Some are holding their breath. A few have lowered their pens. Good. I want them to feel the heat rising in their chest from awakening, because my truth has teeth, and I'm done filing them down for comfort. They think they came for a keynote, something polished, rehearsed, safe enough to quote, but forgettable by dessert. But I didn't come to entertain. I came to name what saved me. What pulled me back from the edge wasn't a pivot. It wasn't funding or a headline or a rebrand, I say, letting the hush thicken until the air feels like fabric stretched tight across the room. It was a person, a partner, someone who looked at the pieces I thought were too fractured to fit together and said, "Let's build from here." My voice holds steady, but my hands are warm. I glance toward the wings. Just a second, maybe less. But it lands like a full stop in my chest. Bram stands with his arms crossed over his chest, weight shifted onto one leg, head tilted like he's studying something holy. And he's smiling. That soft, quiet smile he only gives me when I'm not performing, when I'm just being. I don't choke up. I don't blink too fast or let my voice crack. I inhale and hold the air like armor. Because this moment isn't about emotion. It's about evolution. You don't need to perform to be powerful, I say. The ovation rolls in before I've even fully stepped back. It's the kind that fills a room and tries to swallow you whole. Hands clapping like thunder, chairs scraping, 1,000 shoes shifting forward like they want to chase something. Me, maybe? I nod once. Just once. Then I leave the mic exactly where it is. Still warm, still humming with everything I said and everything I didn't. I don't bow. Because I've learned the difference between being heard and being heaved onto someone else's pedestal. Applause is just noise if it doesn't echo back in action. And I didn't come here to be clapped for. I came here to be understood. I take the stairs down, heels firm on each tread, spine tall. My eyes skim the sea of hands extended toward me, but I don't reach back. Because I'm not chasing access. I'm choosing alignment. And I know exactly where to look. Bram is already moving, shoulders squared, stride easy, gaze locked on mine, like he saw the shift before the room ever caught up. He isn't clapping. He doesn't need to. His presence itself is a promise. I walk toward that, because I finally recognize what it looks like to arrive on my own terms. Backstage is dim and too warm, the kind of heat that comes from overworked lights and nerves that haven't cooled yet. The scent of stage makeup, velvet curtains, and something metallic, maybe from the mic pack still clipped to my back, clings to the air. Someone in a headset offers me a flute of something bubbly. I give them a tight smile and a shake of my head. I don't want champagne. I want stillness. And I find it tucked near the freight elevator, where the noise fades and the real world doesn't quite reach. Bram stands, steadfast and confident. Jacket slung over one shoulder, collar open, eyes fixed on me like I just made the earth spin in reverse. There's a smirk teasing the corner of his mouth, but it's gentler than usual, less cocky, more reverent. "You meant every word," he says, voice low and even. every damn syllable. I nod slowly, arms still tight around my rib cage, like I'm holding in something too bright to spill in public. My throat works around the lump of adrenaline, and something softer. I did. I manage, then pause. I didn't know it would feel like this. Like what? Like truth without fallout. I let the words settle between us, my pulse slowing for the first time all night. Like clarity instead of damage. He steps forward and reaches out. One hand finds the side of my face, thumb brushing just beneath my eye. The callus on his palm catches against my skin. It anchors me. I'm not afraid anymore, I whisper, because he's the only person I want to know it. His answer is a kiss, feather light against my forehead, warm and unwavering. It tells me everything I didn't say on that stage, everything I still need to believe. Good, he murmurs, pulling back just enough to meet my gaze, because we've got real work to do. And in that single minute, I feel it. The start of everything that matters. We walk through the service corridor first, past coiled cords, half-empty water bottles, and the muffled echo of applause still trapped in the velvet drapes. My heels dangle from one hand, my other threaded through Bram's, fingers knotted like they've always belonged there, with tile underfoot and fluorescent lights that don't flatter, don't filter, don't care. And I love it. I glance back once before the final exit, at the ballroom I just walked out of, the stage where my voice finally grew too loud to ignore. There's no one there now. The chairs are empty, but the truth I left behind still hums in the walls like feedback that refuses to fade. It hits me then, like breath after holding it too long. The most radical thing I've ever done was tell the truth and stay standing. I didn't just pivot. I didn't just survive. I reauthored, rebuilt, my own. And now, the innovation? It's not the code or the deck or the investor pitch that finally stuck. It's this warmth in my chest that has nothing to do with ambition. This man beside me, who never once asked me to shrink. This freedom we carved from fallout. This life we're designing, not for scale, but for significance. We step out into the Chicago night. No fanfare, just us. And that's the most revolutionary thing I've ever known.
Chapter 38. Bram. The door groans like it's warning her. My apartment's never tried to impress anyone. Not now with Ayanna standing in the doorway holding her weekend bag like it's a peace offering to the gods of chipped paint and bad insulation. The radiator clicks like a metronome in the background, punctuated by muffled bass lines from the upstairs neighbor who seems to think every day is a block party for the building. Ayanna steps in with the kind of elegance that doesn't need an audience. Her curls are looped into a bun, a few strands already pulling loose like they can't be tamed for long. She's in a sweater that probably costs more than my rent, but wears it like second skin. Her eyes sweep the space, posters peeling at the corners, the light bulb over the kitchenette twitching like it's in distress. My futon couch slouched against the wall like it gave up years ago. "It smells like bachelor and broken code in here," she says, setting her bag down with a dramatic thump. Her nose wrinkles, but her smile and the twinkle in her eye gives her away. I cross my arms, leaning against the doorframe. That's the charm. You want 5-star linens, you booked the wrong boyfriend. She raises an eyebrow, toeing off her boots. Good thing I'm not here for luxury. Her socks are mismatched, one with tiny lightning bolts, the other a mustard yellow that shouldn't work with anything, but somehow works on her. I'm here for leftovers, existential dread, and your weird collection of retro chargers. I gesture grandly toward the living room. Then welcome to paradise. She flops onto the couch with a graceless thud, the cushions wheezing under her. Her arm hooks over the backrest, legs tucked up beneath her, like she's lived here for years instead of minutes. And just like that, the whole room bends toward her, quietly, instinctively. I've seen this before, the way a space reshapes itself to accommodate her presence. It's not about ownership. It's about belonging. She doesn't need the leash to command the room. She just has to sit still long enough, and it obeys. I walk past her, kicking aside a stray extension cord as I make for the fridge. Beer? Leftover Chinese. I might have one expired LaCroix and a mystery Tupperware that may or may not be from before the pandemic, she snorts. I'll risk the LaCroix. Maybe some Chinese later. When I hand her the can, she pops it open with a hiss and takes a sip like she's drinking from a champagne flute. Still better than the flat room temp tap water they gave me after that panel last week. That's what you get for mingling with venture capitalists, I say, settling into the armchair opposite her. The cushion sinks deeper than it should, springs creaking like it's reliving trauma. You could have been here watching B-movies and roasting me for my curtain choices. You don't have curtains. Exactly. She laughs, and the apartment doesn't feel so small anymore. Doesn't feel like it's missing anything. It's drafty, noisy, outdated. But right now, with her here, it feels like the only place that matters. Maybe this weekend won't change the world. Maybe it doesn't have to. Maybe this is the part that does the changing. Just two people in a room with nothing to prove, remembering what it means to feel safe. And as she curls deeper into the couch, legs tangled in throw blankets that don't match, sipping bad LaCroix with the casual elegance of royalty, slumming it for the weekend, I think, this right here, this is the upgrade. The kitchen is a war zone of mismatched cookware, crumpled takeout containers, and exactly one half-functioning burner. Ayana's at the cutting board, coaxing scallions into submission with my dullest knife. The one I've meant to replace for 2 years but keep around out of nostalgia or laziness, hard to say. She hums under her breath, off-key and unapologetic. Some throwback R and B track I know she added to the playlist just to mess with me. You sabotaged this on purpose, I say, nudging the Bluetooth speaker with the back of my hand as I slide by to grab the sesame oil. She doesn't look up. You're welcome. I'm expanding your auditory palette. By force. That's how growth works, babe. She tosses the chopped scallions into a mixing bowl with a smug wink. Her curls have come loose, strands clinging to her cheek, making her look both sweaty and sexy at the same time. The whole scene is domestic chaos wrapped in slow-burn seduction. Not because either of us is trying, but because this is what ease looks like when it's earned. I lean against the counter, arms folded, pretending to study the wok while really watching the way her hips move to the rhythm of her own making. She sways like the kitchen's got its own gravity, and she's the center of it. I can't decide if I want to worship or devour. You're using the wrong burner, I murmur, nodding toward the flickering back coil that never heats evenly. She glances at it, then at me, a wicked tilt to her smile. Come on over and show me then. The simple statement lands like velvet laced with electricity. I laugh, low and involuntary, and step closer until our elbows brush and the air between us thickens. She doesn't move away, just stirs the sauce with the ease of someone who knows she's being watched and doesn't mind a damn bit. We lean over the sizzling wok together, steam rising, garlic hitting the oil in a hiss that sends the scent curling around us like a whisper. My stomach growls, but it's not just hunger for food. It's the way she looks up at me through lashes like she already knows the end of this scene and is in no rush to skip ahead. You're crowding the workspace, she says, but her voice is softer now, the edge rounded. Am I? I murmur, not moving. You are. But her hand brushes my forearm, light and lingering. She licks sauce from her fingertip like it's nothing, like it's everything. And suddenly the kitchen doesn't feel small. It feels intimate. The clatter of the city outside fades beneath the crackle of oil, and the way she sighs when the leftover noodles hit the pan, waiting for their upgrade. I reach around her for the soy sauce, and her breath stills. I don't touch her, but the wand is coiled and ready, buzzing beneath my skin. I want to kiss you, I breathe, my mouth near her temple, my tone more confession than question. She leans in, not all the way, just enough to let me feel her grin. I want to keep laughing first. And I do. The kiss is slow, seductive, leaving me with desire coiling in the pit of my stomach. This woman right here? She makes me want it all. I want the laughter. I want the noodles and the mess and the playlist she corrupted. I want the full scene, not just the peak. This is foreplay that rewrites the definition. The living room looks like a startup exploded and forgot to clean up after itself. There's a half-dismantled breadboard on the windowsill, a cluster of open laptops on the coffee table, and an unholy pile of fortune cookie wrappers scattered like confetti across the rug. I'm not sure if it smells more like burnt noodles or old dreams, but either way it feels like home. We're cross-legged on the floor, knees brushing, our screens glowing like campfires in the dim light. Ayana's got her tea balanced on a coaster she doesn't trust, and one sock slouched halfway off her foot. Her bun continues to unravel, a curl falling into her eyes as she scrolls through the codebase like she's reading a love letter written in syntax. "You were such a mess," she says, shaking her head in mock dismay as she highlights one of my early functions. "Varone? Thing to fix. Ugh, final version 2. Seriously?" I glance over her shoulder, grinning like a man exposed. It was a vibe. It was a cry for help. And yet, I tap a key and the dusty old prototype compiles without a single warning. It still worked. She cuts her eyes at me, amused and impressed. Lucky punk. Genius, I correct, nudging her ankle with mine under the table. Just unrefined. She doesn't argue. Just sips her tea, lips pursed like she's trying not to smile too big, and the rim of her mug leaves a kiss of steam on her cheek. Our space is quiet, but not empty. The kind of quiet filled with comfortable clicking, overlapping playlists, and the soft rustle of old dreams getting dusted off. Tonight we're remembering who we were when this all started. Messy, curious, hungry. Not for fame, just for connection. I stretch my legs, brushing against hers again on purpose, and catch her watching me from the corner of her eye. Not a flirt, just a gaze that says I see you. Still, I do. I see her, brilliant and barefoot, tinkering with the bones of a program we almost forgot we built together. There's nothing glamorous about this moment, just a woman in my living room, a guy with cookie crumbs on his hoodie, and a line of legacy code that still somehow runs when we breathe on it the right way. This is the version of us that matters, the one without filters or polish. Just pure, glitchy brilliance in a tiny apartment that shouldn't hold this much love. This blueprint is flawed, she mutters, leaning back to examine her wobbly, half-finished Lego version of Thornspark's HQ. I toss another piece her way, smirking. Your imagination is flawed. Without looking, she wings a yellow brick at my chest. It bounces off with a soft thunk, and then she's laughing. The kind that scrapes raw and rolls out of her like she's forgotten we're not supposed to feel this good in something this small. You suck at architecture, I add, just to hear her keep going. You suck at being diplomatic. Fair. She shoots me a look over her shoulder, eyes bright, curls escaping from the knot she tied with zero effort and still managed to make look like art. Here, there's just bad lighting, uneven floorboards, and the woman I love barefoot and cross-legged, building futures out of plastic and grit. I pause, letting the image settle. This isn't the kind of moment anyone uploads to social. The wild, beautiful absurdity of watching her build something broken and brilliant in a space that's never seen this much light. No one writes songs about this part. No one cuts trailers that include inside jokes shouted over soy sauce packets or the slow warmth of her humming and swaying to her own song while she works. But maybe that's the point. Maybe the best parts of building a life aren't designed to be seen. They're meant to be felt. She tilts her head, studying her crooked creation with the same fire she brings to code and keynote stages. I think I need more pieces, she says. I cross the room and drop onto the floor beside her. You've already got all the ones that matter. She doesn't kiss me. She just rests her forehead against mine, our breath synced, our laughter fading into something quieter and deeper. And I think, this is the part they never show. The part where love looks like Lego bricks and shared floor space, like peace built from wreckage. The part that doesn't make the highlight real, but it's the part that makes everything else worth it. The morning coffee's burnt. I forgot to descale the machine again, and now it tastes like rust. But she drinks it anyway, with that resigned little smile that says she expected nothing gourmet and showed up anyway. She's perched on the windowsill, knees tucked up, sleeves dangling past her wrists, one hand cradling a chipped mug that reads, "Don't talk to me until I've coded." The kind of novelty gift you buy ironically and then keep forever because it holds memories better than heat. Morning light slices through the grime on the glass, catching in her curls, softening the sharp lines of her profile. She looks like she doesn't belong here, like a piece of art someone accidentally left in a room too small to house it. Still, she's here, in my space, drinking bad coffee, looking out at the skyline like there's no place she'd rather be. You ever think about what would have happened if I never said yes? She asks, voice quiet, like she's not sure if it's allowed to be that kind of morning. I set my mug down on the end table and cross to stand beside her, leaning one shoulder against the frame. The radiator ticks behind us, spitting heat that never quite reaches the corners. Every day, I say, no hesitation, no deflection. And every day I know I'd still be making coffee like this, but it wouldn't taste like anything. She turns to look at me, one brow raised, the teasing glint already lighting up behind her eyes. You're such a sap, she says, voice wrapped in amusement and something warmer. I shrug, sliding my hands into the back pockets of my jeans. Only for you. She doesn't reply right away. Just sips again, wincing slightly like she's reconsidering her loyalty to my kitchen. Then she tips her head onto my shoulder, her curls brushing my jaw, her presence settling into me like weight and clarity. Outside, the city keeps moving. Car horns, delivery trucks, someone yelling into a phone in a language I don't know, but in here, it's just the two of us, caught in this low-stakes, high-meaning kind of quiet. Just bad coffee and beautiful things that didn't make it into any 5-year plan. I wrap my arms around her waist and press a kiss to the top of her head, letting it linger. If I've learned anything lately, it's that sometimes the most important conversations happen when nothing needs to be said. We don't speak for a while, not because there's nothing to say, but because silence feels like the only language that makes sense right now. The kind of quiet that hums under your skin instead of settling on top of it. We move through the apartment like satellites in sync, close, then closer. Her elbow bumps mine at the sink when she rinses our mugs. I don't step away. I like the space when she fills it. In the hallway, she brushes past me to grab a sweatshirt off the hook. Her shoulder catches my chest, and neither of us apologizes. She's folding a blanket now, half distracted. Her brow furrowed like the cotton weave is hiding state secrets. I lean against the doorway, arms crossed, trying to play it cool. But I'm not. I'm not even close. I'm watching the way her fingers move, the way her feet shift on the rug, the way her sweatshirt hangs off one shoulder like it was designed to wreck me. She's easily the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. She looks over and catches me staring. Doesn't smile. Just sees me like I'm not a ridiculous sap with bedhead and shaving cream on his face, but something solid. Wanted. And in that moment, everything between us becomes fact. She walks over, each step slow and sure like she's done the math and knows the answer will hold. The blanket drops behind her, forgotten. Her fingers land at the hem of my t-shirt, cool against my stomach, and linger there. No more pretending, she asks, her voice low, threaded with something that trembles at the edges, but never breaks. I reach up and tuck a curl behind her ear, letting my knuckles graze her cheek on the way down. She leans into the touch like it's the first real thing she's felt all day. Not a second more, I say. And I mean it with every bone, every breath, every scar I've ever carried. Because this isn't the part where we guess. This is the part where we know.
Chapter 39. Ayana. Dinner is over. Though the plates still sit scattered on the table, like a memory neither of us is ready to clean up. The lights are low, music still playing soft and slow from the speaker by the counter. A playlist we never officially chose, but that somehow knows exactly what to play. There's a warmth in my chest that isn't just from the wine or the food. It's him. It's this. It's us. Bram stands behind me as I rinse the last fork. His hands on my hips like he's just steadying me, but the heat in his palms tells a different story. He leans in, mouth brushing the shell of my ear, and I swear I forget my own name for a second. "You keep looking like that," he murmurs, his voice rough velvet. "And I'm going to forget how to be gentle." I smile, slow and wicked, tilting my head just enough to catch his eye over my shoulder. "Who said I want gentle?" That's all it takes. We don't make it all the way to the bedroom at first. Somewhere between the hallway and the doorway, he's got me pressed against the wall, kissing me like I'm the last thing keeping him alive. His hands are under my shirt, sliding up my ribs, memorizing every inch of skin like it's a map he spent years trying to redraw. My fingers find the button of his jeans, tugging, teasing, slipping inside just enough to make him groan against my mouth. "Bed," I whisper, breathless. "Now." He lifts me like I weigh nothing. One hand under my thigh, the other gripping my back as he carries me in. We tumble onto the sheets in a tangle of limbs and breath, the mattress creaking beneath us as we find our rhythm. I hate to burst your bubble when things are just getting started, but this platform won't allow us to air the steamy content coming up in this chapter. If you want us to keep bringing you free audiobooks, we have to abide by their rules. Luckily for you, the unabridged version of every Vic Savon audiobook is available at VicSavonRomance.com. And with promo code VIXA40, you can get 40% off any digital product. Sunlight spills across our skin like a secret no one else gets to know. Not the kind of light that flatters for the camera or filters for the feed, but the kind that forgives everything. The kind that just is. Soft and golden, catching in the crease of his shoulder, pooling in the folds of the sheets we never bothered to straighten. It finds us in the quiet aftermath of everything we've said with our hands, our mouths, our silences. Bram lies beside me, one arm curled lazily beneath his head, the other stretched toward where our bodies still graze, thigh to thigh, pulse to pulse. His breathing has that grounded weight to it now, like someone who isn't running anymore, like someone who's home. I shift slightly, and the sheet drags with me, exposing the curve of my hip and the edge of his ribcage. My fingertips move instinctively, mapping him the way I might sketch a new design. I trace the soft hair along his arm, the faint freckle constellation near his elbow, the silvery scar on his wrist from the bike accident he once tried to downplay. These aren't flaws, they're coordinates, evidence of a man who builds things even when it breaks him. His body leans into the contact, as if his bones already know mine. I wonder if I've ever really belonged anywhere before this. Before him. "I want this," I whisper, and my voice surprises me, clearer than I expected, even in its softness. The words come from stillness, from the feeling of being half buried under sheets and wholly seen for the first time ever. Not a declaration, a release. Bram lifts my wrist with a tenderness that unspools something deep inside me. His fingers cradle it like he's holding a blueprint he doesn't want to smudge, and then his lips brush the inside, right over the vein still humming from everything we just shared. It isn't a kiss meant to provoke or possess. It's quieter than that, truer, like punctuation A soft period closing the sentence. I didn't know I'd been writing all this time. You don't have to, he murmurs, lips still grazing my skin. We're building for us. I don't answer. Not right away. I just close my eyes and let that settle. Let it root itself somewhere beneath the surface, in the marrow of me, where ambition used to outpace peace. It doesn't feel like compromise. It feels like clarity. The echo of his voice in this messy apartment, and the certainty of morning breath and bad toast on its way. Just the feel of him beside me, unshaven and unscripted, and the knowledge that we are shaping something nobody else can copyright or claim. We aren't following someone else's design. There's no precedent for this. No precedent for us. That doesn't scare me. It frees me. This thing we're building, layer by layer, look by look, it may not be perfect, but it's ours, and that's enough to last. Oh, so you think you're ready for some hockey romance, huh? Baby, you don't even know what you're about to step into.
This is not your grandma's romance collection.
No, sir. We're talking muscles on the ice, dirty talking men who can handle a stick. And I do mean every kind of stick.
8 full-length audiobooks, over 30 hours of heat, sass, and love stories that'll melt more than just the ice.
And honey, these aren't just some regular old stories. These are the kind that'll have you fanning yourself, yelling at your headphones, and staying up till 3 a.m. talking about one more chapter.
Normally, a collection like this would cost you a small fortune.
But baby, you know we don't play like that. Right now, it's already sitting at a jaw-dropping 70% off.
If you order today and use the YouTube exclusive code VIXA40, that's VIXA40.
Boom. Even bigger savings. That's right. Your romance binge just got cheaper than your last DoorDash order.
One click, endless passion.
Vixa Vaughn Romance.
Chapter 40. Bram. The room still smells like fresh vinyl banners and nervous ambition. Someone's testing the mic again. 2 clicks and a clipped "check 1" that echoes too long against the high ceiling. The overhead lights are set to half bright while the tech crew wrestles with the stage monitor cables, but Ayana's already lit up like a constellation nobody saw coming. She moves through the room like it's hers without having to prove it. Her slate blue suit fits like it was tailored not just to her frame, but to her fire. Structured, elegant, intentional. The kind of power that doesn't shout, it resonates. I clock her across the floor, crouched beside one of the youngest applicants. Some kid in docks and a hoodie whose prototype is still duct-taped together in a shoebox. She's listening, nodding slowly, one hand on their shoulder like she's plugging into their nervous system. "You don't have to sound polished," she says. "You just have to sound like you." The kid exhales like they've been holding their breath for years. Ayana stands and gives them a final nod before turning to review the clipboard one of the coordinators offers her. She signs something without second-guessing, then hands it back with a smile that doesn't apologize. She doesn't double-check the logo placement on the backdrop. Doesn't micromanage the press list. Doesn't spiral about speaker notes. She trusts the team she built. Trusts the mission she honed. Trusts herself. And watching her now, radiant and rooted, I realize this isn't about launching a product or running a demo day. She's launching people. People like the kid with duct tape and drive. People like the Afro-Latina who came from a zero-funding zip code and pitched a civic app with handwritten flashcards. People like me who once thought small because it felt safer than failing big. This isn't just the beginning of Thornspark. It's the beginning of a world Ayana helped make possible, and a reminder that sometimes the most radical thing you can do is step into the room like you belong there and mean it. Damn if she doesn't. By the time the house lights dip and the spotlight slices through the dark, the whole room stills like it's holding its breath for her. I've seen her rehearse this moment, pacing barefoot across our living room floor, tweaking phrasing between sips of wine, mouthing transitions in the mirror while brushing her teeth. But now there's none of that polish, none of the protective armor. Ayanna steps center stage without notes, or a screen behind her screaming mission statements. Just her voice, low and calm, filling the space like it's always belonged there. "I used to think success was like a room like this," she says, her hands open at her sides, palms up like a prayer or a dare. Polished floors, perfect decks, polite applause, but I was wrong. There's a ripple through the audience, no one fidgets. Even the camera crews pause, lenses frozen mid-tilt. "We're not here to monetize dreams," she continues, her voice carrying like scripture. "We're here to protect them." That's it. That's the line that breaks the air in half. A few people gasp. One woman up front presses a fist to her chest. And I swear, every jaw in the place drops, including mine. Because it's not just what she's saying, it's who she is while saying it. She's preaching, not to convert, just to remind everyone what it feels like to believe in something before it's branded, budgeted, and bent out of shape for mass appeal. Ayanna isn't trying to impress anyone. She's trying to make space. And as I watch her standing there, barefaced, full-hearted, I know we're never going back to the rooms that tried to shrink her. This is the room she built. And damn, she fills it. The showcase moves like a pulse, steady, alive, impossible to ignore. Each presenter steps up with trembling hands and sharpened ideas, and by the third pitch, the room shifts. This isn't polished TED Talk theater. It's something rawer, braver. The applause cracks like thunder, honest and unprompted. We've got investors in the back row, the kind who can smell potential through metrics. A few lean forward when the pitches start mentioning AI. One even elbows his neighbor and whispers something I know has nothing to do with equity and everything to do with profit margins. But Ayanna doesn't look their way. She's posted up near the edge of the stage, arms crossed, head tilted like she's listening with her whole body. Like the only thing she's measuring is courage. The woman in the sunflower yellow blazer presents next. She's recounting how she rebuilt her wearable health tech line after leaving an abusive marriage. The device doesn't just monitor vitals. It alerts trusted contacts if her body shows signs of fear. Ayanna claps first, loud and firm, eyes glassy but unblinking. Next up is a kid barely out of undergrad, brown skin, bouncing knee, and a pitch that sounds more like a poem. He's coded a VR learning environment for neurodivergent students, designed to reduce sensory overload in real time. The judges nod politely. Ayanna beams. These are the people she built Thornspark for. The ones who've been told no so many times they had to invent new languages to say yes to themselves. And as the pitches keep coming, I watch her breathe, slow and deep. Like her ribs finally remember how to move when she's not defending her right to lead. This isn't a program anymore, it's a signal flare. And from the way the crowd's leaning in, you can tell the fire's already spreading. We don't linger. Ayanna gives a final nod to the last presenter, murmurs something to the program director, and then slips her hand into mine like she's done it 1,000 times. And maybe she has. Maybe every hard-won moment before this was just practice for the ease of this one. We duck out through a side exit, past the catering trucks and blinking security lights, and into the Chicago night. It's brisk, but not bitter, the kind of chill that feels earned after applause and months of building something no one believed would hold. Our steps find rhythm without trying. Her heels tap against the sidewalk like punctuation, while my sneakers scuff in contrast. She doesn't speak at first, just walks, hand warm in mine, breath visible in little clouds that rise and vanish before they reach her cheekbones. I glance over. She's still in her suit, but the jacket's slung over her shoulder now, and her hair's come undone at the temple. A few curls catch the breeze and kiss her jaw. We pass the old church on Wabash, the one with the busted marquee that never lights up all the way. It flickers the word, hope, before shorting out again. Fitting. Ayanna exhales, like something inside her finally settled and decided to stay. "This is what I wanted," she says, voice barely above a whisper. "Not an empire, a life." I squeeze her hand. Not hard. Just enough to answer. Because I know what she means. It's about building something that doesn't collapse the second we stop performing. The kind of life that doesn't need headlines to be revolutionary, and I know we're already there. She doesn't even kick off her heels before collapsing onto the couch, the kind that still squeaks when you shift too fast and sags in the middle, like it remembers every late-night brainstorm we ever survived. Ayanna lands with a soft grunt, half laughing as she wriggles sideways and drops her head into my lap. I smile, the kind that's all muscle memory now, reserved for her. She closes her eyes as I brush a few dark curls away from her temple, fingers lingering at the edge of her jaw, then trailing down the line of her neck. She's still in that suit, creased now from the walk, makeup faded at the corners, but she's never looked more like herself, or more like mine. "You got both," I say, low and even, because she's half asleep already, and I don't want to wake her. "The life, the impact." Her lashes flutter but don't lift. I lean down and press a kiss to the crown of her head, right where her hair parts. Soft, sacred. She sighs, and something in me exhales too, like we've both been holding tension in places we didn't realize until it slipped loose. "But I'm glad I gotta be your code." She doesn't respond. Just shifts closer, one hand sliding across my ribs, palm resting flat like she's anchoring herself to something solid. And maybe she is. Maybe we both are. My hand in her hair and a quiet that feels like a rival. The room's gone still, wrapped in the kind of hush only a city can give you at midnight. Cars hushing by in the distance, the soft whine of pipes settling in the walls, the faint glow of skyline light bleeding in through the blinds. It's not silent. It's alive. But it knows how to be gentle with what matters. Ayanna shifts against me, legs still tangled over mine, one hand curled into the fabric of my shirt, like her body's still halfway in a dream she doesn't want to leave. And maybe she doesn't have to. Maybe this is the dream, the one we built bit by brutal bit, out of code and courage, and every moment we refuse to back down. No blueprint handed down, no shortcut through someone else's shadow. Just us. The couch creaks when I adjust, sliding one arm tighter around her waist, the other trailing over the small scar on her left wrist. The one she never explains but never hides. My thumb passes over it like a promise, and I lean in, speaking into the crown of her hair like the world could end if I said it too loud. She breathes out slow, like that's the final line she'd been waiting for, and doesn't open her eyes. I don't need her to, because this isn't luck. It's a design we chose, every messy, magic goddamn line of it. And I wouldn't change a thing.